all targets now. He's grabbed the spike. Paper Thin E's getting away.
This is great. This is huge value for Team Heretics. I mean, think about, they get an extra gun out of the hands of FPX. They're going to get the spike planted, get that extra cash for that. This is phenomenal.
And that's worst case scenario at this point. I mean, best case scenario, he shatters the hearts of FPX.
That would be unthinkable in some ways.
A smoke already used. Footsteps given away. He's biding his time. He's patient with it. He's going to catch them both. The Cove to provide a little bit of cover. No position given away quite yet. Berlin has gotten it to half now on the tap. He has to face it, and he will fall.
Oh, that's that extra layer of security that the Harbor is going to provide you in moments like that, where you know your opponent doesn't have any mollies to clear that Cove. Really nicely handled by FPX, but what a bounce back after a crazy start there from Autumn. I mean, this is just 1, 2, 3. Oh, what a transfer there on that third.
It's clean.
Disgusting. I mean, already coming out here with some pacey play from both teams, and it doesn't seem like the pressure of this moment is really kind of affecting their playstyle. You'll see teams come into these games where it's do or die, where you have no other options but win or lose, or your tournament life is done, and they kind of take it slow. But these two teams aren't afraid of each other, and I love it.
No, not yet. I think if we see any of those cracks show, it will be later in the series. But so far, I would have to agree with you and echo that sentiment. They look steady, they look solid on both sides of the ball. So into the fourth round we go.
Look at how far Berlin's got up towards mid-bottom. I mean, he is deep in enemy territory, and they have no idea.
No, they aren't going to have that trip from Benji to kind of keep them back. And obviously, his positioning will certainly help as well.
But he might be able to catch Benji post-plant or trying to back up the team on the execute.
And then the trip is down, the site is open, and chaos will inevitably ensue. For now, a quiet approach.
Benji at least a little bit aware.
He's got to understand something's going on here. Meanwhile, Woot with the rocket pop trying to pick his timings and does so successfully. Meanwhile, Berlin is still behind them. Hyung is going to fall. Rian's will too, but Benji Fishy now on the swing. Face turn towards the site. Berlin not able to capitalize on the position that he had. And now Autumn, who got a 1v3 in the previous round to open it up, is going to have to close it in the same way.
This is a team that doesn't like to save very often, Duck. They'll go for it, even in these situations that look unwinnable. Let's see if Autumn is going to commit.
This is pretty close to unwinnable. This is, I mean, as close as you can possibly get. A 1v3 with no real idea of where anyone is, and they have such good crossfire setup. As soon as there's contact on one, the swing inevitably will come from the other two. So a great round from Woot. You saw him pop the showstopper, get a couple of kills there, and then clean things up at the end to get Heretics their third.
Exactly, and I think what's even more impressive for Team Heretics here is kind of the game plan behind the information they get off the util, where they use 2 different mollies to smother out Ion behind the generator, and Benji Fish's complete awareness of the space they had given up, the complete awareness to be making sure that he's being diligent watching for that lurk. In this case, it was Berlin who was doing the lurking, but I'm very impressed with Team Heretics so far in their game plan on this attacker side. And this is a map that FPX, about 50-50 on both sides of the map throughout this event, but it is really interesting. One of the things that really intrigued me about this map draft, Doug, was that this is the 3 maps that these 2 teams are basically the best at.
Right. It's good against good, right?
Yes.
There's no like obvious advantage either way.
Exactly. I love that, man. I love that they're all just giving it their best here today, showing their best maps and having the confidence to lean into that.
Was that one of those competitive platitudes?
It was one of those competitive platitudes. Absolutely that was.
Color me shocked. They want to do the best they can, huh? Hard-hitting analysis here in Shanghai, ladies and gents. A pistol for FPX, just 1 rifle in the hands of Hyung. And it's much like we saw a couple of rounds ago, right? When they were down, when they were in an eco, they fully pushed down mid as a death ball. This time the flavor's a little bit different, but the meal is the same. It's all B.
Yeah, man. They're showing a little bit of willingness to try to go for retakes, try to use that harbor to their advantage. Saw it work in 1 round in the very late stages of it. Ooh, Wuto, better for that trade against Berlin.
Boy, I thought he was going to hit that shot.
He had it lined up.
I think this is pretty big for Heretics here. You take a look at their economy right now. It's pretty healthy. And if they can get through this while losing as little as possible, I mean, this is only going to make things considerably worse. The one thing, if you think about FPX and you're kind of concerned about their setup right now and the score is, their attack side is a treat to watch. It's so much fun to watch. So I think if there was to be an advantage somewhere, if we had to try to look for one, that's where it would be. As Wood is just eco-farming his way to 4, potentially 5, the ace on the other side, and a big lead for Heretics. Paper thin, I think it's only getting bigger.
Feels that way. Confidence looks through the roof right now for Heretics in terms of just feeling out the map, understanding where the open space is being given and taking advantage of it. And I mean, this is just Woot never really leaving his perch.
He never had to.
Nope. Never any util or anything like that to try to displace him. Just trying to go for these eagle peaks. So this is something that when I was casting FPX versus Gen G, that I noticed a lot with FPX is they're happy to try to ego you. They're happy to just try to take those duels.
I mean, it's that brand,
yes.
right? That's just the style. That's the way they approach the game, and that's what makes it so much fun to watch. It's also such a brutal double-edged sword, right? Because sometimes it works, and then other times you just look lost, right? It looks like you don't really understand the positioning and kind of what you're trying to do. So it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't type thing.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting that some teams can pull that off at a higher clip than others.
More than they should be able to, right? It seems like, how can you keep getting away with this?
Yes, when you're as cracked as those players on stage are, certainly possible. But I'd like to see FPX start dialing into some of those unique combo set plays that you can do with the Harbor and the Yoru to keep your opponent off guard, to keep your opponent off balance. Stuff like that I think is going to be really important here for FPX. You know, they have so much riding on this game because obviously disappointing finish at Masters Madrid.
Right.
They come back into stage 1, look amazing, beating all the best teams in China, including EDG. Yeah, they fell to them in the finals, but they beat them before that.
Yeah.
And to be able to be that second team behind EDG, to qualify past the group stage, to get into those playoffs would be monumental.
Well, I mean, and to think about how they opened the tournament, right? First win in front of this crowd.
Yes.
Right? This place was electric.
Oh, it's nuts.
And Autumn continues to cause problems on B. He's gotten away with more. Life is joining in on the fun. The spike has not left B main.
Great hold. Like showing a different look here from FPX, contesting at the point of execute to shut down Team Heretics. It's a good call in the timeout here by Nathan. It's something they haven't really shown too much yet. They've only been mostly playing retake, other than the aggressive push out into B main from Autumn.
Oh, Boo is trying to slip the net, and he's done it. Not bad, man.
Unfair.
I don't know what he saw there. Shout out Joey, the GOAT, will inevitably give us a replay of that because that was filth.
Yeah, Boo, man. Absolutely turning up big. Him and Rienz find more open space. I have to give Team Heretics, a ton of credit for the way that they're able to, even in these bad starts in these rounds, find the open space, work their way through to get these plants down, and make FPX have to earn these rounds.
Honestly, very reminiscent of how FPX approached the attack side.
Yes.
But Heretics with a 3-round lead and an opportunity to devastate the opposition even more.
You have the dimensional drift.
For them to win this round would be insane. You're right. Life popping his ult. And that will
He has
help.
no flashes though.
Any info found is an advantage gained. Who has to TP away? He's gotten into the smoke. The flash is there. Life will fall. They've gotten it down to 2. Again, this would be devastating. Timberland win out this 1v1. Rian's on the other side. He's tucking tail. He's running away. He's going to use the Cove to get the defuse again. But the ult used. He's got it to have. He's got to dance around it. Manages to do so. Where's the second shot? The time will run out. And the spike will go off.
Damn.
Chaos again.
I don't know about kills.
It's unbelievable awareness here from Boo. Here's the dimensional drift. Has a good read on about the time that Life is going to be crossing his path and use that opportunity to set himself. You have got to be kidding me. He sees a pixel. That is a pixel out of place. He sees Fade's hair. Takes him down. Absolutely disgusting. But Boo wins this round here in the end. He uses that smoke, TPs into it around the exact time that they're going to be coming at him around the corner. Completely throws off FPX. And what in the world's going on?
Oh, dear. Okay, but then I'm starting to get worried about this. This is getting out of hand very quickly. Eco frags, yes, but this is now the third time, and all the rifle rounds are going the way of Heretics as well. You think about that 2v3 that we just saw, that hurts, man.
It hurts. The Rien's, able to get that Hunter's Fury and puts him, he knows the time clicking down there, knows that he can put himself in a position where he can use the Hunter's Fury 100% safe. It's just brilliant from him and Boo in that previous round, but this round, all down to the guns. Suppose you have a showstopper if you feel like it, but I don't expect that to be invested.
No. I think the tough thing about this, and this is where I would love to get your thoughts, is, I mean, they've already called a timeout, so they've already had a conversation around what adjustments need to be made. Obviously, they haven't really been fruitful. Do you call another timeout and then just kind of go hands off the wheel for the rest of the map? Do you risk it and then make another adjustment and hope that that's enough to salvage this half?
Eco-farming
because
again.
it's been disaster up until this point.
No doubt. I'm very curious about how Nathan will approach that as the coach. Kind of glad him with the shorty. Yeah. Batty Tech is going to find the final kill in the round 3 for him in that anti-eco, but in my opinion, it all depends on how much trust I have in my IGL. And right now, I'd probably wait this out a little bit longer to give Berlin the chance to show that he can find the adjustments himself mid-round here to dial up something. I mean, Berlin has been beautiful on the fly. He's been beautiful creatively this tournament.
Yeah, he has.
But I think in what I've watched from FPX, I think they're going to wait it out maybe, but we could be wrong. Is it going to be another timeout here?
That's a timeout called. That's such a tough situation to be in, too, because, I mean, you probably let that go a little bit more if you're not facing elimination. But the truth is, you can't, I mean, you can't risk it, right? Like, you can't afford to let a window of opportunity like that go. And, again, they're going to be flying without their coach for the rest of the half, or for the rest of the map, excuse me, barring Heretics calling a timeout. This is a brutal position to be in this early in this best of 3.
You make a great point. Make an absolutely great point. I get it. I'd probably do the same, to be honest. If I was the coach,
Yeah, I think I would as well.
I would definitely want to
Try
to shut this down. I mean, Wood is 15-3 right now.
Yeah, and given how the half has gone, there hasn't really been enough for us to point and look at and go, okay, they've got something going on here, minor adjustments here and there, and they're going to be able to really lean in on this. I think the other thing that's worth noting is you see it on your screens now, there are 4 ults to play around. If there was an opportunity that you cannot let go, this is it.
Exactly. And this is a round where I'm actually fine with them playing retake because your opponent has the showstopper and the null command. Give them that extra space. Set up yourselves for that nightfall, for that reckoning. And I think that's kind of maybe the plan. Life sticks around a little bit. Sets is kind of one of those, it's looking to me like one of those tricky plays, but he's just sticking around.
Yeah, there's nowhere for him to go. He's stuck. He's caught. He's lit up. And he's dead. There was no exit strategy for him there.
Curious.
Now
Holy shit.
Boots got 3 more just on this round. FPX really feel like they squander another opportunity. But the round is far, well, never mind, no, it's done. It's done, and this half is likely done as well.
It's tough. What it looked like to me there with where the gate crash was in the back of the generator, that he was supposed to be out of that site a little bit sooner, but got caught up on utility or something. I'm not exactly sure.
And then dive back in the chaos.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah,
Exactly.
You're right. I agree.
But he just never gets the opportunity. The pace is too good. The confidence is too high right now for Team Heretics, especially with Woot absolutely destroying 18-3. He's on pace to probably set the ACS record for a map in an international event. I would guess he's pretty close, if not, there already. That helps.
This guy is unreal. 19 kills in 9 rounds, and potentially more to be found.
It's bananas.
This is also a concerning time for teams because this is often where you see players force the matter. This is where you start to see some of these swings that are ill-advised, that you kind of feel the need to go out and make a play, kind of turn things in your favor as best as you can. We'll see if that's the case for FPX. They have found no success, really, on either side of the game. Life with an opener onto Woot. They're finally getting the best of him. They've invested the Nightfall as well. All 3 of them, well, 3 of them are going to be tagged. The only one who's not is Benji Fishy, who's playing a little bit further off, waiting for any flank that might come through. His Life Falls still attempting to get through main. to try to stop this. Somehow the spam onto the spike, trying to conceal the defuse, still gets a kill they need. And now Lysor with no time, no teammates, no armor, very little health, is able to drop 2
Holy
with them,
shit.
but that's another round going the way of Heretics.
And he dies for that too. That's almost not worth with the economy that FPX is sitting on. I mean, yeah, it's nice to get those extra kills. Maybe that's a feel-good moment for you, but I mean, Woot's just too clean. I mean, Autumn, last time he challenged that position, did very well. This time Woot's ready for it, just takes him down. Life with a tap of the spike here to bait out the util. I liked that, but his gate crash got clean by Team Heretics. That was going into the back corner of B main. They heard it, they took it down.
It was the night, I mean, the Fatal should have concealed everything, right? They couldn't have heard it with the exception of Ben
very
Takeshi.
true. You got a good point
He
there.
was the only one who wasn't tagged by it, and that must have been the cue for them to spam onto the spike.
Excellent point, Doug. They just read it like a book. They knew what FPX wanted to do. Here goes Life again. Done.
And he goes straight into the next. This has been a slaughter. An absolute slaughter. And this feels like one of those forced situations. I mean, they do have 3 rifles to play around, though. They've invested the Reckoning, too.
He doesn't know.
Ion position given away, head taken off.
Oh my God.
Wu just made that look like mechanic. That he looked robotic.
Yeah.
That did not look human.
They're feeling it. It's insane. That was absolutely nuts from him.
This feels like the Heretics that we saw in their first match.
Yes.
Of the tournament. And I think the devastating question that has to be answered in the shroud of silence that's facing the question is, how do you stop this? How do you slow this down? Because I think you pose that question to FPX right now, you're going to be met with crickets.
Yep.
They have no answers.
None. And on this map on attacker side, that's to put up a showing like this. And think about this, Doug. After this, we find out the order of how the teams are going to be able to pick their opponents, right? I'm watching this game, and maybe you're thinking this is one of the teams you're looking at. Not right now.
Yeah.
Not right now.
How about we knock them down the list?
Yeah.
1 or 2 spots.
How about Gen G?
All of a sudden, texture doesn't sound so bad.
Yeah. This Woot guy's kind of good.
22-4. I believe the greatest KD difference and ACS record was set by Tens.
Yes, plus 25.
Yeah,
against
something
FPX.
stupid like that. Yeah.
I remember.
And I wonder, I mean, we may be flirting with history here. And unfortunately, that's not the history FPX was looking to make.
Well, that's a record I didn't think would be broken.
And then Woot happened.
Yes.
FPX really investing into trying to hold B main. Woot once again with a height advantage. A rocket in between Berlin's eyes.
Unbelievable. And they have the neural theft too. I mean, all the information in the world to work with. They see some space over on A. Woot being very patient with it, knowing that he's not exactly sure what's around that corner. One way comes down again, so have to take your time and use the owl drone to make sure that you're safe to move a little bit forward. The paranoia, but really doesn't catch anybody on Team Heretics, just the owl drone itself, so it's free reign for them. Let's see what FPX can do.
I wonder if they choose to hit here because they have to understand that FPX is rotated. I mean, they haven't tried concealing their approach. They haven't tried concealing this attempt. But it doesn't matter. It genuinely doesn't matter. They're fully transparent in their intentions, and they're still finding success.
Every time FPX wants to do something, peek, use util, it's shut right down. There's no answers that FPX has been able to find that haven't been read and accounted for by Team Heretics.
A 10-1 half the way of Heretics. And yes, they're map pick, and yeah, you know, all that nonsense, but even going up against your opposition's map pick, as you mentioned earlier in the cast, this is a good map for them. It was a good map for them this tournament.
Yep.
And they look like they've never played it before.
No, you're absolutely right. This is a good map. Also at the group stage, during stage 1, for FPX as well. I think they were like 67% on this map, like 2-1. It is shocking, to be honest. I did not expect FPX to come out like this. They're usually hot off the start. Against Gen G, they were rocking and rolling on Lotus.
The paranoia is super early. There's a little bit of a swing there up from Ayong. He tried catching the timing, but Pad attack was
Pressing.
ahead of it.
They're pressing, Doug. Okay, here comes the dimensional drift. An opportunity here. Is he just going to go for this? No. Okay. Just got the info.
Yeah, he just gets info, and then they can kind of control where he is. I'm surprised they didn't really understand where Berlin was. He gets his 2, but so does Boo. They've got to shut the door on this round. An 11-1 lead going into halftime would be devastating. Life has gotten so close, but again, it's a 1-for-1, and those numbers don't add up.
See, Autumn's not going to get a chance now to use his neural theft either.
No.
He's going to have to rely on his own shooting. There's no dead bodies on the other side of the map for him to pop that ult and try to get a little bit of extra info. It's just going to have to be on his trap wires that are still here.
And they've both just been hit. The knife tagged him. So they're able to cross on past the second one. He's got to know that there's a timing. The Woot will fall, and so will Pad attack. The Red Bull clutch to close the half for FPX.
Oh boy. Well, we'll see. I mean, can FPX channel another miracle like they did against FUT on Icebox? Are they going to be able to find that unbelievable comeback? That's the real question. I mean, Autumn's been great for them, especially in clutch moments in this event. It's nice to see him step up here. I guess, frankly, the 2 rounds they won were
him. Yeah. And the 3K at the beginning of the round in B main, and then that 1v2 at the end. Gets them to 2 rounds, an 8-round lead between the two. We're going to take a listen to an Omen player moments with Benji Fishy, who's currently sitting on an 8-round lead. Take a listen.
Hello guys, I am Benji Fishy and I am a Valorant player for Team Heretics. You know, it's a hard loss. I think after the first map that we won, we felt pretty confident. I think they played really well on the second map, on Vines, and on Split, you know, we had some, it's probably one of the most annoying maps, and how many like swing rounds that were important, like that we just lost. We kind of lost to ourselves on that map, so you can't be too upset about a loss, especially when you're not out of the tournament yet. So we're just gonna, you know, regain our momentum.
Patience back over, and then they went back C and cleared the trip. Or the cam, excuse me, but Leaf will fall anyway. The paranoia in his face.
Shit.
Connects with 2. It's another slaughter.
I think the person that kind of, you know, grounds us and keeps us, you know, focused is probably Boo. He's a very calm IGL, and whenever there's these like crazy rounds, whatever, like we lose an unlucky moment or something like that, like he's kind of there just to chill us down a little bit. I just want to thank all the fans that are supporting us, you know, especially during hard losses like this one against G2. We really appreciate it. You know, when you have these hard losses, it's kind of the fans that can help you get through it. So yeah, big thank you to all the Heretics fans over here in China. You know, I think we gained a little bit of a fan base here, so I appreciate you guys a lot.
That loss feels like a distant memory. Bro, that seems like something that's so far in the rearview mirror, it's been entirely forgotten. It's all vibes, all steam ahead for Heretics, and I mean, a lot of it maybe doesn't necessarily reflect in the kill feed or in the scoreboard, but the vibes come from this cat right here.
I mean, I've so enjoyed watching Benji Fish this year. The way that he is perpetually positive. He's just always bigging up his team. His mechanics are out of this world. It never seems like he lets go of the gas pedal, and that's something that has been a big part of their success so far this year, is all of those in-game and out-of-game things that he brings are just truly astounding, and something that any Valorant team would love to have. So absolutely, Team Heretics doing a great job getting him onto this roster and finding a great pickup for their team. Gatecrash going to be set up behind A main. They try to work their way forward. Going to use that fake out, but not really much to do with it except back off for Team Heretics with this high tide here. Again, you're just not exactly sure now. Is FPX going to commit to this or not? Are they going to try to challenge you on the other side of it or not?
Oh, and I think that's the thing. The first time we saw FPX play this map, they did such a good job of feeling out the map, finding out where utility was, and then hitting the opposite side. They did such a good job of manipulating rotations like a puppet master to find open space and then capitalize on it. So the thing about this approach that I'm seeing here is there's nothing set up to take space elsewhere.
Correct.
Like, they made plenty of noise A, but there was nothing B main. There was nothing already up on market. Now they're poised to do a little bit more of that with a little bit of presence B, but the spike is down. It's going to be a life to pick us up. If he falls too, this could be disaster, but manages to stay alive, manages to drop re-ends. Now, FPX still have an opportunity to close this thing out. 1-for-1. Benji Fishy getting the best of Ayang. Autumn. That got messy. That was ugly. But still, 10 seconds left. He's not going to make it in time.
He can't. It's actually not possible. Just need to survive. I mean, that works too.
Yeah, I don't know that he would have had time to plan it anyway, but this is unfortunately also the problem with this approach on the attack side, is if you burn that midnight oil a little bit too much, if that candle gets a little bit too low, the wick extinguishes.
Yeah.
And you don't have time to really do anything, and that's part of what FPX ran into there.
And it's concerning, Doug, because as great as FPX has been this event, the first two matches, they were superb. They were phenomenal. I was enthralled with this team. I predicted them to win today, and I believed in that.
Likewise.
That isn't like a hometown advantage or anything like that.
No, likewise, yeah.
I was bought in, but the brightest flames sometimes burn the quickest, and that may be what we're seeing here today.
That's definitely been the case on Sunset. We'll see if the rest of the series has anything else to say. No force on the side of the attack. A heavy lean B. Life has already gotten out towards site and is tagged for it. The small price he had to pay was a 70 HP. Ooh, little 1-for-1 there. And a little bit of info gathered. They're making this expensive, if nothing else. Autumn's caught, though. He's really got nowhere to go. And the bigger issue with that is that now Ayang is by himself.
Got the gun.
A Guardian's so hard to steady shots when it's that close. But he'll nail it. And now it's on Autumn to try to rotate back B and pick up the pieces.
Just the Sheriff to work with. No guns until he probably clears at least 2 for him to pick up. Unless they give that space open, but you can see Woot watching it very closely. It gets clipped in the leg, but now that's info given over, and now Heretics can just
30 seconds left.
Smoke him out and wait him out.
I know, Autumn's laughing. He understands.
He knows.
Yeah, his situation, his life has been decided. It's been accounted for.
Oh, does he know someone got behind him? Nope.
That's just such a miserable position to be in.
It is.
So Heretics will get to map point. Yes, they're a map pick, but a complete slaughter of FPX from top to bottom.
Well, and this is more dominant than what they showed against DRG.
Yep.
That's crazy to think about.
The team that many people considered unfortunately, the worst team here at the tournament.
Sure. Absolutely. And DRG, to their credit, played out of their minds yesterday on Ascent especially.
They did.
Very impressed with their ability to bounce back and, you know, kind of what could be a situation that some teams might just kind of roll over a bit, but here for FPX, it's just not their day so far. And I mean, at this point, 10 in a row seems unthinkable. That seems like a 1 in a billion.
A fairy tale.
Cover going out.
No, they're just going to try to spread the map this time. Try to get through. That's just the fake out. Getting the info on where Benji Fishy's util is. But Woot is confident, aggressive, going for some more kills.
If I was 25-6, I'd be confident too. 25-7 now.
Gonna use their util. I mean, this is looking more like what you like to see from FPX, where they're using these smokes to take space, to get information, using their util to clean out the opponent's util. But it's come so late, Doug.
Yeah. They dug themselves so deep a hole at the beginning of this map. The first half goes so horribly sideways.
And then you lose the pistol.
Right, and it's over. It's wraps.
Too suppressed.
But for the culture, this would be the most ridiculous comeback of all time.
30
It would.
seconds left.
This would be the most ridiculous.
Just to be clear. Just to be clear. Berlin falls a 4v4 for the rest of the round. Potentially the closing moments of Sunset.
Time. They got to make the hit, and they got to make it now.
They've got Autumn in a really nice spot, though, to strike, and that's exactly what he does. So they're going to get the space they need to get the spike down and play at least one more round.
Spike planted.
And that they do. FPX up to 3.
For what it's worth, that's a fantastic round.
It was, yeah.
It's
it was
all
great.
the things that you want out of this team, out of this composition. Baiting util, clearing space with smokes, working the site, expecting the lurks, cleaning those out, getting some deep pushes, finding flank angles. It's hard to draw up a round better than they just played that one. But it's such a long road ahead. And even after this map, going into map 2, another map that both teams are very, very good at. And, you know, they were just barely able to beat Gen G in overtime on Lotus. Heretics looked great against G2. So this is worrying, to say the least.
Conventional wisdom would suggest that we're likely going to play another round, given the bye for Heretics and how underwhelming it is, just a Guardian in the hand of Rians. But as we've seen a number of times in this tournament already, these are often the rounds that close maps.
Yes, and these players are nuts. Individually, the mechanics have shined today, shined throughout this event. So they can pop off with those sheriffs and just end your round in a heartbeat when you're least expecting it. So a lot of space being given up in mid, but again, this is pretty par for the course so far for Team Heretics on their defender side. They're happy to try to catch you on the way into these sites. And I think eventually, FPX is probably gonna not like what they see. They're gonna use the dimensional drift to try to clear. Okay, this makes a lot of sense. Find Benji Fishy, you find the trap wire, you're finding Riens, getting a lot of info, you're getting a lot of space. Should be able to get this plant down, I suspect.
Across the middle of the map too, they're so far inserted here. Paranoia, but no one there on the challenge. Autumn holding over the shoulders. The second Paranoia goes out. Wu goes aggressive. The satchel in his face, not able to steady the shots of the Sheriff. Pat attack on the swing, and Benji Fishy tries to punish with the classic. And it's a 1v1. But Ion saves the day just when it looked like it was going to be disaster again. The 1v1 goes the way of the home crowd.
I mean, it's a beautiful Paranoia to set up this market push. It's just the gun advantage is so firmly in the control of FPX here. The Red Bull clutch going their way. I mean, Patty Tech. Nasty, nasty shots. Weakened life there off the back of Benji Fishy's classic. Gives him that third. Stepping out, Ion, very ready for it. And look, here's something you can say. Let's say they string together 3 or 4 more rounds here as FPX. That's a lot of confidence going into the next map.
Sure, if nothing else.
Yes.
Yeah. It's a tough way for that to go, too, on the replay. You can see it, Pat Attack, his flash didn't clear the corner. He had flashed himself, and there wasn't really anything on the other side, so just a tough way for that to go, but still 8 rounds to go. Still 8 rounds to play around.
Here's that same high tide. Boo does clear some of that utility, but he's going to try to maybe challenge that a little bit, see if he can get a pick. A lot of time bought for the rotations to come through for the rest of Team Heretics. They're going to try to contain FPX if they can, but with that blast pack noise being made, FPX doesn't like it anymore, and they're going to spread the map.
No, they did draw out the Paranoia from Boo, though.
That's huge.
We'll buy a little bit more time.
Not ready yet.
Meanwhile, Lysor using his towards market. Benji Fishy again with a lot of pressure. This is more what we expected.
Yes.
All of the noise they just made market intended to manipulate rotations for them to go back B and then them strike A. And they find a little bit of space, but Wood is still around. Finally falling, but not without getting his damage, not without getting his 2 kills. Now Reckoning intended to push Heretics back by a little bit of time. Now the ferocious attempt at a retake is afoot. Benji Fishy has his ult. No real target to use it on Berlin on the spam. He pays for it with his life as he falls. Ion and Lysor are the only 2 remaining to try to keep this map alive. The spam through the smoke, not connecting, but he's doing his best. He's doing his damnedest. Both members weak, but still so much to do. Can Ion close it out on his own? Can he stay alive to get all 3? Oh, the clip runs dry. What a sad way for that to end. But still, what a dominant map win for Heretics.
Just came out the gate swinging and never stopped. A flurry of blows that never ended.
To map 2 we go. On the other side of this break, Lotus is waiting for us. We'll be right back.
Look. It's gonna be like, look.
Holy, an ace, yeah?
Ace.
That's a bruh moment. Bruh.
Bruh.
Not sure what sensitivity you perform best with? Are you constantly changing your sensitivity because you're missing? Introducing the Universal Sensitivity Finder in AIM Labs. Get real-time sensitivity recommendations. Keep track of the sensitivities you perform best with, then bring it into your next ranked game and dominate. Now available in AIM Labs Plus.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It's a fantastic start for Team Heretics here in Masters Shanghai. Now, I'm now joined by their coach, Neil Zinho. You're familiar with these kind of situations where you guys pull ahead on map 1, especially on Sunset. But the last time when you were in this position, you let it slip on 2 and 3. What did you learn from that? How do you make sure it doesn't happen again today?
Yeah, the other day we kind of just VOD reviewed, went over it, kind of identified why it happened. And to be honest, mostly it is just an experience. We had the same thing against Fnatic in the grand final, so yeah, we just need to learn to not get so shook if we lose a map. And And honestly, our fundamentals the other day were just kind of out the window. No one was really communicating properly, so that's why we kind of threw so many rounds, especially on split against G2. But today was a lot cleaner, and hopefully, like we'll remind them again now in the switch between the break. But if we play like how we just did, we know exactly how they're going to play in the next map as well. So yeah, it should be good.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much, Neil.
Team Heretics look absolutely fantastic in their Map 1 win over FPX. Starting off, I think, at one point 9-0 or something like that. But I looked up and I was like writing my notes. I saw 10-1. I was like, holy crap, that's insane. Like, they just ran away with that game, Mimi.
Yeah, it was an incredible game through and through. I think they had a really good game plan heading into things, realizing that FPX, I think when they're going for aggressive plays, it's almost always at that very start of the round. So if you're waiting out for those plays and then going for these late contact hits, that really punishes this FPX comp, which I think tends to struggle with the retakes, and they just could not get their foot in the door through most of that defensive half.
Yeah, exactly. Heretics knew exactly until what point they had to wait, especially like in the eco round. They knew exactly how FPX was going to be pushing onto mid. Like we saw things at the beginning of the round happen very quickly in that regard. But one of the players that we have to highlight, we talked about him before, and the player has to be VCT. Yes, the previous day he had a stellar 10-2 on entries just on this map. And you know, in this one, he was just not standing still. Time and time, the executes were so well coordinated with Padic's utility and his also Rian's super impactful with that Soba. There are so many things happening at the same time, and what is just the cherry on top coming at you.
This is the Team Heretics that I was excited to see here in Masters Shanghai, with these really well thought through mid-round calls from a player like Boo and incredibly coordinated executes. The utility to set him up was on point from the initiators, and I mean, it's just a talent.
Yeah, he really is. It just goes without saying.
Yeah,
that's disgusting.
That's what?
Yeah.
Jeez. Oh,
he's pretty damn good.
3.4.
That's a lot.
I mean, this is
high good.
This is one of those. This is one of those maps where it's just once this player is on a roll, he just looks unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the fact that also everybody else is making him feel so comfortable, because even when he was down, the rest of the players just picked up on all the space that he had gathered, all the pressure that he had put onto the map. Again, the read onto FPX, I agree with Neil. They knew exactly what they were doing and how they wanted to do it, how the retakes weren't working and why they weren't working. Even in the 2v3 situation that they had at some point, they knew that they were coming from behind. The way that Boo also moved to prevent himself dying from that Euro ult, today everybody from Heretics is showing up.
They answered a big question for me too, because I honestly didn't think they'd be able to outdo FPX in these like late round clutch scenarios, but they were winning some of the big clutch rounds too, which is absolutely kind of backbreaking for an FPX team that is almost always able to get a few of those rounds.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and continue the conversation for FPX, and also bring us to our Aim Lab shoot around. We're going to be hanging out with Berlin for a little while as he shoots some orbs and stuff. But in any case, though, let's get back to what is going on with FPX, because this was the thing that we talked about leading into this series, where, you know, it's a phrase I like to say, when you're punched in the mouth, how do you figure it out? Like, well, what's your plan after you get punched in the mouth? And honestly, I don't think FPX were ready for that at all. They were not ready for the intensity upon which that Heretics were going to be just completely owning them with. And on top of that, you also had them really needing to like dig themselves out of their mental prison that they continue to go further and further into as the series went on. You can tell, I mean, what was it, 11-1 half? Like, that is just, or 10-2 half, like, that's just hard to come back from.
Yeah, it's very complicated. But again, that was Team Heretics' pick. Neil also said, we knew exactly how they play this map and what we were going to do against it. Is it going to be the same in Lotus? Because these two maps favor Heretics a lot. They have a lot of experience. They've done a lot of runs there in EMEA. It's the kind of maps that they do not need that much practice for. But we also know that it's a very, very good map for FPX, and that they do some crazy things there.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. Well, let's see what's going on at the FPX camp. We have Yinsu standing by with their coach.
I'm now joined by Coach Nathan D from FPX and Luna to do some translations as well. Now, we just heard from Coach Neil Zeno on the other side for Team Heretics, where he said they know exactly what you like to do on Lotus. So I wanted to ask you, in situations where teams do know what you do, how do you make adjustments? How do you try and make it more unpredictable for them?
那其实对面的教练刚刚也是说，其实他们对于你们在莲花古城这张图要做什么已经了如指掌了。那在这种情况之下，在对方已经掌握你们会打什么的时候，你们会选择如何去调整，如何去让他们不可预料呢？
我们对自己这张图的进攻其实很自信，我们不会觉得你可能能研究我们什么的，但他可能有一个阵难跟其他常规的阵容不一样，跟上一场阵容不一样，所以我们也会有可能不同的处理方法。对，他们的阵容跟上一次我们打经济的阵容不一样，所以我们也会有不一样的处理。
I think when we are on attacking side, we are really confident about that, and their comps also change a lot. So I think we have the strategy to deal with that, to counter that too.
Oh, thank you very much, Luna. Thank you very much, Coach Nathan D. I can't wait to see it.
Well, if you're an FPX fan, you want to be ready for whatever is to come because Heretics are certainly not going to let up on the pressure. Here's your agent select as we get ready for Lotus Kukuka.
I'm so surprised because Heretics has decided to start on the defense here. Now that gets me very excited. Are we going to see that Benji Fishy with the operator locking down onto C and fighting from out if it gets the opportunity? Also picking up on what the coach said. Of course, maybe seeing some crazy plays from the attack and life on that either outlaw operator could be the change.
Team Heretics' defense was incredible on this map last time they played it. The breach combinations with Woot are on point. They're in a great position to 2-0 and lock the first international playoffs for this Team Heretics team. If they can do it, that'll send FPX home and mean only one Chinese team in the playoffs.
All right, well, let's go ahead and send it back over to your casters to call the action for the second map.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, Lotus to decide potentially how this thing goes. Of course, I know, I mean, I won't speak for you. You're a very eloquent and educated man, so I'm not going to take you. I'm not going to take that from you.
That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me on a cast, by the way.
Anyone?
I'll
talk to Seth.
Consider who I usually cast with. Yeah.
I'll talk to him. I'll put in good word for you. I certainly hope this goes to Icebox, but we'll see what FPX can do. I think the one benefit to him, and I believe Mimi was talking about it on the desk, is it's an interesting decision for them to start off on the defensive side, or maybe it was Kukuga. I'm sorry, I don't remember who it was. But for FPX to start on attack should give them a little bit of room here.
I agree. I think this is obviously the side that FPX has looked amazing on.
Right.
Not just against Shinji, but throughout their entire stage 1. On this particular map, it's really explosive. They're really difficult to deal with. They've got such great reads on their opponent's positionings off the back of their own smokes. Like, how many times do we see them just know exactly when one of their smokes goes down that they're just right there and ready to take them out? I mean, that's a huge advantage of having the Astra and the Viper is you control the tempo of that controller utility to your own desire. And they were just shutting Genji down on this attacker side.
We're starting to see some adjustments, at least from FPX, on how they're solving the issue of not being able to reposition your Viper Warp. Generally, it's an orb that's put where the Omen smoke was just a moment ago, so you can get the cross and not have to worry about stairs and then scale up and then reposition it and put the warp further back. This time they're using an Omen smoke. Autumn still has his orb to play around, so these little micro decisions now investing it into stairs.
Yeah, I really like the way that they control space and they give themselves fallback plans with that Viper wall. But Life just going to be trying to push, but he gets caught by the trap.
Instantly gets spammed too. Not getting fully punished. No fatal exchange on the other side, but enough to make you think twice about it. Down to 54 HP, the snap on Woot is perfect, and he's the one that's got to go down. He was a terror in the previous map, and it seems like Life is taking over where Woot left off. A massive start for FPX. He's got 4, and at this point, you got to go for it.
They want it. Might not get it, though. Who is going the other way? Autumn gonna clean it up, but oh me, oh my. That's a good way to start things off. That's a good way to get that sunset out of your memory, to wipe the slate clean, to reset. And Life doesn't get much better than this. 3 headshots with the Sheriff. That third one is nasty.
3 bullets, 3 kills. It was perfect.
Something they couldn't do on Sunset, win a pistol. Starting things off on the right foot. And yeah, I mean, I'm still thinking back to the fact that Heretics did pick defender side first. I think that's a confident decision in a way, but it's potentially the wrong one. And these Outlaws in particular were so difficult for Genji to deal with. Especially on this attacker side. Life was just, this was murderer's row here for him.
Here. May have just spotted his first target too. Boo taking a step back. There. Choosing not to jump spot anymore, wisely.
He learned from Texture's mistakes.
They're spreading the map here a little bit. A tap of the door from Berlin towards C. And it is going to cause rotates.
Yeah, they're being really cautious with this early utility. They're really trying to figure out where the stack is as best as they can, but Heretics is pushed so far back. I mean, they're not giving up any space, any info. Or they're giving up space, they're not giving up info in terms of where their position is, and they're trying to be quick to rotate, trying to hit FPX at the point of attack. It's going to be a pivot over towards the B site, potentially have that trap wire there, give you the info, but here they go.
Oh, that nade. That's a little friendly fire. It didn't fully clear. Ion turning over on the flash. Berlin teeing off with 2. That outlaw costed so many problems. That's a great round from FPX, all things considered.
Huge. You keep both Vandals and both Outlaws. It doesn't get any better than that, unless you keep 5. But I mean, in some ways, you don't really care. You get the orb anyway. The weakest gun is gone from that buy. And now you force your opponents to have to buy those full armors. That is disgusting.
Yeah, that second shot was filth.
Oh my gosh. Different map, different team so far. And that's what you want.
Careful.
You know, they've been really cautious at the beginning of these rounds. It wasn't until towards the end of the half and the end of the map where it got really kind of cluttered and messy between FPX and Gen G. This is where FPX was at their best, was when they were taking their time. They were working angles. They were finding players out. They were getting the info, using their smokes later to cover their moves. And these Outlaws are just so difficult. There's only one player, though, Benji Fish, who's one shot to these. Of course, he is the player that could be first up.
Naturally, the first to be challenged. Cam currently not triggered. Oh, he's slipped. He's played a little limbo. He's gotten under it, and he has no idea.
I love it. I love it, Doug.
Now the site wide open. They have some utility. You see some of it used there by Rians to try to kind of dissuade the plan for a little bit longer to buy some time. The nade is going to hurt a tad more, not really connecting on the suck combo. Numbers heavily in way of FPX. Rians was just flashed 2 times, if I'm not mistaken. Now the smoke. Spam comes through. He can't really cross, not safely. This has all the makings of a bonus.
Hey, you got to save. And I think they know it.
I love this from FPX too. They're going to push it. Smelling blood in the water, they decide that they want to hunt. The question is, how far will they go?
Boo trying to separate himself as much as he can from FPX, but there's still a bit of time for them to find him. He's going to hear some footsteps.
Swiggity swooty. They're not coming for it anymore. Just ruined the line, man. That's
I know.
tragic.
They did you dirty there, Doug.
But that is a bonus conversion. And again, we just watched a team get obliterated on Sunset. They only won 4 rounds. They're already up to 3 here. Winning the bonus is massive in putting together a really good half here.
This is phenomenal. I'm so ecstatic with FPX's ability to bounce back after an incredibly rough map. And they're right back into it. I mean, again, these Outlaws, if you could keep them through the bonus, then your opponent's just even more in trouble. Insane.
Shots not settling. They did lose life. But they have, I mean, literally every other advantage you could possibly fathom. Rians with info and space. A flash in the face of Ion. Will drop him too, but ultimately falls. Meets a similar outcome.
Did what he could, Doug. He played that angle really well. The way he staggered his backpedaling, threw that flash out at a perfect time. Not bad for the individual play, but still all the work in the world to do. And that felt like it took a little bit too long for FPX. They said, gave him too much time to rotate, show him a different look. Still that C's to work with for Patatek.
And again, man, this is where FPX are at their best. This is why their attack side is so much fun to watch, is those little things. And honestly, they're doing it when they have a numbers advantage and a gun advantage. They're not risking anything by just fully sending into A. Even in advantageous situations, they're playing the map carefully. Berlin slams the door on what was almost really bad. I thought Benji was going for a clip there.
it had that moment where it felt like it. But yeah, this is FPX at their best. Now Life has the showstopper. So even though you're finally able to get back into a bye here as Heretics, you're going to pump the brakes and think about it, and I think this is very wise. Stop this bleeding as soon as possible. Saw how out of control it got on Sunset for their opponents. Might as well take some time to think about it. And I think we've talked a lot about the pressure on FPX. We've talked a lot about being in front of the home crowd, all these things. There's a ton of pressure on Heretics today too here, Doug, because for them, for EMEA as a region as well, you know, Madrid was an event to forget. Yeah, it was probably the worst event that region has ever had. And to be able to come through here and maybe, who knows, get through with a win, hard to say for sure, would be massive to just show that Madrid was just a fluke, an aberration for EMEA as a region, and show that they are still a force to be reckoned with. So, you know, Heretics, they've been great under pressure throughout this stage, this event, doing pretty well with it too. And they looked, I mean, unbeatable on Sunset, but here it's right back with FPX in firm control on this attacker side in this map like they are so often.
Yeah, it's a tale of two teams, really. Looking at the comparison of Sunset up until now. I think you're right. You make a really good point on EMEA as a region, and I mean, they have winning built into their DNA. Correct. And you think about the tenure of Valorant and the pedigree that they've been able to put together, the resume that they've amassed. And you're playing for more than yourself when you come to these international stages. You're playing for regional pride, and I think for Heretics, it looked really good on Sunset, but it's been anything but on Lotus. So on the other side of this timeout, we'll see what adjustments have been made. See a little bit of a different look on how Benji's set up his trips.
Early operator for Life. Once again, so much value out of those snipers on this map for him. And now he has the showstopper as well, so kind of curious how they're going to run that. If they're going to drop it and let him use his utility entry, or if they're going to try the Thrash for the entry, maybe on B side or something like that. Do what they've been doing all map, kind of rotate back over to A, cut off Baby Door, and then swing back through. And you've got so much potential with that showstopper and a Thrash to clear that site.
You call it Baby Door?
Yeah. Is that not what you call it?
No.
What do you call it?
We're having this conversation later.
Oh.
You see so much of the utility invested half wall. They haven't really gained a ton of space. Now to see the smoke go out backstairs, traded by Booze, and there's the Thrash that they're gonna use. Life did drop the op, but turned it over into the hands of Autumn, so now Life perhaps a little bit more unleashed. That's a point up close and personal, point blank up. Well, where did the bullets go? What? They all disappeared. Life still with the punish.
Is there a force field there?
And now 13 seconds left. They still haven't fully stabilized onto the site. They've got to get the spike down, and you've got to deal with Benji Fish, who's on the flank. His timing is perfect. The first shot delivered. The second, devastating. Everything going the way of Heretics there.
Oh my.
Not ready yet.
I mean, that looked like it was going to be disaster for Heretics. Somehow, Autumn survives. Brought a riot shield to that round. I mean,
dude,
it felt like
freaking plot armor.
Yeah, dude.
Where does it go?
Unbelievable there. I mean, at least Life able to get Woot, but that huge entry kill from Riens opens up just that extra angle, I think, here for Benji Fishy to wrap around the backside, and he played that beautifully. There is no better way to do what he just did. He knew the time that was left on the clock, and he knew he could take that extra second to look for the planter, take them down, and really guarantee the round. Excellent, excellent heads-up play from Benji Fishy.
A play that we've seen botched on so many different occasions.
But he's so good on Cypher. I've just been enthralled watching him this year, Doug. The way that he manages his own sites, the way that he anchors, the way that he outthinks people in particular is so impressive. He's just so maneuverable. He's so aware of what's going on around him and the space that he can use against his opponents. I think back to like that split 4K he had earlier this year was nuts.
They're going to need more out of him if Heretics want to make this thing competitive again, because FPX have really, other than that moment, have played borderline perfect Valorant.
Yes.
And they're back to these similar antics again, making noise at different areas around the site. They just dropped a Paranoia. back towards Worm, but now fully committing. That's going to draw out the Rolling Thunder. They haven't fully committed onto this. The Spike is still sitting back B main. They're happy to cut their losses and then flip. But Heretics a step ahead of it here. They're already rotating onto C. The Cosmic Divide will only buy so much time because they're already ahead of it. Who gets on top of the rocket? Drops Berlin. Ion and Lives are the only two that remain with 10 seconds left. There's no room to be had. There's no spike to be planted. That's another round the way of Heretics.
Awesome stuff here from both teams. Honestly, I really like the thought process into what goes into this round. For Heretics, it's kind of simple. Rolling Thunder into a showstopper. Easy combo.
Yeah, that works great.
Yeah, but FPX, they only send only one in to that Rolling Thunder, essentially. Everybody else can get out and try to rotate. It's just Team Heretics makes a great call in the back of that Cosmic Divide to get ahead of it. To just say, nope, okay, we're going to push past it, and we're going to start knocking people down.
Well, and I think they're starting to get a read on how FPX like to play. And we've been talking about this entire series. FPX commit just enough to make you think that it's the real hit. But then you commit to it in response, and you realize it's all just smoke and mirrors, and they're actually flipping the map somewhere else. And in that instance, it felt like Heretics dialed in on it. They were a step ahead of it.
Yeah, and credit to Boo there. The on-the-fly decision-making for Heretics. The rest of that squad, Light's going to be watching out, suspecting someone's going to be here. Get the confirmation. Off to clear the boom bot. Here he goes. He got caught on the wire, though.
Fortunately, though, that paranoia kept Patatek away from being able to punish. Now a dog in his face, and Nate traded for it. Wingman going in, and just like that, dying. But they've committed to this here. Berlin is going to be really far away from the play, but they've dropped the pit as well. Now all of the green goo obfuscating the view of the defenses.
Still the paranoia to clear for Heretics.
They're playing so far up, too. They have so many numbers. They have a lot of flexibility here. Very nicely done. That's a really nice audible on the fly. That call from FPX to fully commit to it there, not try to play any games, catches Heretics off guard.
But you were just talking about it, Doug. The way that they would hit a site and then pull back and go somewhere else. This time they commit, and it catches Heretics enough off guard that they're able to find some big kills on the way through. A lot of util being exchanged, but it goes the way of FPX off the rip. And then there's not much you can do with that Viper's Pit. Really only one piece of utility left, and that's that paranoia to try to clear it. Sure, you've got blast packs to maybe get over it for Woot, but when they tried to go for the double swing into it, they were just shut instantly down. And Ion, great awareness. Him and Autumn combining to make sure that link angle is untenable.
You really need, I mean, you need Patatek alive there. You need the dog. You need some sort of other reconnaissance utility to try to create some space there for you. And that just wasn't part of their arsenal in that moment.
Yeah, it's just like on a lot of maps where the Sova is kind of the only answer sometimes to the Viper's Pit. Same thing with the Fade here for the comp of Team Heretics.
And so into the next we go. FPX with a 3-round lead. Starting to see adjustments and minor maneuvers on both sides of the stage.
And this is one of the things I love about FPX on this map is they read their opponent's economy, know that most of their players are going to be on half armors and go for the Outlaw. They've been doing this so much on this map, and it's just great awareness from their team to be able to punish, not just in terms of having essentially, you know, what turns into a two-shot operator against those half armors, but you also save a little bit of extra cash for yourself. Potentially upgrade to that operator later. It's all these things that FPX has on this map. Berlin catches Benji Fishy.
Oh, almost punished. But Woot hunts him down. Now what do FPX do off of that? A little 1-for-1. Ideally, Berlin's able to get away from that unscathed, but a lot of space has been taken by Boo, and a lot of info is currently being picked up. He has his paranoia. How does he play his cards? Patience on the swing, and Boo will fall. Life saving the day. Patatek is his ult, but he's so far away, and Rien's not around much longer.
I love it.
Spike planted.
And that was that Outlaw against Boo. Worth its weight in gold in situations like that. And here's the best part, Doug. You win this round, look at their economy. You can just hang on to it and bank more. And it's so valuable into that next round. It's just awesome the way that FPX manipulates this map in so many different ways.
I mean, there's a very real chance that Life is sitting on another ult at the end of the next round.
Yeah. He had like 3 in the first half against Genji, I think.
The value that he gets out of that's insane.
It's beautiful. And he can upgrade to the Vandal too, that's fine.
All that conversation we had about the Outlaw.
Doesn't matter.
Forget about it.
Yeah.
I do think the conversation is the same though. Because of the way things have played out, they're broke. Fortunately for them, Hatatech is going to be able to save that Phantom. But things not looking good for the defense anymore.
No. It's a great pick there. Eventually, Benji Fishy. Yeah, he's so quick with those scopes.
It's a big shot too because Boo, it looked like he was going to feast.
Yes.
On FPX there.
But I could kind of tell from the way they were looking when they were walking in there that they suspected that maybe somebody was back there. And again, their awareness through the roof is FPX. And they're just going to go for the full Vandals now. No more Outlaw in play. Figure they have enough money. They're basically max buy anyway. Might as well start going for it. You got the Thrash. You got a Nightfall for Patty Tech. Boo gets an opener on Autumn outside of A main.
Autumn was the only one outside of spawn. So oftentimes, as we've seen the meta develop on Lotus, it's more of a default towards trying to take Rebel control and leaving one player to fight for Mound. Or excuse me, the other way around. And Autumn just gets punished.
It's, yeah, generally, especially for FPX, they kind of leave Autumn to his own devices a lot. Kind of lurk around the map, especially when he's on Viper. He'll do it here, he'll do it on Ascent. Sometimes on other maps as well, but a bit of a scrape. Good fault line.
Very nice fault line. A better use of utility to keep it back. Has to satchel away.
That's a nice pickup to force out that satchel. He has none left. For just a fault line and a paint shells. Not too bad.
Berlin used a stun there too. Provide a little bit of extra cover. And so they tap the door A once more, but keep an eye on the minimap and look at where Life is.
30 seconds left.
Got that trap wire to consider though.
But there are 2 players here. This is another vintage hit where they try to go through door and they try to punish. And there it is. Life strikes. Now a 3v3. Lysor has to stay alive here. He's to contain. If he can play his life, this is going to work out really nicely. But he's punished. Spike planted a 2v3. Ayang has this ult.
But the Thrash is huge. Oh my.
And he's wrapping. Leaving Life all on his own. Left to survive as much as he can, as long as he can. Buy some time and maybe take a couple with him. A consolation prize, if you will. Only finds one. This is dangerous. He's got to be able to tag them both. Only finds one. Rian's holding the smoke. Crosshair trained. It's a tap.
Damn.
It's a shot from Rian's. And it's another for Heretics.
Just losing some of those out in the open battles, those 1v1s for FPX kind of cost them in the long run. It's a great initial move. But Heretics able to recover and stabilize, mostly on the back of good shooting.
We'll take a look at the MasterCard Thrifty once more. That is good shooting. You're absolutely right about that. This was so tough, man. I think
Rians, dude, Rians.
It's always fun to listen to Benji pop off, man. Yeah, but I mean, Rian's kind of saved the day there. That's so tough for Ayang in that situation because he's got to connect with both.
Yep.
Or hit the shot. He's not able to do either there.
Yep.
So you hear the showstopper used at the very beginning of the round.
I mean, I think if FPX could have that round back, it'd be Life playing his life.
Agreed. Agreed.
This is a free site given over. You know, kind of expecting more CB attention.
And this is where things are a little different. Remember how many times they've made noise A and then they slam through the door and hit B.
Yep.
This time fully committing onto it. And you can see because of the positioning of Heretics, that's what they were expecting. That's where they're ready to fight. And FPX are glad to try to swing through that. Patasek and Wu keep a couple back. Just 2 left now. Lysor and Life. A 2v2. Eye cleared, Life cleared. And Lysor with 1 HP. Just cannot fight back.
Team Heretics is starting to getting a feel for how this is going. And you're absolutely right, Doug. I mean, they're just starting to understand, you know, when they're not challenged on B quickly or they're not challenged for some of that space and they gave it up, they're ready. These crossfires are brilliant for both sides, but it's Team Heretics who have that extra man to cover both of those angles. Someone on FPX basically has to get a 2-for-1, holding that with the number of players that were coming through for Heretics. And I was just about to say, I think we're due for an FPX timeout.
Right on cue.
And you got to look at the ult situation for Heretics right now, Doug. It's everything but the Nightfall to work with. And that's something that FPX really needs to be considerate of. I think this is going to be potentially a callback to more of what we saw early on in this half. Spreading the map, trying to bait out that utility early, maybe sending a player as kind of a sacrifice to get that showstopper or something like that to come through.
Yeah, I think it has to be an adjustment back to their previous form. You're right, 1,000%. And the thing is, we've seen the same variation of that approach a couple of times now, and that's where Heretics have started to dial in on it. So I don't know if it goes back to tapping the Torsi and then kind of playing around that, or, you know, we saw a couple of different flavors of it earlier on in the half, but I do think you're right. For FPX to hang on to this lead and keep this gap between these two squads, both fighting for tournament life, it has to be a couple of adjustments. So we'll see what that looks like on the other side of this timeout. You mentioned the ults there in abundance on the side of Heretics. 4 online, Patatex to 1.
I mean, 4 rounds in defense on Lotus against a team that's like attack only like FPX.
So it should be high alert.
It's pretty good for Heretics.
They can just hold
They had
the
some
line
lucky
at the
rounds,
entrances
but
to the sites.
still.
You can see he's already ready, thinking about the C's, trying to catch them and trying to stop them. Maybe set up a combo with that aftershock.
I think for FPX here, your objective is to try to draw out one of these ults. Get Woots out, get Rienz's out,
exactly,
from manipulating the map. It seems like it's what they're trying to do. There's one of them used. Oh, but you're not supposed to pay for it with the life, and they don't! The rocket just off the mark! And now Cosmic Divide, invested C, the rotate back B, FPX are back to their antics. Pushing the smoke, but they pass each other like two ships in the night! Patatek back on the swing! Boo falls! Patatek dies too! It's a disaster!
How does this happen? I thought that showstopper was going to be brilliant. He's going to get Berlin. He's going to be able to kind of stick behind Mound, maybe get one more. But he beefs it. And it just all starts crumbling off the back of that. It just felt like everything went awry. The dominoes just kept falling one after another. Now Benji get a couple, just the one. But Doug, that was heartbreak. I like, frankly, the idea behind that round for Heretics. The execution just wasn't there.
I don't know. I think I disagree with you here. I think that was FPX playing textbook FPX. They got the ults out, and yeah, it didn't convert because they weren't able to land the kills under Berlin, but instantly, as soon as that showstopper came out, they pivoted back B. That's what they wanted to do, and then, obviously, Patatek also botches that situation. The way things panned out, as you mentioned, the dominoes fell, and it was a massive cascade.
Yeah.
And now we enter the last round of the half.
And Rienz never felt comfortable enough to pull the trigger on the Rolling Thunder, so he still has that, but...
Honestly, probably for the best.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. I think as soon as that showstopper whiffed, the call was made, hey, save the rest of your ultimates. Let's not invest too much until we know that we have an opportunity.
No way. Dude, they read him so well. They read the fact that he recalled a smoke to potentially cross, so they invest the nade. They know he's there. He's dead. Yeah, he takes one with him, though.
That's something that FPX does all the time. With these extra layers of smokes, they're crossing. And you never know exactly what they're going to do, but it's just read nicely by Heretics. And who knows, maybe Benji Fishy can go on a lurk, go for an upgrade, but that's a lot of damage to Patatek. 8 HP.
He's got to take a step back. Life dancing around utility somehow gets a fadeaway shot onto Autumn. Unbelievable. 4v4 to close out the half. There's the Rolling Thunder. Do they flood behind it? There's no go. There's no race to satchel up behind or anything like that, so they can't really fill the space. That means Life can pounce. But it's a 1-for-1. Now 2's left. Benji Fishy upgrading weapon. And they're trying to take these fights. They can get these ones if things go their way. It's a shot at it. A 1-for-1.
Okay, Boo.
Boo pushing forward. Lysor weak. It's planted for him though.
Cover going out.
The first smoke down. The taps come through for Lysor.
Damn.
He gets his third as FPX get to 8.
He's been so good in these clutch moments for FPX.
It's
in
fine
this
for
tournament. Yeah, he may
for
not be
Heretics.
lighting up the scoreboard all the time, but goodness, is he good for a couple of these insane clutches. And it looked like it was going to start so well for Team Heretics. They had a good read, and that Rolling Thunder, Doug, I'm right there with you. I thought, just go on the back of it and start flooding. But they pause, and that allows Life to remain underneath that rope undetected. It causes so much damage individually.
An 8-4 half the way of FPX. We're going to throw it to the desk to break things down, see what they think about this map so far.
Exactly the response that FPX needed as they are sitting 8-4 on Lotus. But man, I mean, we'll just jump right into it for our Verizon high-speed moment. Talk about Life, okay? I mean, this kid, absolutely unbelievable stuff that we consistently see out of him, Kukuka.
The fact that we saw this just in round number 1, this was just a tease for what was going to happen in the entirety of the half. He was just jumping around, finding a lot of impact in every single one of the rounds. He was being set up perfectly, and the read that they had onto Heretics was just brilliant. This is the Life that we need to see for even taking this to a third map.
Yeah, this attack side for FPX was night and day compared to the first map. I think the mid-rounding was incredible throughout that one. They did a great job of really pulling out those early Team Heretics aggressive looks and then finding the right site in the late round, and you combine that with every one of their individuals in fantastic form here. It's exactly what they need to stay alive.
I just love the way that they move around the map just so efficiently. Yeah. They get something done over here, and then at the same time, they're getting something done, you know, over there. It's just so well done.
It's so important because some of the questions that we had, or some of the worries that we had for FPX was how well Team Heretics, because they decided to start on the defense, they were going to operate. Well, first of all, there was no operator because the economy was never built up to that point. Getting 4 rounds right off the bat, you know, it's just too good for FPX.
But this is still winnable for Team Heretics. It's a very attack-sided map. They're going onto their attacking side, and with this double initiator comp, they have a lot of really good looks, especially to take early control.
Well, look, guys, FPX are fighting for their tournament life here to live on in this competition. Can they do it? Let's send it back over to the casters.
It's been such a good first half, and I have really good reason to believe the rest of this will deliver. FPX looks so dominant on their opening half of Lotus, and now it's on Heretics paper then to respond in kind.
It's going to be on Berlin, potentially, to deal with this aggressive push.
There's a lot on the other side of that. He gets his one, drops the smoke, gets away.
So good. So aware from Berlin. And he's given up the orb, but taking the kill.
Yeah.
And giving a lot of info over the rest of his team.
And it was Woot, man. I'll give up an orb for Woot any day of the week.
Any day of the week.
Especially with how much of a terror he was on the first map. The vast majority of the success he had was on the attacking side, so conventional wisdom would suggest that he's gonna find some of that streak again.
Yeah, shutting him down
early. You have to.
Yeah, exactly, dude. It's a massive win for Berlin there, and I mean, everybody on FPX knew exactly where he was. They pinged it out. They literally pinged it right on our screen, and they still lost that battle. That's how good FPX is right now. Insane. Now, gonna be a little bit tricky. Hyung still has a little bit of that utility. Still has the Dizzy. Still has the Wingman in that Gecko arsenal. But to pivot over towards B. Door already open. Fault line to clear. See what Life can do.
Oh, he's really far up. Ooh, he was so far up. I think he was going to re-clear B main without any real awareness of the fact that they fully lost control. Now, Heretics are going to try to rotate back. They have 10 seconds left. There's a whole lot of delay on the other side of this. This paranoia will be a problem. Oh, again, disaster. Can they commit to the spike? The flood comes out from heaven. It will not go down.
Spike down A.
Neither will FPX. Unbelievable.
I'm stunned, Doug. I thought they had a B plant secured, and that's going to be them having a great opportunity in the post plant. But they make the last-second decision to try to throw a curveball, and
they strike out doing so.
Yeah, it's just hit out of the park here by Lysor. He plays it perfectly. He's like, oh, they're coming to me. That's cool. I've got a paranoia and a perfect angle to hit every single one of them. Good luck with that.
It was overcooked. Outlaws back online. On both sides, you see Woot trying to punish there. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the map, who will fall? Oh, no.
Ion?
Well,
he completely ignored it and went to grab his utility.
you know,
Spike down, C.
sometimes the real victories are the knife kills we get along the way. That's what I always say.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear it all the time from you. It's classic Doug.
Rians and Woot both alive, both weak, both with weapons though.
One enemy remaining.
And naturally, as I say that, Woot falls. Yeah, I think the big consolation prize here in all this was the knife kill. They can forget about how the rest of the map goes. They got theirs.
I can see them smiling. Autumn's got a smile on his face, and they're fine with it. You know, nothing to worry about right now. You're in cruise control here as FPX. You're looking to send this to Icebox. Everything going your way, I mean.
That's just so silly.
It's just... It only happens with FPX playing. It's the only team you're ever going to see something like that with. It is amazing. Just beautiful.
FPX up to 10 though. An ult for Ion already. TP across and space taken from the attack side. A main is theirs.
Only one player, half armor and a Bulldog. So they went for the full armor and the Guardian. Wary of that Outlaw. Certainly our team Heretics, and you have to be. Let's see how they work. Oh my goodness, this is going to be difficult for Benji Fishy, potentially.
I mean, if they swing into him, he's going to get 3. 1, 2, make me a profit. Ah, he only gets 2, but the damage is dealt. Berlin's playing in the smoke, and he's going to be able to counter all this by himself. He just refreshed it as well, so as soon as it goes down, he can pop it back up. He can play it so many different ways.
It's brilliant.
The problem is there's nothing on the other side of this. There's nothing for him to be able to capitalize on his position right now. He's got to swing, and it's dry.
That's tough. I think he was hoping that they would try a different side of the map. Okay, that's great for Boo, catching Lysor. Trying to make his way, trying to cheat back towards the direction of Heretic's attack. That's a great read from him.
FPX had all of the makings of converting a bonus, but it's just not going their way. I think the one benefit is they're still going to have enough to buy. They're still going to have Ion's ult. So there's plenty to consider on the other side, but very well done from Heretics to avoid it. And obviously, Benji Fishy getting his 2 at the beginning of the round and leaving the 3rd in tatters helps.
And it's just, again, this is one of those rounds where it's clear that Heretics had a pretty good idea of what was going to be coming at them and was able to play around it nicely. I'm not sure necessarily that Benji expected 3, but he held the angle perfectly and expected a push out of some kind.
Yeah. So Autumn falls, Heretics will get to 5. Rian's halfway to having his Rolling Thunder online. We'll see how things play out. Yeah, they're going to be able to buy up full. A little bit of light armor on the side of Benji Fishy, but this was huge.
Massive.
And honestly, I'm surprised that the swing out from Autumn was as late as it was. He got 1s that entire time.
Yep. Just a little bit of a stutter step, a little bit of a delay. Might have won him that battle, to be honest.
Oh, there's a lot of aggression going in, man.
Here we
Every
go.
single member, all 5 of them here. You got Rians, who's got the utility in hand, waiting for the right moment to strike, but there's a suck there. Life satcheling forward. The spam snooze coming over the wall. He was distracted by his friendly fire. Berlin landing a shot with the Sheriff.
I know exactly.
A 2v2 now and a neural theft invested. And a slow down from Heretics. They're fully committing onto this. They want to try to isolate
Last player
and pick on Lysor. And they managed to do so, getting it down to a 1v1. No utility to Rian's name here. 10 seconds to have his fault line back.
Just a snake bite for Autumn.
It's a guessing game. It's a guessing game, and Autumn has won it. No idea.
Yeah.
No way to understand where the opposition was.
It's just crazy. The recovery that FPX has inside of them. you know, I think just Life just seeing the spam coming over him, he's like, certainly my teammate must be shooting at something.
That's what I would think. I'm blind.
Yeah.
I'm going to trust them.
Yeah, I'm just going in and cover me, guys.
That's just so tough in those instances, too, because it's chaos, right? You're just reacting off of what you can see, and just doesn't go his way.
Yeah, but after that, they're clean. I mean, they shut down that attack. They never give enough room over it. Actually, even though Life dies there, he buys that extra room for Berlin to push more towards Rebel, to cover those extra angles, to make it way more difficult for Heretics to get through towards A cleanly.
Well, and I would argue that even before that was where a lot of the advantages was found from Life. He was paranoid. He couldn't see a thing. Satchel's forward anyway to get to half wall, so not even really concerned about taking fights and winning them, more concerned about just his positioning in that moment.
And that's kind of one of those regional style differences that players like Life are going to have, where they don't care. You throw all the utility in the world at them, they've got a plan and they're going to stick to it, and they'll go right through it. You know, you might see some players hesitate. You might say, wait.
Yeah, not Life.
Nope.
Nope.
That's why he's so fun to watch.
When it works out, it's beautiful, it's poetic. And it's worked out for him this map, 18-9 for the Duelist.
Sheesh. A lot of ults for them to still work with. They're still sitting on the Thrash.
From round 3 of the half?
Yep. Got a Cosmic Divide too. Lysor's ult, yes. That's kind of situational typically. Woot taking a lot of space early. Berlin this time doesn't reveal any of his stars yet. He's just waiting. Now he's going to finally pop that smoke. Dissipates it quickly. Looking to see if he can maybe isolate a 1v1 or something.
He does have an outlaw.
That he does. And it's a good opportunity, potentially. But the lead entry players for Heretics have full armor. But with that Poison Cloud, he could get some damage. Right?
This angle's tight, man. This angle's really tight. The suck is good. The shot is as well. The Rolling Thunder, and he doesn't get hit. He's able to stay alive, but goes aggressive with the shorty. Pays for it with his life. Oh, 4v4 now. They're committing the ults. Lysor is rotated over. Life on the swing. Talk about having a plan and doing it no matter what. It's reckless, but it works. Traded in kind. Revenge so sweet.
Unbelievable. And somehow, some way, Berlin finds one of the two players that has half armor.
Yeah. Literally five members there. It's a shell game, and he just got lucky. Better lucky than good.
Unbelievable. Just, I love it. And then Life here just finds a great timing. Steps out. I mean, that's the other thing. You see this so many times where you have to be so aware against FPX. And I mean, reasonably, Team Heretics kind of was, but they'll step out at very odd timings. Now, this time they're going to use the fault line to make Berlin a little bit more uncomfortable early, kind of anticipating that he was going to challenge it. What? Okay, Rienz with a stinger?
Yeah, Berlin got a little, we got a little too confident there. That was bold to do so blindly.
But Heretics was expecting it the whole time.
Yeah. Drop a couple of cages to cross back over. Heretics with full control up C. I think the other benefit is Berlin had an outlaw, if I'm not mistaken, so it's not like you're dropping a rifle and giving it back over. Rienz picks it up. They're clearing the trips. And all attention turned towards C. Heretics, they want to take the fight to their doorstep.
Showstopper.
They're swinging out ahead. Ult popped, shot, and Life dead. Wu trying to steady the shot, snapping on a Lysor, but Autumn stops him. Slows things down for just a moment, trying to tip the scales back their way. But it's an overwhelming weight on the other side as Heretics get to 6.
Can't give this Heretics any room to breathe.
No.
You cannot afford to have those moments like Berlin had. Okay, you tried it once, that's fine, you're way ahead. Totally fine. From here on out, if you're gonna challenge them, I'd say let Life do it, and let him do it maybe towards A main or something. Like, that's generally where they find success in those situations. And Life only had half armor in that previous round, so only enough to get a Sheriff. But he's one away from the Showstopper, so could be a play. Potentially get him The alt orb
Lotus
towards
should
A with all
go
four of them pushing
FPX.
out a deep smoke as well.
I don't really believe in the comeback.
Best to try
Maybe
to
they can get
claim
like
that space, but it's a
1,
slow
2
B
more
push.
rounds.
I think they thought they were going to be playing for the B orb.
Yeah.
But FPX is looking very hot right now.
Caused them to pause to make sure it wasn't here, and now that toxic screen there. Let's see how they want to do this. They're just going to try to clear the pit. Looks like they're going to go for it, or at least consider it. But Autumn has a lot of space to work with, but he's stuck on the low ground. So if they kind of read that, could do some damage, but Showstopper not grabbed yet. There it is. Okay. Just took the UI a bit to update there.
That's been buggy.
I was like, certainly they did, right? But the start of this round, I think Heretics, if they just pressed the go button, might have had a decent opportunity. When that Viper's pit got popped and they realized it wasn't at B. Oh boy.
That's the cue for him to go. He dropped Benji Fish Yimbu. Ion repositioning. The Nightfall out. Berlin trying to steady.
Wow.
Trying to stop. And he does. Berlin holds the line. FPX are taking us the distance. In the face of elimination, they punch back.
Back-to-back dominant maps. Unbelievable that FPX can come back on this.
Icebox will decide it all. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
FPX managed to bounce back, and we are going to a map 3. And let me tell you, after that first map, I genuinely thought that FPX were cooked. I was so concerned, but to see the way that they play that Lotus, a thing of beauty, for sure.
It was incredible from them, but I feel like watching this game, I can't help but reminisce on that last Heretic series where they stomp the first game, they look incredible in their form, and then they start making some individual mistakes, and then a game snowballs against a strong opponent. And I mean, now FPX is really in a strong position to maybe win this series.
There's so many questions here, right? Heretics decide to start on the defense, and we just wonder, like, why? One of the worst things that could happen against them is that the snowball that FPX was getting was only getting bigger because of the crowd. Like everybody was going crazy every single time that they got around. We saw the players like just enjoying everything, and it just kept going into their heads. So now that we're going into that third map, are we going to see the same thing that we saw against G2 the other day? Because, for example, if we take a look at this round, the pistol, when we went onto the second half, Heretics made a couple of questionable decisions here, and they ended up running out of time just because of a little bit of overcooking.
Yeah, I think they were trying to like fake into that B hit and then ended up canceling the play at the last second and trying to pivot back towards C and just running out of options. And again, it's like similar mistakes that we saw in their last series where the pressure starts to mount, these things start to happen, and then it gets out of control. But for FPX, really playing a great game there. The mid-rounding on the attack side, I thought was on point. The individual performances, especially from Life, were all incredible. And it was just this crowd fueling them the whole way.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, Berlin was, what, 7-1 for first kill, first death? Like, he was also having a hell of a game.
He's such a crazy player that he takes 8 first bloods like that.
It is actually kind of
But he does it in every map.
He does.
He does it all the time.
But sometimes he's 1 in 7.
Well,
you never know what you're going to get.
Like the duels he takes. But
again, he's the angel of the CN region.
Yeah, literally. But especially on the defense, we saw Heretics just like go in C time and time again, and he was there. Even in the last round, we just saw Rian's going like, I'm just going to take him down. I'm just going to take him down because what is going on here?
Yeah, and I mean, and here's the other thing though, right? You were talking about it before, you touched on it right as it came to us. The fans, the people are losing their minds when FPX like breathes. Like anything that they do while they're out there on stage, people are behind them 110%. And I think that just plays such a big pivotal role. It is genuinely the 7th man out in the field with them.
And they're showmen too. You see Life standing up after every clutch. He's like pantomiming at his opponents. He's throwing up hearts. He's doing the like Hunter's Fury mimicking in their last match. They're really playing to this crowd well, and I think it's giving the energy right back to them.
And going back to the momentum, now going into the third map. Yes, whatever happened on that sunset, let's try and forget. We managed to bring it back. The individual performance was definitely stellar. Now moving on to Icebox, where we know and can expect maybe some Clove, it was going to be very, very
That's right. I mean,
Did you forget?
I forgot that we're going to get Clove. For sure. Oh, my word. But yeah, I mean, even taking a look at the stats too, right? Like just seeing Woot really struggling to just get anything going, just I think really stands out to me.
I think he got some more like kills towards the second half to kind of recover a little bit, but the first half in particular on a lot of those defensive rounds, it was just not, or excuse me, on their attacking rounds, he was getting shut down when he was trying to dive into these sites and when those executes weren't quite working out. So yeah, tough loss here for Team Heretics.
I think that they worked out with the space just too well, right? I think that they were, the executes, even if it was across the map, they were cutting so many people off guard and so much was happening at the same time that we can understand why they were undefeated in this map back in their region, back in CN. I mean, we see that it's brilliant. Now, do they have what it takes to make it to playoffs? Do they have what it takes to go? No, I mean, they've already made it all the way. Can they close it out here?
The question more so for me is, does Heretics have what it takes to recover? After losing a map like that, we heard it in the coach interview from Neil. His biggest concern was when this team starts losing, how they recover. It was exactly what went wrong in their series yesterday. They look completely unlike themselves on that map 3 of Split, making tons of individual mistakes. The micro comms were off. The team was getting rolled. And now they have to turn around from that happening to them, from the memory of that in their head, to now, when elimination is on the line, do the exact opposite and step up and play their best against a team that is in white-hot form.
You mentioned that interview, too, with Neil that we did earlier, and he said, we know how they want to play on Lotus. And I'm like, Do you? Like,
I mean, there's always a difference between knowing and not knowing. A coach is always going to say they have a game plan.
I know, but it was just funny in that particular instance because it was like, man, the way that they just got taken to town on Lotus, it was a thing of beauty. And now you're going into Icebox, and yeah, there's plenty of footage. But I just feel like at this point, there it is. You got the clove, Kukuka. Yeah. I just feel like all the momentum's on FPX's side. You can know the game plan. I think they're still going to do it.
Exactly, and the game plan is very simple. Life is going to be pushing. Surprise? None. Yeah. Exactly, and if it's not him, who's it going to be? Berlin. Things to be considered with these compositions. Yes, there is a lot of smokes, but there is no sentinel. Somebody needs to be taking care of mid, especially if Team Heretics wants to have a good attacking side. They need to be aware of area of the map and try and find the gaps. But they probably will find a FPX pushing onto them.
I think the most important answer for Team Heretics to find is dealing with the A pressure FPX will give. They're going to be throwing up tons of one-ways. Life is going to be holding proactively in that space. That's always a checkbox you have to fill in every round. Retaking the space in A main. So we'll have to see how they can get that done on this attacking side. FPX right now is one of only 2 Chinese teams left in this event, playing in front of their home crowd in Shanghai. They want to ensure that they can represent their region in playoffs and make their first ever playoffs at a global event.
This is it. Who's going to walk away? Who's going to go to the playoffs? Let's send it over to Paper Thin and Doug for the call.
Icebox the decider, the difference maker between heartbreak and joy, at least for a couple of days. This is where this ends between FPX and Heretics. As we mentioned, Paper Thin at the beginning of the cast, both teams that came into this with really high hopes. For some more than others, yeah, I think Heretics, people expected them to look really good, and so far they have. FPX has been the one who has surprised and have impressed, but now it ends here. Everything else has to be forgotten.
Exactly, Doug. It's a best of one now. Got to get it done here, or your Shanghai event is over. This could be it. Well, it will be it, for sure, no matter what. But I am really curious to see how FPX plays this defender side. This has been their weaker side of the map so far, especially with this Clove comp. They've been kind of a little bit off, in my opinion. They're a little bit too aggressive sometimes with the Clove. They kind of push out, Life plays like a duelist. I get it. It's in his nature. But a shift over towards B where it is just on Lysor. Good one way.
The feet give him away. Takes a step back, though. Lysor now feeling pressure, overwhelmed by all the targets. VCT is able to pen him through and drop him. Berlin will fall too. The site fully the way of Heretics here.
One smoke to work with. Just the ruse from Life.
And a triple controller comp to
right.
say that is just crazy.
Just one. Yeah.
And they have like 25 to play with at the beginning of the round. But alas, that is what they have at their disposal.
Oh.
Flash over the top, his life is going hunting because of course he is! Oh. But Woot snaps on him! Unbelievable shot!
That's a beautiful flash from from Autumn. But Woot just kind of gets missed enough by it that he's able to swing and prevent Life from potentially taking that round away from Heretics. Wow, clean opener from Rienz.
Yeah, not too shabby.
Woot just, yep, there you go. He was able to just dodge that flash enough.
Life was gonna have a field day.
Oh, it looked like it, didn't it?
Yeah, he was gonna feast.
I thought for sure. And then I'm pretty sure he had a pick-me-up as well. To get in and out of there.
Not gonna lie to you, I really respect you for knowing all of the Clove utility names.
Thanks. I mean, their ult is my favorite. Right there. It's not dead yet. And because I'm a big Monty Python fan. So,
nice.
There you go.
Yep. For those of you youngsters that are listening to the broadcast, a quick Google will educate you on a lot.
Great movie. Great movie. It's a full stack towards A. Just Lysor to watch mid, and I think Heretics probably has a pretty good idea that, especially with Clove, you don't want to be messing with that site. Don't want to give any opportunities. That's where Life thrives. And a couple Bulldogs,
right here,
Guardian, Phantom, and then just that Sheriff for Benji Fishy. And he's going to go exploring, see if he can find anybody. But look where they're hid. so cheeky here. He's just playing anti-flash the whole way.
30 seconds left.
You guys got it, right? I'm just gonna wait.
They're just saying, well, if they're gonna push this site, certainly there's gonna be a Patty Tech flash in here, so.
Somebody dies before I do, surely.
And if Life is the one who dies, you know, so what on the A site,
Yeah, that's
typically, if that's the way they're gonna push.
Yeah. Lysor falls. Heretics looking to get through this as cleanly as possible. If they can carry 4 rifles into the next round, maybe even buy up a Bulldog or something like that and have 5 rifles, that's an outrageously strong 3rd round.
It's all before from them.
Oh, they're gonna have to deal with these exits. These exits that are being held. Berlin the first, classic in hand. Trying to drop Wood and will not. So the other 2 members of FPX will die to the spike. Heretics will keep all of their weaponry.
And I mean, kind of obviously what you expect, but the extra guns carried over are very nice. And now we see what FPX can dial in. See if they can find some success. Again, this is the side of the map where this comp struggles typically. With all those smokes, it's definitely more of an attacker's idea where you're dissecting, you're cutting apart the map and using it to stagger your way forward. You're using it to obscure your movements. There's a lot that goes on with these heavy smoke comps that FPX runs. But it's a little bit tougher for them to accomplish those goals on this defender's side. A spot out already as Heretics already knows where Life wants to go, and they're like, no. Just get down from there. Get off your perch.
They've read him.
And they know he's in this corner.
85 health quickly disintegrated.
So now you have a real question here as Heretics. Do you pull off because of the clove smokes that they can use from the death? You know, I think I do. I'd probably just say, you know what?
I do think FPX are ahead of it though, because look at their positioning. They're up mid and they're up B long. Berlin falls, unfortunately. They tried stopping them rotating away because I think you're right, and I would agree with you as well. If I know that Clove is dead A, I'm not gonna play on that side of the map, if I can help it.
I got the spike.
And they do a great job of identifying the positions that FPX is trying to use to keep track of Heretics' movement. The alarm bot's beautiful. Reads Lysor's
Spike planted.
lurk, and then the catch in mid is massive. Berlin goes down, and you're in trouble.
Yeah, it opens up the entire map for Heretics. That was FPX's win con. Given the current state of the map in that moment, that was the win con, cutting off the rotations.
Yep.
And unfortunately, they aren't able to do so. So Heretics look like they are going to be able to convert on this bonus. They are going to be able to carry all of these weapons into the next. The one thing they don't have, if we're going to be splitting hairs here, is that they don't have an ult online. Other than that, I mean, this is perfect.
It's everything you could want. They've been reading everything that FPX wants to do so well. Now, Ayong looking to see if anybody's going to come around that corner. Can't win the battle. Patty Tech's good for it. The bonus converted for Heretics. And they are in cruise control again. I mean, from a purely selfish perspective, Doug, I don't want to see another kind of one-sided map.
Yeah, me neither.
That being said, FPX is known for a bit of an ability to run it back on this map. They did it against FUT, so a rough start again for them on this defender side. You'd prefer to maybe see them shore up some of those defenses a little bit. But here so far, Heretics is very, very aware. Once again, credit to the coaching staff. Neil Zinyo doing a great job getting them prepared for this so far.
A lean towards A from Heretics into the stack of the defenses. Obviously, without them really having any idea of that, Life strikes from the position he so comfortably plays on, but this time he has ult he can use. Instantly dropped right back down, not able to capitalize on it.
Oh, Benji. I was just about to say, it's still a numbers advantage, but once again, Benji Fishy able to best Berlin. You know, with that Killjoy. And versus the Harbor, you know, there's a lot of those high tides put out early, and Benji's just waiting for him, and then sniffing out the positioning that Berlin's taking, and shut him down a couple rounds in a row. So that mid-control battle, oh so crucial for the way that FPX wants to control this map if they can't kind of just bully you. And in a really quick lockdown here from Benji Fishy.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. A little early.
Bot coming back.
But Lysor's there on the challenge. And he's not going to be around for much longer. He dies, pays for it. Now FPX with 2 left, Autumn and Ion. They're going to have to be trying to rotate through mid. Both been tagged by the knife. They've been spotted by the drone, at least Autumn has. And the utility is going to give the other away. But they have to try to get back here. They have to try to disrupt what's happening back yellow.
One enemy remaining.
Wingman doesn't even get it to half. It's a massive response from FPX, but they're not going to be able to get the defuse. They got the kills, but at what cost?
It's really interesting that Heretics go for that early lockdown, and Benji Fishy is pushing off the back of it. Something you kind of got to expect as an opponent, but he's still able to get the better of you. And yeah, okay, you get the ult, but not much you can do off the back of the not dead yet. And I mean, right now, FPX is once again trying to find some kind of footing on their defender side of Icebox. And it's going to be a timeout to try to figure this out and try to keep their tournament hopes alive. The confidence had to be sky high after that Lotus. Had to feel like $1 million.
And they came crashing down real fast.
Yep. It's been a series of highs and lows.
I think honestly for both these teams here, the question is how do you ride it out long enough to be sitting up top at the end? Right? If it is going to be a bunch of highs and lows on both sides, how do you weather that? How do you ride it long enough to where you're sitting on top at the end?
You know, one thing I'm concerned about is that you have to worry about having to use 2 timeouts early. You know what I mean? Like we saw in Sunset. This is my concern. Is things are going so one-sided that if it continues that way, what's going to happen? I don't know. Woot's one away from a Blade Storm. I don't know if he's going to need it. You know what I mean? Like
right. Back into the action we go. A little bit of that controller utility instantly used, and Woot dropped. Tried catching a timing, getting up top. Be long.
So you can see the change up here is to just be aggressive at these weakened kind of flanks that Team Heretics was trying to hold. And a lot of attention early in the round was pulled towards the front of A because of Life's typical positioning. And they realized that there was only usually 1 or 2. Patty Tech, though, able to clean up Autumn.
He's so far up. And FPX are not really in a position to fight for this retake. They don't have much. But Lysor repositioning with his ult. Getting back towards spawn. Previously divided, now reunited. And attempting to find some space off of the harbor wall. They will venture forth. The Paranoia intended to help as well as best as it can. But the utility delay is so good. And Rian to slip the net, but he didn't check all the way in the corner, so he's dropped. Berlin on the swing, he falls. All onto Life now. A 1v3, time is of the essence. And he does not have any of it. Heretics full steam ahead.
Great understanding of the map here by Heretics. Heavy numbers shifted over to the other side of the map this time. A lot of space given up on A, and they quickly take advantage of it. The alarm bot there to check for Life's lurk. All of their homework done. They've completed it. They can go to bed early, or they can stay up and play video games if they want. Right now, they are in cruise control.
They make it look effortless right now.
They do. Now you're back onto an eco for the side of FPX. Marshall and 4 sheriffs. And again, it's the same start here for FPX. 2-2, and then just leaving Autumn all on his lonesome on A.
Pressure spotted and received. There should be enough there to understand that A should be pretty open and easy for the taking. Woot's already dashed back sight.
Benji took a ton of damage though, took a headshot. So that flank control could be tricky, especially with 3 players coming that way.
His utility really feels like a big one there. He's got to stay alive for Autumn with the Woot with the flash in his face, able to get the first and somehow gets a second when he shouldn't have really gotten any of it. But FPX punching back. A 3v3 weapon upgraded onto the Omen. But the spike has been going on for so long, and Heretics are positioning this so well. They were glad to give up the space, but they're going to have to deal with a bit of the utility. Berlin's gotten it to half. They have to check it. 3/4 of the way, 80% now, but it's stopped. Finally, Lysor on the other side of the smoke. 20 HP, the spam not connecting. Patatek plays it beautifully. There is not enough time. He's going to get the kill, but is he going to get the defuse? Holy smokes, he did! Oh, I thought it was over. But the MasterCard thrifty for FPX to get on the board.
Finally! This time around, Heretics kind of checking for an overstack of players towards mid, but they don't fully account for it, and on his way out, Benji Fishy takes a headshot, so he's not able to get that first kill on the backside cleanly. That opens up the angles for the Sheriffs to start doing some damage on the backside. The gun upgrades, the pick-me-up for life to get the overheal, and he comes in swinging, opens up enough space. Okay, here's the blades.
He did need them.
I'm glad.
The timing on the flashes have been really nice.
Yeah, Autumn's really on point.
So uptrap the Wu will not be able to use anymore. Now he's got a goop in his face.
It's not fun.
And he's been spammed through the wall. They've been forced, they've been bullied away from B.
With all that utility you've seen over there, you know that at worst it's 2 over on A, so you can try to punish this. It's been a real overstack towards the B side. And FPX, I think, starting to realize that maybe they can play a little bit more for retakes. It worked in the previous round.
Well, and they have the tools for it here.
Exactly.
Autumn is playing really far up, though. Further up than I expected, but he's able to punish. Almost lands a spam onto the pit. Tucks inside of it. A little friendly fire, not connecting, but that's it. The pit's down. Benji Fishy in a 1v5 gets it down.
No
Trying to res, the timing window has been given. Patatek back online, Benji falls, Patatek has to do it on his own, a second lease at life. Can he capitalize on the opportunity? No!
The fact that Autumn goes unaccounted for here is massive. He's so sneaky. And he gets that open, I mean, this opening kill is just...
That's unlucky.
Yep.
It's unlucky.
Yep.
But honestly, I love the way Autumn played this. They knew that there was a ton of presence B.
Yep.
Right? They knew that FPX had a lot of presence B. The knife tagged Autumn.
Yep.
And it could have been anywhere on A, but if you're the solo player tagging, holding A, and you get tagged by the knife, and you know that there's a reckoning on the other side, or more of this retake utility, you're not gonna play on the site.
No.
You're gonna give it up. You're gonna walk away.
Right.
And Autumn just decides to call them on their bluff, and he punishes them for it. That was a great, great play.
And even beyond that, the way he plays it after he gets that first kill, where he immediately backs off. A lot of players are going to stick around and go for the spray down, to go for the big 2K or something like that. Yeah.
That's what I would do.
Yeah. And he doesn't. He backs out. And then the Viper's pick comes through, and he's just an extra player to cause confusion for Boo. And Boo ends up falling to it because Life is fearless and just walks in there and takes him out. Because you have a little bit of info. And who knows, maybe it got spotted on the minimap when Autumn was in there. Now they have all their ults. Every single one here for FPX to work with. And they are going to change up their default just a little bit. Back to kind of more the normal with Life over on A. I think he's going to go on the rope. And I think he's going to
do a Life thing.
Yep. Oh, he went up to pipes. Okay. I thought maybe he'd go for Nest this time, but this is the more typical. But
they rotated off of that so quickly.
Yeah, that's really fast.
And again, they have a lot of retake utility. So it makes sense. I mean, I get it. They've got the Reckoning. They have Autumn's ult.
They've set up 2 players right at this.
That was loud.
That was really loud.
That was very, very loud. Life will fall. Picks right back up. But Wu punishing with 2. How much more can they get here? Life has to get a fight here. He's got to get either an assist or a kill if he wants to come back. 20 HP is even going to get the shot to do it. No.
And this is one of those rounds where FPX gets aggressive behind the high tide. We haven't seen it yet, where they've gotten this aggressive. And Team Heretics guesses correctly and waits it out. They have a full stack watching for that push. They were well aware They probably had seen this in a round before, where when Life has his ult, has the Clove ult, they might try a mid push off the back of that high tide. I mean, they're doing that high tide basically every round.
Yeah, they are. They're conditioning behind it for sure. Honestly, that's a situation in which you would expect Life to get up pipes, to fight up 410.
Yep.
Because he's got his ult, but it was a mid crunch, and you're right, Heretics were wise to it. Lights are literally catching a stray. And Autumn left to his devices.
Probably gonna go for it. Try to do some damage, but Benji's got it red. Benji should be able to take it down, but Autumn actually wins that.
You were
Great
saying?
peek. I thought Benji had him dead to rights. Autumn was expecting that angle. Autumn's so clean.
He does not seem interested in playing for the spike at all. Any kills that he can find are icing on the cake.
He's one of the few that plays a little more cautious in situations where you feel like maybe a save is a...
This might be a good idea.
Yeah. It's one of the funniest things going back and watching FPX VODs was just how little they saved. They don't care.
Just not in the playbook, man.
No, man. Just go for it. I mean, it catches teams off guard. Saw it against FUT. Saw it against Gen G. So good from Wu. Clean angles. Great snake bite from Boo. Right at the exit of that tube. Just, okay, well, you know, FPX got one earlier through those smokes. Now it's Team Heretics' turn. It's all square.
Giving it right back.
Yep.
Early knife, early presence mid.
Oh, that's gonna get so much info.
Oh, it got cleared.
Oh, it got cleared. That's big. Now what do you do as Heretics? Do you try to push, try to plant, or do you try to hold for the flank? But they faked it. They've cut back to the other side, Doug. FPX being really tricky to read right now.
Heretics are fully out onto the side here. Boo's watching the flank. Benji Fishy has his ult. But they might not give him enough comfort. They might not give him enough space to invest it. The Thrash used. Woot will go undetected.
Oh my.
You've got to be careful here because they've dropped the Reckoning as well. They've got him corralled all the way back. Woot is the only one who's been separated. Torn asunder. Gets his kill.
Ooh. Spike down A.
What a mess of a round. But through all of that, Autumn's left in a 1v3, now 1v2.
Spike's down.
Heretics still have to go back and scoop it up. They're taking the scenic route.
It's in an uncomfortable spot.
Yeah, and I don't think Autumn realizes that it's down.
That's smart. That knife really smart to check that corner where you can see the spike from.
Left.
Really well aware there from Pat Attack.
Yeah, Autumn thinks they've already grabbed the spike and they're headed B.
That's fine.
So Heretics should be able to get out onto the spike, or onto the side, excuse me, get the spike down, settle into post plants quite nicely. Autumn's gonna have to take a long walk of shame to the other side of the map. And then try to make a play. He has a knife online, the only bit of utility to his name.
It's gonna have to get it done with the guns. Nope, not gonna happen. Pat Attack reads it.
I mean, he didn't even get a chance to shoot. Pat Attack was just so sharp on it.
Insane. 7-2 now for Heretics. After a couple rounds where it looked like FPX might be able to start stringing together a run of their own on this map. Root just reads Berlin coming. I mean, it's all part of this chaos that FPX is trying to create, trying to come at you from every angle possible, and somehow Team Heretics handles it.
Well, it was in the chaos that they were able to punish FPX.
Exactly. Exactly.
They don't just handle it, they capitalize on it. They use it to their advantage.
Very few teams who can handle that level of scrappiness that FPX brings. Because they're happy to do that. They're happy to drag you down in the mud with them. That's what they want. And huge props to Heretics for being able to handle that. I thought that had FPX written all over it.
Yeah, that looked like disaster. Life tagged early. More of a lean towards A this time. One rifle in the hands of Autumn.
Just expecting that repeat from Life, but not able to connect the shots. Benji Fishy with the lockdown. Gonna try to back the FPX players off.
And take a look at Boo's positioning on the minimap right now. Expecting the flank, which is how FPX have been wanting to play it. And oftentimes when you see a lockdown used around this area of the map, they're not all gonna be approaching from spawn. So he's a step ahead of this here. Dizzy cleared, he tucks behind, Lysor's dead, Boo capitalizes on his positioning, and it's a flawless round for Heretics.
I am so impressed right now with Team Heretics. I'm fairly certain somebody on Gen G did the exact same thing, where they hung out and spawned like that. Or maybe it was FUT. Might have been FUT. But anyway.
It's been very impressive, you're right.
Yeah, no, but I mean, just the way that teams are able to kind of read the tendencies of FPX, starting to catch up with them a little bit. As unpredictable as they can look sometimes, there is quite a bit of method to their madness. And is this going to be what I was worried about, Doug? Is this the early second timeout? The same red flag that came up on Sunset.
Yeah, you're right. But I mean, you have to. I get it, but you have to.
Yeah, you need those 2 rounds. You need these 2 rounds.
Can't have a repeat of Sunset by any means. And you know, we've talked about it all series. Their attack side of FPX is often what nets them success.
Yes.
Right? They play a slightly different style of Valorant than what we normally see here. So for them to just get up to 4, just to stay within striking reach and then go into the attacking half paints a much better picture.
Yes, yes, because it was the same scoreline against FUT. If you can win these next 2 for FPX, if you can make it 4-8, then it's the same. And then even then, they lost the pistol in the follow-up to FUT, and then they ran 9 rounds in a row. I mean, it's just absolutely insane that they were able to do that. So this is feeling like maybe the most crucial round that we are going to have on this map in this series.
Gotta convert. No other way to spin it.
And nobody on A for FPX. They leave it completely abandoned. Now finally Autumn is sliding that way a little bit.
What's the cue for them to go? The drone should call us enough of the rotations as Wood Falls not able to get any space. The attack has been blunted.
I'm a bit surprised that they're willing to challenge that as Team Heretics. Okay, that's why.
Yeah.
That works.
Talk about swinging things back their way. That's a brutal second step to this round. Think about it. You get Woot out of the picture.
Right.
Right? You have full control.
And you take Clove out.
Just like that.
And then you can rotate off of the death of Clove to the other side. Don't have to worry about those smokes.
It's just going to be Berlin's utility now to control things, and he's still playing back B. That knife should call for Autumn to come back, to send rotations back A, but nobody's moving.
Doug is literally waving his arms, folks.
They've got to get back here.
I agree.
13 seconds left, and Autumn's ahead of it. He doesn't wait for his teammates. So now it's a 2v4. Patatek has his ult online. Rienz is weak, sure, but FPX have no choice. I know that homework shows that they don't like to save, but
got to go for this one. You have to.
Gotta try.
Yeah. Good luck.
Patatek with 3 on the round. Ion gets his. The spam through. The shots connect from Rienz. Heretics gets up to 9. And this has all of the makings, all of the hints of a stomp, unfortunately, where the potential, the possibility of a second half comeback just kind of flies out the window there.
And it's kind of back to what we saw early on for Heretics, where attack one side, okay? If life is there, you either kill life or not. If you do, great, go to the other side. If you don't, great, go to the other side.
Yeah.
It worked pretty well. I mean, there's more to it than that, but on the surface, that's part of the equation for sure. Now, you do have the ult for Patatek to clear this space, and FPX gonna have to play full retake. I mean, I say that, and who knows, maybe somebody tries the challenge, but I don't think they will, based on what I'm seeing on the map. And now you have to worry about Benji Fish in this late lurk position, right outside of tube. And Lysor is a mile away. He has his ult, though, and there he goes.
Benji is gonna hit a ridiculous timing, potentially, to close this thing out. They're so far up, they're so committed. Berlin and Ayong are able to hold the line though. And now Lysar seemingly aware of what's potentially waiting on the other side. Woot's ahead of this though. He's tucked into smoke and they're gonna check him. The first one falls.
My ult's ready.
Life doesn't have an ult to play around here. Oh, spam coming through as he gets another. But Benji Fishy on the flank. Rians just has to buy time. He just has to stay alive. He has to be a nuisance, a distraction. Only able to get one, and I don't know that Benji Fishy's been able to get enough space, though. Now the thrash in his face. Oh, it's too nano missed. The spams will not connect, but the spike will go off. The Red Bull clutch for Heretics and heartbreak for FPX once more.
Switching sides.
It just took too long. The retake ended up being pretty good. They're able to find some good flashes on the way in and set up Berlin and Ayong. And Ayong immediately swinging out to the other side, clearing players so well. And even with the nano going too far, time had been bought. Insane.
Rians was a legend in that round. Him playing back jail, the shocks tucking, just realizing he cannot take the fight. He has to stay alive, does his job perfectly. Now we're gonna see if the analyst desk can do their job perfectly as they break down that half. GB, take it away.
Thank you so much, Doug. I shall now do my job. Man, I mean, 10-2, and it happens with some heroics at the end. I don't even think they were expecting that round to come through. You could tell Benji was just so excited. Absolute heartbreaker for FPX, Mimi.
Yeah, absolutely. Every one of their aggressive pieces that normally get them a lot of success on this map, like that forward A control with the Clove was just being shut down. I think Team Heretics had a great game plan coming into this one, and this round 8 was such a massive example of it. They always condition this mid control, and the second they go for the forward play.
Exactly. Berlin was using almost the same utility time after time, and Team Heretics was doing a brilliant job just being patient. This happened since round 1. You know, the conditioning was there, but they had the good response, the right response on how to deal with it. Sometimes giving the space, even sending Benji on the flanks. I'm actually surprised with all the different set strats that they had to deal with the same issue that FPX was presenting. And time again, FPX could not get that retake.
And now this puts FPX in a really tough position. Only
Very
two
tough.
rounds picked up in front of a home crowd as one of only 2 Chinese teams left in this tournament. They are facing elimination. But for Team Heretics, if they can win 3 rounds and close this out, it would be massive. The first ever international playoffs for these boys after a close attempt at Madrid, going out into it that tournament. They could make it here and have a fighting chance in the playoffs.
2 rounds, well, excuse me, 3 rounds is all Heretics needs. Now I'm going to send it back over to Doug and Paperthin. Do your jobs.
Perfectly well done to all 3 of you. World-class talent. Heretics up 8 rounds, sniffing distance of sending FPX out of the tournament, of qualifying to playoffs. Something that has eluded them in the past, but now on the precipice of doing something special. And as you mentioned it, Paperthin, it's not just for them, it's not just for their team, it's for the region too.
No doubt. It's such a bounce back if they can close this map out, you know, versus what happened in Madrid for their region. It'll bring, and who knows, maybe FUT gets through too after this. I mean, then you're bringing 2 EMEA teams out of this Swiss stage. What a return to form that would be for their region. Still, gotta win at least 3 more. And that proved too difficult for FUT to do on this side. But it was a very different scoreline, a very different first half. And here, for Heretics, being patient, it's gonna be now rotating over his Rians in the general direction. Gonna let go with the recon dart. First check with the knife. The dart was towards mid. Potentially set up Benji Fishy. Benji Fishy has a great flank angle for himself, potentially.
Discipline is the name of the game for Heretics here. 1000%. You cannot overcommit, you cannot over-rotate. If you have to give up a site, so be it. You play as bunches and fight with the retake together. Meanwhile, FPX are trying to scale all the way back to Snowman. They've already lost 1 member. Cross back. They don't like what they're feeling. They've left Autumn to his devices, now forced to cross back over 1 more time without anything to cover. Life from up top finally lands a shot, drops onto Boo. Goomba stomps him. Life with 3. Benji Fishy, you mentioned he was on the flank. He cannot settle the shots. The 4th for Life in the round for FPX.
How does he find this space? Well, it's because they have a lot of controllers. It's because they have a lot of smokes to work with. And he's able to slip past the defenses using his own ruse to bamboozle Team Heretics. Nobody able to identify it in the comms that he had dropped down below him. Nobody even turned at him. That's how unaware they were.
I mean, Boo never had a shot.
No, he was dead.
Yeah. So FPX get their third. Reason for excitement. Not much yet, but some reason for excitement.
As must-win pistols go.
Yeah.
That was one of them. Now you got a couple Guardians. Vandal for Autumn. Woot with the Sheriff. Ooh, takes a lick of damage himself. Trying to get out of there. Just a Dizzy to clear that angle. The rest of Heretics now falling back. Trying to lure FPX in. So far, it looks like they've been able to do it. They could do some damage here, Doug. This is close quarters combat.
That's where it gets messy. The pistol often the harbinger of chaos. And that's exactly what they're leaning into here. 4 members on the site, one just a little bit far off, but they crumble. Rians and Patatek not really able to put up much of a fight at all. Woot meets a similar fate as they all fall. 5 alive as FPX thrive. And he is. And it's true.
He is. It is very true. I fully agree. Benji Fishy is very good. Very, very good. This round didn't go so good for Heretics, but that's okay. It's flawless. That's not ideal. I like the way that you have Autumn and Ion pushing together with Wingman, making sure that you're covering different angles. It's very textbook. Nothing too fancy there.
Did I ever tell you the story about how FPX was facing tournament elimination on home soil and they were down 10-2 at half and then they win the bonus and they shock the world? And did I ever tell you that story?
You did not.
No?
No. Maybe we can talk about it after.
Maybe. It's a cheeky smoke Patatek is playing in. He's got a flash too. He can right click and just drop out of it, but instead, with a molly in hand, thinks twice about it.
It's to play anti-cascade, I think.
He just waited for the smoke to go down. Yep. Forget about using utility.
It's to play anti-cascade. That cascade usually coming right up at the end of screens, and he can look on the other side of it.
Spam through the util. Patatek falls. Really opportunistic swing there from Life. Loisor again in a really good position. They can take a step back here. They might be able to pull this thing off. Ooh. Ion Thrash instantly cleared, but they've gotten the spike down. A 2v3 here. There's still the molly that they can play around. That's going to buy some time. Benji Fishy not able to really get it anywhere. No other util to speak of. They're going to have to check with their bodies. Rians has gotten it to half 3/4 of the way. It's not planted for him. He's got to stop him, but the defuse. Oh, the Red Bull clutch comes through, but the defuse goes the way of Heretics. That was so close.
It's heartbreaking, Doug. They played it so well. It was just a step too late.
And it was a step too far over on the plant.
Yep.
And you think about it, a step to the right.
Yep.
That's all it takes. But as Rians has to go just a little bit further.
Unbelievable. I thought they had it. I thought they had just bought enough time with the fragment when those Guardian shots started hitting. Now an Outlaw invested. Team Heretics on a weaker buy. Ion ripping a head off of Benji Fishy is trying to make an aggressive push towards mid. It's all just for that first kill potentially. Saw Wood's feet and just takes him down.
He tried catching a good timing on a swing and, well, it just did not work out.
Nyong's feeling it right now. This second half, he's been putting up some big kills.
Honestly, though, as much as the defuse came through and that was heartbreak and, you know, all of that stuff, the truth is, it's probably best case scenario for FPX, the way things played out. Because Heretics are forced back on a pistol buy.
Yeah. It still gives you a little bit of, not to make a pun, but life. It gives you a little bit of hope.
Wow. Dude, we went 3 maps.
I couldn't resist. I'm sorry.
You're right. Obviously, they'd rather take the round, right? They'd rather be at 5-10 right now. But
For sure. But if you're going to lose the round, that's the best way it could happen.
Yeah. They haven't cleared back yellow. Finally, they do. Boo falls. They had the plans, they had the protocols, and now they have the progress.
Spike planted.
2 pistols up for the side of Heretics, both really far away. At this point, you're just trying to get away with whatever you can.
Yep. Any economic damage you can do is fine.
But instead, they tuck tail, and they try to run away.
Play to die to the spike. No guns to pick up, as everybody on FPX still alive.
Enemy remaining.
Here.
Or die to Lysor, I guess.
But it's these hits from FPX that are so tricky to deal with because it's so hard to know exactly what's going on and who's going to be where. And Baby Bay was talking about this a lot when you guys were casting this map the previous time against FUT. The way they used those smokes on top of yellow to get a player up there, to get Lysor up there. And this time it has a ton of value again, removing Boo from the equation immediately on that execute. And that's something that's really tricky to play against with this comp. I think you're going to have to find a way to adjust on that. You're going to have an extra layer there to protect Boo if he's going to stay back yellow, or have a player like a Jet who can get out quickly if need be.
A little bit of mobility in the utility. Not just left there like a sitting duck. Into the 17th we go. Heretics still within sniffing distance, but FPX putting up enough resistance to give Heretics cause for concern.
And there's so many smokes across the map right now that it's so hard to know what the heck's going on as Heretics. You have some idea that there's people outside of B, but you don't know exactly what it looks like. There's a smoke in mid. You don't know what's going on there.
Right.
You have no information on A because everybody's on the ramp outside of it.
Yeah.
So you're just playing, I mean, and I don't blame them. Play retake. Find a good angle for this Hunter's Fury. But Life has his ult.
Which rabbit is the hat in? That's not how that saying goes. I think I got that backwards.
You beefed your analogy.
Yeah. Unlucky. FPX decide to rotate A. Berlin with the Outlaw, as you mentioned, Life with his ult. Starting to see some of the smoke come through. Rien's with his ult. There it is, popped. They're trying to flush. And he sort of defenses from backside.
Left.
Hangs on to the third. Finally fires off. Wu has gone unchecked. He's repositioned again. Patient finally dropping Wingman, also getting Berlin. Benji Fissy trying to fill in on the space behind him, but FPX fight back.
Oh, yeah.
Not crumbling under the pressure, not folding behind what Heretics throw at them.
10 seconds left.
I don't know that we're going to get a knife on our hands. I think Boo will stop that.
Enemy remaining.
Spotted, tagged, dropped. FPX get another.
Surely this can't happen again, Doug.
Not yet, not yet.
Lightning cannot strike twice. I was told in the same place. But FPX seemingly trying to strike again on Icebox.
The storm is brewing.
Enemy remaining.
It's just so hard to read them, but the Hunter's Fury doesn't find any value. And it makes it pretty tough because FPX is so well coordinated on these A hits. It's so impressive the way that everybody knows their job. Everybody knows what angles they need to be covering, who needs to be looking where. Their instincts are phenomenal. And Team Heretics can never get that retake going the way they want to.
Right here.
Life hangs on to his ult. Still have that to consider.
And Heretics back on a pistol buy. Oh, there's a lot behind this.
He took a lot of damage in that exchange.
That's a dangerous game he was playing.
Ion down to 62, Berlin down to 41. That's two players at one body tap with the Sheriff.
I will say this though, for FPX, we saw on the player cams at the end of the previous round, you know, you think back to how the series has gone and how Life was going crazy and hearts up to the crowd and, you know, talking trash across the stage, all that good stuff. But now in this position that they're in, you can feel the gravitas just a bit more. He was silent, in seat, just fist bumps to his team, no reaction, no pop-off, nothing like that.
They're focused.
They're business. It's all business.
I love it.
But can they pull off the impossible?
Another-
Can they pull off the incredible?
Exactly.
30
It's another
seconds
attempt at a tight angle by Team Heretics.
Oh, this high-low is miserable, bro. There's no way, yeah. Life has his ult, though. Repositions and goes to fight once more. Not able to connect on anything as Rians gets 2. Woo with the third. They know he's there. He's spammed finally. As Ion snaps.
10 seconds
Lysor has 10 seconds left. He's got to get the spike down. He's trying to provide himself a little bit of cover. But time is of the essence. Spike down. Now what? On the swing. Tucked in the clove smoke. And trying to find a little bit of room to breathe.
He's been so good in these moments, Doug.
But can he deliver again? When the pressure is at its fever pitch. He slows things down. Just a pause. Just a break. And now, an exploratory swing. A peek. As best as he can. There it is. The tap is first. The bait was there. He's got to be careful here. Who can hold this? Who can hold this? He stops the defuse. Manages to TP and get away.
He's got it.
There's not enough time. Very nicely done by Lysor. The Red Bull clutch and FPX, they're still alive.
Yet another brilliant clutch from Lysor. This guy, I don't know the exact number, but the Red Bull clutches are through the roof for him this event. And Ayong again comes up with a massive 3K to keep FPX in this. Almost Team Heretics getting a thrifty. And if that had gone Heretics' way, you had to start feeling like that was the nail in the coffin dagger. But it ain't closed yet. That coffin ain't closed yet.
Heretics call a timeout here. Last one for either side. What a gift of a series this has been.
Oh, it's been so wild. I mean, this is what makes watching this FPX team, this event, so darn good.
I mean, this is what Valorant's all about.
Exactly.
This is what international Valorant is all about.
Exactly, Doug. I couldn't have asked for a better final map here. It looked like it was curtains. But not yet. Not yet, says FPX. The crowd trying to will FPX to victory in Shanghai. They want 2 teams going to those playoffs. They want some company for EDG. Let's see if FPX still has it in them.
There's still enough. There's still enough of a lead, though, for Heretics.
Oh,
and that will certainly help. What a shot.
The confidence to push up on a belt like that. Take that fight.
It's just Woot being Woot, man.
And they haven't shown that look yet. That's the first time they've gotten real aggressive on A like that. And it catches FPX off guard.
You've got to be really careful here, too, if you're FPX, because being down in numbers, attempting to put together a comeback, oftentimes you'll force a play. I've got to equalize it. I've got to get it back to 4s. And that can be where you get punished. But patience and discipline. I love this wall, too.
It's beautiful. The horseshoe cuts off so many angles, gives you so much safety. And you have extra layers to it with life smoke as well.
And Paranoia tagged onto 1. Life in the smoke. The snap on Rians will not connect. Is this where the retake attempt falls apart? Is this where it crumbles? Numbers so heavily the way of Heretics. A 5v3.
Oh!
Slowly creeping back, though. Still, Heretics with control. Heretics with the numbers advantage. As the orb goes up, he's playing really tight on this, but the Molly's gonna keep him back. He's gonna try to TP
Oh my God!
He's got a really good position on this. 2v2. Lysor in a position to be the hero, but it comes down to 1, and Ion hits the shot! The reposition was everything!
The timing! He did it to Gen G on a set,
Okay.
and he does it here again!
FPX definitely has the momentum.
Oh my God. I mean, they're just so smart. They're just so smart, Doug. Their Omen TP timings, it was Berlin on Ascent, but this time it's Lysor. Their TP timings in these post plants are the best I have seen. There's nobody who does it better. Now they're gonna TP up on top of 2. And the spot comes through. Oh my word, Riens.
Lysor was in that exact spot in the previous round. This time punished for it. That's big for Heretics, but they still have a lot to solve. 1 Guardian and 4 pistols.
It's incredible. Incredible, these clutches. FPX just has no give up in them. Now a drone to check. Clearing that site. You are going to see the harbor. Decent indicator there that that's going to be the site. A lot of FPX's executes are on the back of this harbor util, but you have the Reckoning to consider. They might try to get ahead of it. They're playing a little bit aggressive.
I mean, do they invest it here in the pistols?
You might have to. You're already a player down. You have the pit to worry about.
It's such a tough decision. Riens drops and their numbers equalized. Things slow down to a halt. The flash is just perfect. The flash is beautiful. Oh, Boo and Benji Fishy forced to try to find a way to capitalize on the early advantage they had at the beginning of the round. Ion on the plant, now Thrash online.
Shot.
But it's gonna have to wait until the next round. Can Los Niños do it? Down in numbers, down in guns. Boo with the Guardian in hand. Life gonna spot the head, and that was the major threat, but maybe it was Benji Fishy all along with the share.
Almost. 9-11.
FPX get to 9, now down to 2. That's all it is separating these 2 squads.
The persistence so good from FPX. And Autumn's flash sets this back sight hit up so nicely. That's beautiful. Right up over Life, so he doesn't get caught by most of it. Yeah, Benji Fishy gets a few, but now Life is starting to pop off a little bit more. Now he is starting to feel it. And the Fun plus Phoenix has a Thrash, a Reckoning. There's a lockdown though for Benji Fishy. Some contention at the front of this. A lot of blinds are gonna force both teams away. The Reckoning used here early, clear some space, and Woot, playing with fire.
Almost gets a kill though. Almost rewarded for the fire. Now the Thrash. Everything in the kitchen sink being thrown into this round.
Stuck.
FPX realizing they have to capitalize. Life got his ult off of that kill, so now can rejoin the fray once more. Pad attack falls. 3 on the side of the defense. And again, they're separated. They're trying to scale it. They're trying to scale out.
No, back out.
They're trying to take the fight. Life falls too. He had to force it. And now Benji Fishy has an ult of his own.
Oh my gosh.
Riens using the Hunter's Fury. We'll get a tag onto 1. Can it connect onto the second? Yes, it can! 4 on the round for the Sova.
Thrash isn't done with you.
Damn.
This is the big one. It stopped the defuse. The second is Riens goes up. That's the ace. But can he commit? Can he convert? No!
These rounds are so fucking close, man.
The stall and the delay is insane. FPX so aware of that lockdown, trying to get ahead of it, trying to shut it down preemptively. But Team Heretics has a read on it. They're expecting the push out. All of a sudden, you think Team Heretics has a chance. But the post plant's so good. The fish from Riens on the Hunter's Fury, beautiful. And you think, oh no, has it gone awry? But now he's out of his chair, Doug.
And they're back on pistols. I mean, yeah, they have a Bucky and a couple of Guardians, but not the buy you want here.
They're turning up the pace. They want to get to 11.
Meanwhile, Heretics try to stare down what seems like the face of destiny from FPX.
It's so quick. Autumn has that null command if he needs it. Good snake bite. Doesn't delay the plant though.
Rian's falling. That was one of the rifles.
It's gonna be scooped up. Oh, hot him.
He does it again.
One enemy remaining.
I thought the Bucky was gonna connect there. But lo and behold, the comeback is not fake. We're tied at 11.
It's happening. The storm is in full effect, Doug. The lightning, I can see it in the distance, and I feel like it might strike twice here in Shanghai. How can they be this good on this side of the map again? How can they run it back like this again? Under this much pressure, in this moment, in this situation, with their tournament lives on the line.
Woot going aggressive here. Snaps onto the Dizzy, the knife out too. All of the utility in his face. Ooh. Somehow goes with a little bit of damage, but stays alive. I mean, that was a knife, that was a Dizzy, that was a wingman, that was a flash, that was everything.
Got the no
They have a
fan.
Gecko ult again?
Yeah, he does. He's destroying.
Oh my god.
Reads him like a book. Got ahead of it. Berlin gets another.
They know. Now they know.
Do they?
Spike planted.
Now they do, yeah.
Out of charge.
There it goes. They saved the no command for post plant to prevent any utility coming through, to keep Rienz and Patatek, keeping them uncomfortable to get set up.
3 playing back yellow. Patatek with the molly, spotting a little bit more skin. A triple face. It's way too much.
Oh my god,
Rienz
Rienz.
capitalize on it.
It's over.
Edgy Fishy, they're weak. They're so weak. But so is he. He's gotten it down to 1. 14 HP for Leaf.
Oh my god.
The spike planted. The classic. Not connecting. The tap on the defuse. Lights on the swing. And FPX gets a series point.
Damn.
They've got to be kidding me.
Fucking heretics, man.
I asked it once and I'll ask it again. Do you believe?
You better believe now. They are doing such a good job on these executes. Isolating players early. Pushing the tempo. He's playing with the crowd. He's calling his shot. One more to go, or will it be overtime, Doug? It is incredible. It is so loud in here. And it is going to blow the roof off this place. If FPX can close it out here, Blade Storm for Woot, the Guardian for Boo. So not quite able to get a full buy going. Our Heretics. It's a lot of riflery. Boo just going fishing off the back of this high tide. A little bit of a lurk from life, and he's got Benji.
FPX have done it once on this stage. Can they do it again? The stakes infinitely greater this time around. History, 4 kills away.
Comes the cascade and the flash. He executes on.
He's trying to peek ahead of this. This is bold, this is risky, this is dangerous. But he waits, trying to get a little bit of a tag with the dart. Woot tries to get up high, has to dash back.
Oh, that's huge. That kill by Patatek is huge. Are they aware of burning?
Hunter's Fury for Rienz. They could delay.
He's gotten past so much. They have to wait for Berlin to snipe here, and he does. But it's a 1-for-1. The spike now planted. I don't think they're gonna have time. He's got to land the shots here.
Woot.
He does.
Ball.
There's no fight. There's no time. We're going to overtime again.
I can't believe it.
Switching sides.
It just took a little too long. And the fact that they pushed that smoke and they use Rien's recon dart to buy just a little bit of extra time there, and then Rian gets his ult online. I thought after, oh my god, Life takes out Benji Fish. that this might be it.
10 seconds left.
This might be their opportunity, but Woot, it's a crispy Blade Storm shot, follows it up with another. And we go into overtime. What has been going on this tournament? These matches are just unfathomable.
And I wouldn't have it any other way.
Oh God, no. This has been an absolute treat.
Drone gun.
Heretics now in this first round of overtime on the attack.
Oh, they are pushing me.
Again.
Right here.
They know.
But they've gotten ahead of all of the Harbor utility. FPX have wasted a lot here to get to this point. They got a Paranoia out, they have a Cascade out.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, Heretics are gonna get onto A, investing very little. Yeah, dash, but a dart over the top. You'll get that back.
FPX just saying our attacker side's so good, let's just flip the map and try it from the other way.
Getting past the alarm bot was Lysor, but the other ones got tagged. Meanwhile, Berlin is gonna try to approach us from the defender spawn by himself. He's just waiting for the right moment to strike. Fishy on the snap, life dead.
Let's go.
FPX are falling apart here.
They dealt with Berlin.
This is the side that plagued them. This is the side they struggled on.
They gotta go.
They have to go now. And I think Heretics realize that. They're ahead of it. They know that no options are available. Heretics get to series point.
Benji
They are screaming.
keeping him fired up. You can see him yelling, rallying.
The
his
fucking
team.
crowd is dead, man. Fucking
I
dead.
get what FPX is thinking here.
Holy shit.
Try and flip the map, try and create a flank angle, but it's once again read incredibly well by Team Heretics. They're so good at holding their angles, being aware of where FPX can come from. Is there gonna be a timeout? No. And it's an op for Woot. The glass cannon in effect. Never even saw an op. They never got the chance for an op.
No, but remember, he was the hero in the last round of regulation. Now the game potentially being put in his hands. Tournament hopes, dreams of lifting a trophy being potentially put in his hands. And of course, they're rotating back B. This triple controller comp should cause enough fits to where he shouldn't be able to succeed. He shouldn't be able to find value. But execution is a different story.
Yep, they're not giving him any opportunities. Just looking to see if they can bait out any util. Benji Fishy, once again in that tube. Being a little bit more patient with it this time. Might be able to hear some of those footsteps.
Fortunately for him, on the patience, there were a whole lot of members there.
Life's gonna wait over in garage. Still Woot holding this angle.
Oh,
he misses the shot. But of course, he goes double dipping. Of course, he goes for the swing and he lands it. Life
30
falls.
seconds left.
yeah, but it is super low.
Can Heretics put him away? Benji Fish is on the flank. Oh, but FPX are striking back. Oh, the Cove. The only thing separating them, he heard a footstep, he lands the shots on Berlin. Now a 2v2, the spike planted. They're both so far back. Lysar and Autumn.
They don't have a lot of UT.
They've got to hold him back.
And a TP. Uses it early.
Everything in their hands. Benji Fishy creeping forward, looking for a target, nothing given. Footsteps are traded, but Woot fills the space and he falls. Benji on the tap, cannot convert. We go again.
Heretics is gonna lose.
Switching sides.
I have a bad feeling.
Both teams just have outrageously good attackers' sides. And I can't believe Life losing that fight, and they're still able to get this done. Lysor just beelining it onto the back of the site and wins his trade. And then this sneaky position where they're obscured from the sightlines of their opponents when they push past the orb.
So good.
It works a treat, Doug. There's the timeout. I need to breathe.
In case you weren't at the edge of your seat already. 30 seconds to think this thing through. And to recap how we got here and what's at stakes, the attack side for both sides, immaculate. That's the only thing that's gotten us to this point. And for FPX, facing elimination in front of this crowd, right, who's done everything they possibly can to will them along the finish line.
And from how this started, with Heretics dominating map 1, and you thought, oh boy, just not going to be FPX's day. They come back, dominate on map 2, and now we're in overtime on map 3 to see who makes it to playoffs. Can't ask for anything more. But it almost feels like it's just gonna come down to who gets that first defender's round win.
Oh, 1000%. The second dance in this OT window. This time, FPX wisely not choosing to fight mid.
They're looking to play retake on A, but maybe try to hit the plant as it goes down. How close they are to this.
Well, Flood? I mean, do they have the tools?
No, they're gonna wait. Looks like they're gonna wait.
Yeah, try to use a little bit of utility. That flash from the top. Woot hasn't been tagged. Woot hasn't been spotted. Lands the shots onto Berlin. Tries to cover himself, but life takes care of him. Rian's on the swing. Again, another flash and dink is beautiful. As Rian gets a second. But there's a shot at this defense. Life is here. At least his body is, so the smoke's come into play. Ion almost lands the second.
That shot.
The defense has to be everything, but Boo stops it. And now Lysor, again, in a clutch situation. He's TP'd ahead of it. He's gotten, he had gotten into the pit, he'd gotten into the smoke. But Benji Fisher was wise to it.
Switching sides.
Unbelievable.
Match point.
The reaction there with Boo on that snake bite was instantaneous after that dink from Rians. That was, I mean, to have that reaction is incredible, and then Rians can watch the other angle. What a beautiful play there. Phenomenal awareness from the IGL.
Oh my god, that flick is insane.
Huge. I think we're gonna have.
He's looking at the fucking wingman charging him, and then
Heretics with the impetus.
the adjustment on the head.
Finally, some success on that defender side, or a little bit more success. Good time for a timeout, I think. Right before what is likely to be the crucial round on that defender side.
Oh, I mean, that's been the hardest puzzle, right? This entire map. And honestly, for FPX, it's been the hardest puzzle this entire series. Yeah, is finding success on the defensive side. Now it's on Heretics to see if they can answer that question, if they can solve what has eluded both teams. All map.
I'm curious if it's a similar setup off the rip for Heretics, if it's just that lone operator over on B. I feel like that's pretty punishable with this comp that FPX has. I feel like they could go for a fast hit. Cascade, stagger a few smokes, TP Lysor up on top of yellow, just go for what worked potentially.
Yeah. Dump some util back there,
Yeah. Now it is going to be a different setup though from Team Heretics. I would have been pretty surprised to see them go for it again, but something to consider. And FPX 2-2-1, just cutting off that angle towards mid. Are they just going to stack and try to push towards Boiler?
Or I think they're suggesting it, at least.
Yes.
If nothing else,
and look
they're
at Woot.
threatening that.
They remember, at the very least. Look at this angle. Oh, how do you not win that life? You were watching that. He takes a lot of damage.
Yeah, not only that, Woot gets away without taking any. And that's a massive start.
Still the alarm bot for Boo to play off of. Benji tucked in just past the site. Here we go. We're gonna try it.
Splash will be good. Boo is isolated here. Benji Fishy's kind of close by. But can Heretics hold up? They say defense wins championships. They've got to find a way to do it here. Life just so weak though, and FPX managed to get the spike down. Now we're reset right before.
I don't know if letting
and look at this lurk.
FPX plant is a good idea for Heretics.
Oh, but he takes a different path. He doesn't go under tube. Are they going to be expecting it? Meanwhile, chaos on the site as each kill is traded. 1-on-1 Berlin
It's win.
in 1v2, he's been spotted.
No.
They know where he
Oh
is.
my god.
There's one. Now the cove
Benji
on
Fishy.
the swing. Berlin is close to it, and it's another clutch.
Oh,
Another set of OT.
they need to stop the plant.
They knew he was coming, and he still wins it.
Time was the factor. Benji Fishy had no choice.
He just has to win that first fight, and Berlin does. They see him crossing through the grates, and it's just scrappy 1-for-1s all across the board. And Berlin just swings out and takes down Woot, and that's the round. Has the cove to cover himself. This is an insane, insane game. One for the ages. Life back to his home on pipes. Back where he belongs. We haven't seen this in a while. Team Heretics, how do they want to deal with it? We have everybody here but Benji. They get to confirm with the knife that he's up there, and Life is still trying to play for it from his own smoke.
Of course he is.
Yes, of course.
It's Life. As it dissipates, he takes a step back. Now peeking
Oh
forward
my
once
god,
more.
bro,
An
these
opportunity.
positions.
Massive timing, but of course instantly traded.
This has caused a pause. Lysor and Benji could be a pivotal 1v1 on this flank. And now he's gonna have to back out because
If they're not quiet about this, Berlin will hear all of it.
Yep. He
And
does, he hears it.
And look at the rotations on the minimap. They're already headed back B.
But look what Boo's doing. Oh, did he get caught by
the knife
that?
tag? No.
No. Did not get caught by the knife.
The timing here on Berlin is everything because he's got to
30
understand
seconds
most of the people have to know he's waiting for the last one. Boo
Freaking Boo,
falls.
man.
4v3. Is there a trade? Yes, there is.
Let's
But
take
still,
down
numbers
two,
away of
though.
the defense.
It's over.
Done it. They've finally
Holy
won it.
shit,
Defensive side.
Heretics, man. FUT and Heretics are like so
do the
fucking
same.
bad, man.
It's incredible. I love this changeup because we haven't seen Life up on that spot on pipes. They kind of abandoned it. They were playing a lot of retake.
EMEA
and he
is so
finds value. He
fucking
takes
garbage, it's
Rienz out of the
insane.
equation. Rienz has been so impactful as this match has gone on. Some of his utility has literally won them rounds. It is pandemonium in here, and it might just explode soon. Berlin creeping forward, inching forward, but look at these nanos on the A site. They're anticipating an A hit. They're giving up some of that information towards mid as well with that deep, deep turret that Benji Fish has set up. They're expecting some kind of push through mid to push. Oh no!
Berlin was so far up. Trying to get inserted, but doing so on his own. So there's no one to trade.
Woot just read that so well. It's again that aggressive nature of FPX. Hurts them a little bit there. Still, got a lot of smokes to work with. You gotta wait for Lysors to come back up. They might just go for this. One more towards the Thrash if they can get the plan off that as well. He just needs one kill and he can get it.
Boo was holding such a tight angle there.
Oh, Lysor.
Lysor's got a really nice spot.
30
They
seconds.
know
He's gonna
about
be able
it,
to
no?
capitalize on it though. Is anyone gonna give him the angle? Is anyone gonna give him the target?
Spike planted.
Unaware of the fact that Benji Fish is right beneath him. I don't think he hears him. Oh, but now he's giving his position away. Now he knows where he is. Meanwhile, Mood on the other side with 4. Lysor drops one. Can he 1v3 to close this out? No! The ace for
The
Woot.
Woot ace.
Insane! We go again!
And the crowd is so fucking
Woot
silent.
starts this off.
It's a
taking
fucking
Berlin
ace
down,
and you have
and
no
takes
reaction
matters
from
into
the
his own
crowd,
hands.
like...
35 kills for the duelist.
Unbelievable. What a day he's having. If Heretics comes through, it's going to be in a big part because of the way Woot has stepped up on these duelists.
Like, it's insane.
I love it. I love it, Doug.
15 apiece. Into round 31 we go.
Give it your all. You have 2 more days after this if you get a win, minimum, before you have to play again. Keeping that energy high, so important, and I love that Heretics showing us that they've still got it.
He's got to be careful here. He's going for a play. He's going to make a play in a position like this.
They got to know.
They knew. Lysor gives his life away.
He's been doing it every time. Benji Fishy's been keeping track of him. And now they finally find the opportunity to punish it. Cannot beat that angle,
You have
Berlin.
time to rotate.
Nah, not against how Woot's playing, man. No way.
No. Just gonna send a cloudburst to try to fake it a little bit. That's
Why
maybe
is
gonna
Woot
buy
not
them
deeper?
a couple extra
Like,
seconds, a lot of extra seconds, because FPX is not moving. Just life. Gonna sit behind A and see if he can get any info as quick as he can. Smoke comes up.
Oh, they're already ahead of it, though.
Yeah, they're way ahead of it.
30 seconds left.
Pure disrespect in the face of utility. Now Life also getting really cheeky here, trying to get his one to get away, but not fully tucking. He's still trying to play around the smoke. He's got so many targets to deal with. Heretics in full control.
Yeah, that can't be the moment for Life. He tried to go big.
Same as Lysor.
Woot's got the
nobody's
flank again.
looking behind for Heretics
The
though.
air has been sucked out of this room.
Berlin could have a
What can
timing.
FPX do to spark Life once more? That's certainly going to help things. A 2v3 and a winnable one at that. Time is a problem.
Last player standing.
And it's only gotten worse. Berlin's now left alone. Has to try to use some mobility.
Bench
ability to
Fishy?
get down to this, but I think at this point he's got to stick the defuse. There's no way he can really pull off of this. He's going to get the kill.
It's over.
But the bomb will go off.
Switching sides.
It's just
Match point.
so unbelievable. So much tenacity being shown. But this time it's that early pick onto Lysor. Now you don't have to worry about those flanks as much. And Life tries to go for the hero play and comes up short. And Ion doing what he can, but there just isn't enough available there. The number is just too strong, the time too low. And we go to an attackers round for FPX. And they're once again throwing out that same high tide. Are they actually going to commit to this mid push? Turret deep if they go full towards A.
Woot's so far up. Berlin has to be aware of it. What a shot!
Unreal.
That'll bring this crowd back to life.
Oh my God.
But we're not done yet. FPX still have much to do, and they have a minute to figure it out.
Nobody has any info.
No, and if they end back A, they're going into all of this KJ utility.
This is just gut feeling for the IGLs. You know, you split it 2-2 as Team Heretics. Try to hedge your bets. And for FPX, throwing that Dizzy out, hasn't bought any rotations just yet, but with that 0 point in the high tide.
Did the knife tag? Did the knife tag the KJ? Oh, it doesn't matter. Even if it did, Benji Fish is still alive, and now it's back up online. They've been able to hold them back so far. Oh, and now the spike is sitting on the ground! It's all on to Berlin!
30 seconds
He's gonna
left.
swing on a pad attack and get the kill, yes!
He's got to get the plant, though.
How much more can he do?
I don't think he has enough time to rotate.
No, and he's paranoid. He has no idea where they are.
He has to get this plant down soon.
They're just calling his bluff?
Yep.
10 seconds
They're calling his bluff?
Oh, no.
He's going in for the fight.
No.
He has one. And now the Cove. He should have enough time to plant. Does Boot challenge? Does he swing? Yes, he does. He's up in his face.
No time.
To stop the plant. An instant classic. Heretics survive.
And it's heartbreak in Shanghai for FPX. One of the
Holy
most
shit,
grueling,
man.
intense maps you will ever see. But elation for Heretics. And EMEA sends a team to the playoffs. Me, oh my, Doug.
Okay.
It's hard to imagine what FPX is going through It looked like so many times they were going to do the impossible. And it took multiple overtimes.
And now we have seen it
They
as
came up
fast.
just short, but my God, they were insane this tournament. What an absolute pleasure to watch FPX here in Shanghai.
So I have Heretic lock-in, Genji lock-in, G2 is lock-in, but I didn't pick them.
Unfortunately, the final time
He's on
we'll
the
see
retard.
FPX take a bow on this stage.
Even though like they were clearly better
Meanwhile,
than
for
FUT
Heretics, holy smokes,
and
man.
Heretics.
These kids are good.
They are good.
These kids are so good.
I don't want to play this team in the playoffs. With how that sunset looked, with the tenacity they just showed here, forget it. This is a difficult team to overcome.
I mean, to face and to weather what FPX just threw at them.
In front of this crowd?
Yeah, unbelievable. In OT, the pressure does not get any greater than that. Facing elimination on foreign soil.
Yeah.
With a whole crowd against you.
That's just
What a
unreal.
performance.
I'm blown away. I'm blown away with Heretics. I'm blown away with FPX, but somebody had to get the win. And this last round, this Patty Tech holding that angle, just shutting down that push. They couldn't deal with it in time.
So many ridiculously close moments just in this map. I mean, forget about the series. Woot is that dog, man. 37 and 25, 12 first bloods.
12 first blood.
Unreal.
That is outrageous. That is absolutely outrageous. And the performance he had on Sunset too. It is a brilliant series from Woot, being called upon by Team Heretics in stage 1 to come in. Now showing up as this duelist. The Bladestorm ace in overtime. That was the literal dagger.
That's so tragic how that ends too, man. Gets off the plant just so he can potentially take the fight. It's a 50-50, and that's how their tournament runs end. The Verizon post-match interview on the stage right now with Riens.
That's got to be one of the craziest series we have ever seen on an international stage. I'm now joined by Heretics Riens for a quick post-match interview. 大家好，我们现在邀请 Riens 选手在这儿做一次采访。Riens， 你们今天打得很精彩，很厉害，但是在第3图的时候，看起来 FPX 要翻盘的时候，你们是怎么保持你们的心态拿下了这一场比赛 ？Riens, that was a crazy game. Honestly, you guys played really well. But I wanted to ask you, there was a moment, or a few moments on map 3. It felt like FPX could pull off the reverse sweep. So how did you guys keep your mental high and to make sure that you actually win this game?
I mean, I think we have like strong mentality as a team, so we are not getting like tilted or like getting excited so much. Even though we got hyped so much, we can just chill down and then like manage to like chill down and play the round correctly. So we just didn't let them win. That's it.
他说，我觉得 FPX 他们的意志力很强很强，所以我们觉得我们不想，我们想做自己知道可以做的事，不要感觉太兴奋，放松一下，然后是这个原因拿下来很顺利的一个结果。第二个问题我想问你是，你们在这个台上面对了2支 CN 赛区的队，我觉得大家肯定很好奇，你们有对 CN 这个赛区什么的评论？你觉得他们打得怎么样？I wanted to ask you on this stage you faced 2 CN teams in this tournament already. What are your thoughts on this region and these teams?
I mean, I think China is like better than I expect, and I really enjoyed to play against the Chinese teams. So especially FPX, like that game was so fun to play, and it was a little bit like scary because they were actually good. So yeah.
我觉得 CN 赛区非常强，他们打得很棒还有我觉得这一场比赛我玩得非常非常开心，因为 FPX 是一个非常非常好的对手，所以我觉得Riens 选手在上海上这个舞台上玩得很好最后一个问题跟你说，是你们下一轮想给哪一个队交手？如果EDG 选择你们的话，你们会3个 CN 的队都已经交手了For the next round, obviously you don't get to choose who you you play against. So we're going to see which teams are going to choose you. If EDG choose you, that means you're going to play all of the CN teams on this stage. So do you have a preference?
I could see
I don't have
Panda
a preference,
teams
but
picking
I just don't
Tix
want to play against
and be like,
teams because
we're gonna stomp them
we already
because they
played
don't
them,
look that
like,
good.
every week, you know. So
And
like,
G2
I just
beat them
prefer
and
other
shit,
regions'
so
team. I would be actually happy to play against EDG because they're also
I
Chinese.
could
you know?
see Panda
like,
teams
I
like
play,
going
like, all the
to
Chinese teams. So yeah,
against
that's it.
Celtic
Also,
to eliminate
like, Chinese
them.
crowd is so so good. Like they're just so hyped. We can even hear it in game. They're not like cheering for us, I know that, but it's still fun, you know.
下一轮的时候，他说他无所谓，跟谁交手都可以，就是不想跟 Fnatic，因为他们一般在 EMEA 的时候总是跟 Fnatic 交手。他非常也想跟 EDG 交一下手，因为他很喜欢 CN 赛区的队。他们觉得在场的观众们、粉丝们，他很喜欢你们，他想感谢你们，因为他可以听到你们的欢呼，听到你们的鼓掌，他知道是不是给他欢呼的，但是他也觉得很感动，很喜欢在这个舞台上。All right, they love you. They love you, Rian. They love you. Thank you very much for joining me. You guys are through to playoffs, but we're going to find out who's going to be joining Heretics for the last spot, so stay with us.
This is the most pivotal day of Masters Shanghai. If you win here, you move on to the playoffs, and if you lose, it is it. You are done.
Oh my god, Autumn, you absolute monster!
Oh, the reservations all being disregarded now.
Ooh, Wuto, better for that trade against Berlin.
As Wood is just eco-farming his way to 4. Potentially 5, the ace on the other side. Yeah, there's nowhere for him to go. He's stuck. He's caught. He's lit up. And he's dead.
Curious.
Now spotting another as Wood's got 3 more. What a dominant map win for Heretics.
Just came out the gate swinging and never stopped.
Wood is perfect, and he's the one that's got to go down. He was a terror in the previous map, and it seems like life is taking over where Wood left off. A massive start for FPX. He's got 4. His timing is perfect. The first shot delivered. The second devastating. Pushing the smoke, but they pass each other like two ships in the night. Patatek back on the swing. Boo falls. Patatek dies too. It's a disaster.
Oh boy.
That's a cue for him to go. Berlin trying to steady.
Wow.
Trying to stop. And he does. Berlin holds the line. FPX are taking us the distance. But the utility delay is so good. Rianta slipped the net, but he didn't check all the way in the corner, so he's dropped. Berlin on the swing, he falls. A 1v3, time is of the essence. Heretics full steam ahead. He's got to be careful here. Who can hold this? Who can hold this? He stops the defuse. Manages to TP and get away. He's got it. There's not enough time. Very nicely done by Lysor. Spotting a little bit more skin. A triple face. It's way too much. Rians cannot capitalize on it. The classic, not connecting. The tap on the defuse. Lights on the swing. And FPX gets a series point. The defense has to be everything, but Boo stops it. He had gotten into the pit, he'd gotten into the smoke, but Benji Fisher was wise to it. Oh, but now he's giving his position away. Now he knows where he is. Meanwhile, Mood on the other side with 4. Lysor drops 1. Can he 1v3 to close this out? No! The ace for Woot! Insane! Even if it did, Benji Fish is still alive, and now it's back up online. They've been able to hold him back so far. Oh, and now the spike is sitting on the ground! Does he swing? Yes, he does. He's up in his face, and that's enough to stop the plant. An instant classic. Heretics survive.
And it's heartbreak in Shanghai for FPX. One of the most grueling, intense maps you will ever see. But elation for Heretics.
Red Bull gives you wings.
basketball player.
Yes. Basically, Michael Jordan wouldn't.
Is it like a
Let me
good
help
friendship?
you.
or-
Michael Jordan wouldn't have been as successful if Scottie Pippen wasn't on his team. Scottie Pippen was a big part of that. There are a lot of basketball fans mad.
Supportive player who's also really good. And that's exactly what Mazzino is. Throughout the Americas run, this was one of those guys on this team that I was just so impressed by. He was always a shooter when he played with Crew, but I think he's really melded into such a team player. The supportive utility he has for Aspas is always consistently excellent, and he wins a ton of clutches just off his own skill as well, and he was really stepping up that last series.
Yeah, exactly. But the night and day with his first series, like the performance was a complete shift when we think about Mazzino. He is going to need to step up today because, as we were just hearing in the interview, a role like his with the initiation and also the capabilities of shutting the other team down, knowing how FUT has been playing the last games that they've played, it's going to be necessary.
Yeah, and also he's a little bit of a less known name than someone like Aspas, but he's still super experienced on the global stage, making multiple appearances and runs with Leviathan. This guy is a veteran, and he shows in the server.
All this reinforces that I'm going to have you guys watch some Michael
I
Jordan
knew who he was.
Chicago.
I
Not you, but her. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to FUT Esports. Now, they scored a massive win over Dragon Ranger Gaming yesterday to stay alive. But here's the thing. Dragon Ranger, in comparison to the other teams in the Chinese region, we're definitely ranked lower. And we saw a squad that came out to play, and they took it to FUT Esports, and I think that probably gave them some pause, because I'm sure a lot of people were expecting FUT to honestly run over DRG.
Yeah, exactly. And at the beginning of both of the maps, it was a little bit like that, right?
They were running them over.
Exactly. On buying so many rounds in a row that went for the side of FUT. But then, after the first 8, we see a FUT that are just getting too confident, maybe too cocky, to just, we're just going to send it. We're just going to keep running it down, and we're going to close the map. And that is when things started to get complicated. Why cannot you just cool down and keep playing the game round by round? And you're giving too much to the other team to actually come back onto you. And DRG, we're taking those opportunities. And let me tell you, LEV is going to do the same.
And Tex was right. They're a team that takes a lot of timings. Like, they play that like Soari and Mie style, but they do take a lot of risks. And I think about against strong opposition, especially when they're playing against a team like DRG, who's great shooters, and that's the same again against LEV. Those kind of little mistakes, missed timings, they could lose them a game today.
Very true. Let's go ahead and find out some insights from a former world champion. We have Yinsu standing by with CNET.
We have an incredible matchup ahead of us today. I'm now joined by CNET from FUT. Now, CNET, the last time you faced Aspas at Champs, he eliminated you from that tournament. You're going to play against him today. Is there anything you want to say to him?
Last time we played against him, I played better individually, but he eliminated our team. I hope this time he play better, but we eliminate him.
Oh, okay. I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, CNET.
Well, we have been blessed with a second face-off between two world champions, CNET and Aspas. Now, their last meeting was an awesome match at Champs last year. Every game went 13-11. Look, it's CNET, it's Aspas. You couldn't have asked for a better comparison.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, Aspas got the win, but CNET got the better individual performance, right? So it's going to tie it up. But, revenge is
a dish best served cold.
Yeah, exactly. It's not very cold here today in Shanghai, but I think that he will be very, very happy to take that revenge.
It's the coldest day since we've been here. Anyways, it's a really... It's not, because that's true. But it's really an incredible matchup that we have ahead of us here. CNET, I think most people, after that peak when he won Champions, thought there was going to be kind of a fall off. He goes off, he plays with Na'Vi. We see him struggle for a while, but now he's on a FUT roster where he looks really comfortable. And it's the first time we really see him super happy, super involved with his team, and also just shooting back to that level when he won a championship. And it's really the same for Aspas as well.
I think it's not the same for CNET, because last year, even though he was with Na'Vi and he was trying to experiment a bit, he was never comfortable. He was always in the back end. Now this year, he is the one making and proposing, let's do something different. I want to be better than just a jet player.
Yeah, but then, you got Leviathan's Aspas, who has always been comfortable in every single role, every single situation that he puts himself in here. And Mimi, this is going to be a fireworks show between these two teams.
Yeah, both of these teams really, you'll sometimes see rounds just evolve into individual stuff. They're also both very similarly built, where they put a lot into enabling their duelist player. They give a lot of freedom. This is the most free we've ever really seen CNET in a roster. And for Aspas, chaos. They give him so much of that same levity. For both of these guys, I think they are players that will define this matchup, and it's absolutely do or die. You're either going to make the playoffs today or get eliminated. A world champ is going home.
That's right, and that is mind-blowing to think about. But we had a great match to start things off. We're going to close it out even better, baby. Let's send it over to the stage for LEV versus FUT.
Footy Sports.
It's the final match of the Swiss stage. You win here, you move on to the playoffs. If you lose, your run in Shanghai ends today. And the difference between this matchup and the one we just saw is that we have two world champions on opposite sides of the field looking to bring it to one another, because really, that's what it's all about. Win here and you move on.
Yeah, exactly. And for FUT, of course, this means a lot. We know that internationally they haven't done their best, but they have also never once against an America's team. So today they can make history.
And as we look at the map, Vito, here, we're going to be starting off in pretty familiar territory for both of these teams. On Sunset, that'll be the choice of Leviathan. They've had a really good record on this one, 4-1, after kind of playing on this breach gecko composition, which I think they implement really well. Their defense side in particular, they showed some excellent retakes when they started on the defense in their last game. That lead brought them to a dominant victory against T1.
I mean, yeah, I can understand that they decide to go for the Sunset Lotus, though it's very surprising that FUT keeps selecting this map. We know that they've been struggling in changing the compositions time and time again. Maybe there's a new one that they want to show. Maybe they found every single thing that went wrong last time.
I mean, I'm just happy they've moved away from the Sage comp, that they were playing in EMEA with no initiator. I think it was at least an improvement, even if they ended up losing.
They may have used older cards in EMEA, and now they come to the international stage, and we're like, oh, that's just a...
But that's what makes it tough to make it to this point. If you're playing through the Swiss stage as well, you're off-putting so much VOD footage, so much for your opponents to prep against. And I think Leviathan is at their best when they have that time to go back and prep and prepare. In both of the matches that they've been able to take home, and in that first map, even in the series they lost, I think it came down to game planning and prep to be at their best. And you really have to credit Coach Goked for putting that stuff together.
100%. Now, also another familiar, I shouldn't say familiar, but interesting thing here is that you are going to have this crowd white hot for Leviathan, because there are a lot of people who are Aspas fans in the crowd, and we saw how much that played a role in that first series. FPX were just really feeding off of that energy to will them back into the game. So, you know, if you're Leviathan, you have to feel a little good in your FUT. You're probably approaching this one with a bit of a chip on your shoulder, ready to silence some people.
Yeah, some of the people probably weren't even of age when Zenit was a world champion.
It was like 3 years ago.
Yeah, it's a joke, maybe. I don't mean it. But,
it does feel like forever ago.
But yeah, we were hearing Rian saying how you can actually hear the crowd. And we see no surprises on the agent select here on Sunset. We know that FUT decided to pick this map against FPX, but you know, it wasn't that pretty. Yeah, exactly. On the defense, it wasn't very bright. Probably that's what they decided to start on the attack. But Leviathan surely saw something there that made them go for this one. But
yeah,
absolutely. You know, perfect with this conversation.
Sure. FUT, I think the biggest key to winning on this defensive side is trying to bait out the trap plays that LEV to set up with that breach, and also being proactive to disrupt the flood retakes that are so effective from LEV.
Well, here we go. Last match of the Swiss stage. Let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. It's Baby Bay and doing double duty, baby. It's Douglas.
There was a lot of D's in there. It was a lot. I've got to find a better way to take that throw. Elimination. Elimination on the line. And honestly, for this to be how the Swiss stage closes, Dre, I could not possibly ask for anything else.
Yeah, we got two ex-champions going head-to-head against each other.
It's perfect.
And it's going to be so much pressure from both sides. Elimination game. And you got to feel like FUT. I mean, they haven't been playing with an advantage at all. The home crowd has always been against them. Two Chinese teams. Now it's Aspas.
Yeah.
Full support. Speak of the devil. He will be getting first contact. Breaking that Roomba early on and just wants to give it there. A very slow approach from FUT, who got completely obliterated the last time they played this match against FPX.
Team we unfortunately just had to bid adieu to.
This is an awesome pistol round already from FUT, but the timing might not be there for them because LEV already ahead of this. That chip did not get broken.
Cage triggered. They made a little bit of noise, but yeah, you're right. I don't know that it was enough. LEV have already put a lot of their defenses back here. Mazzino's looking to reposition with the utility that he can try to dump out onto the side. Meanwhile, FUT not really having created enough space to get out of elbow. Up until now, as Mr. Fallen's the tip of the spear. The first one to go. A flash in the face of Tex, and he cannot stand strong. He cannot hold on. And now it's on to King. A 1v5 and a disastrous start for LEV as the flawless round goes the way of FUT.
And another pistol round win for Mr. Fallen and FUT. They had an 80% win rate on pistol rounds this entire tournament so far going into this, and now it's even higher.
They've been so good in these, man.
And it's all off of him. Not only does he cook up the strats, but that breach C that he had on the comm there was nowhere for him to go.
It was perfect. It was perfect.
I imagine we're gonna see another slow approach here going into the anti-eco round for FUT. It will be a little bit of A control though.
Well, that hurts.
Good default utility use from FUT. This is all gonna be conditioning that we're gonna see further in the half. With that being said, Aspas did walk down a little bit down mid, but Yedeje is just holding for him. And with this elbow control, they can really just freeze the round, manipulate any rotations they want, and hold for a re-aggression.
Yeah, they've kind of split them apart, haven't they?
Yeah, and Mazzino here with this fault line. This could lead to disaster for FUT. And he's been so great on this breach on this map. He's really been a difference maker of why LEV is so dominant on a map like this.
The value that he's been able to provide is immeasurable. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, not only in terms of like his actual ability to get kills, but his utility. Speaking of utility,
dude, everything tagged him. It was a dizzy, it was the flash, it was the, I mean, everything. Now Crack's pushing forward. King is held strong at least enough to get a couple of kills, leaving Yetuje, CNED, and Adacaptain alive, but
30 seconds
the first two certainly worse for wear.
Yeah, good damage done, and I mean, if Aspas can connect on a CNED here, this could be a really costly anti-eco round for the likes of FUT. And he's slowly going to be creeping up into the site. FUT proactive in this approach on the post plant, though, so they should have an idea, an inkling, that he's crept in here from the CT side.
Yeah, surely not giving him the ones on high-low. Snapped onto the first.
Yeah.
Not able to connect the second. FUT get theirs. They're able to carry two rifles into the next round as well.
And they made it costly. That's all because King just tucking in that back default box on A. He had a bunch of players bait for him on the actual site, so when it came down to full clearing it, I mean, you don't expect another guy to be there.
Right.
Why is King there? This will be a very important round for LEV to get on the board. And I imagine we're going to see a very similar approach to a lot of these rounds from FUT. A very slow start. See what's going on with their default. Look, that's that default utility that was conditioned in the previous round, but King is ahead of this time because he's playing in that elbow area. And he does this quite a bit. Well, he himself will do the one-way jump spot. He has the Omen flash if he gets contact anywhere.
Meanwhile, they're playing for contact on the other side. Aspas with a paranoia in his face. Adacaptain TPing forward, and Com's there to punish.
And that's that fault line from Mazzino, punishing Adacaptain and Tex.
It was from such a distance. How much more can they find? They've thrown the brakes on this round. J and Mr. Fallen with so much to do, and yeah, it's just gotten a little bit easier, and that's now 2 down.
You have to imagine those are 2 guns they're going to want going into that next round. Nobody else right now wants to go down for LEV. Otherwise, I mean, they're not going to really have much of a buy.
Yeah, it gets really messy there. They're going to be slow picking mid by themselves. The first one falls. FPX with 56 HP, now left in that 1v3 with Outlaw in hand still.
They found my wire.
And I like the way they're playing this. It's very disciplined. They're not swinging into him. They even drop the paranoia, but King's position given away. Full between his eyes.
That was a nasty shot from Yeduje. Sitting at 4-0 already. Whoa!
He's gotten high ground, and he's gotten it down to 1. Calm has to pull this off on his own. He can also just be patient with it. He's got to take the fight! And he lands that shot, the Red Bull clutch for FUT. What a start!
It's disaster for LEV. They had the round won, but they were too eager to keep going for kills in mid. And the Outlaw could be so strong. I mean, this was so cold against the champ. And then he just diffs Calm in the 1v1. The discipline not quite there for LEV. They were up 2 players.
That is not how you want to start this series.
But Doug, we've seen this before from FUT, where they acquire a big lead and then they just let it slip away.
Yeah, true. Yeah, you're not wrong about that. That fault line coming out from Azino, we've mentioned it a couple of times, how good it is, how effective he is at using it. Atacaptain creeping forward. Mazino spotted, now killed.
I know exactly where you are. I must wait a moment.
All intel the way of FUT right now. They see that A site's open and CNET is able to take that B just for free. This is looking like a whole new team from FUT. The pacing, the scaling.
Meanwhile, LEV starting to have to reckon with these demons that have caused them problems. Really, the majority of the year. A team that feels like gives up situations that they really shouldn't, advantages that should be theirs, unfortunately go the other way. They're gonna have to give a bit of the same medicine back to FUT if they want to win this round. The big difference here is time is way more pressing. Tex and King have both upgraded weapons. Send Wingman to try to do it on his own. Tex would have to 1v3.
It's halved.
He can't take the fight. Oh, he's on a tap. He's tagged him down. 70 HP, daring him to swing, beckoning him to challenge. But the spike will go off. Tex gets the kills, but the round goes the way of FUT.
A great post plan from FUT. It got a little bit scrappy, but they just played the clock there. And it runs down.
To perfection.
Yeah, but for LEV, I mean, those are all confidence kills. You just did a 2v4 retake and almost won the round? I mean, Tex almost took the head off of the Omen player there. Right at the end, but...
I think part of the issue, though, Dre, is it has never felt like confidence is what lacks for this LEV squad. Right, like Tex does stuff like that, and he does stuff like that all the time. It's the bigger picture. It's when they have to come together, when the macro kind of falls apart, when they're losing 3v5s and things like that. That's where it feels like they stumble.
And it's so rare to see that on this map specifically.
That's true.
They're very good at this map. A big opener from Cracks onto Mazino.
Punished once more. Mr. Fallen with ult in hand. Oh, and the timing on the crunch is just beautiful. It's textbook, it's surgical. Tex is gonna have to put together another clip here. Numbers the way of the attack. Thrash invested. A whole lot of homies on the map right now. Little bit of value found. A 2v3. Tex is caught. A little bit of help from Aspas. The flash is there. They knew, they expected him to be holding over his shoulder. And as the spike ticks away, LEV are forced to sit back and watch, not allowed to play.
They're just delaying the time here. That wingman needs to get broken.
And it does. Not even getting to half. And now they have the fault line. They still have all these darts. They have, I mean, it's clinical. Yeah. Dre, that crunch that they hit market, everything from top to bottom in that round went the way of FUT. That was beautiful.
A very good snowball so far from FUT. Good use of the ultimates. a second gun round going their way. And even that thrash at the end there, it's all just to delay the time. Right. Mr. Fallen, the supplier with the fire in that situation.
Early timeout. Yeah, early timeout called here. A pause on the side of LEV, who could probably not have imagined a worse start to this series.
And it's all because of that bonus round. I mean, they had a 3v1 even at the end. Forget the first two that died top mid.
Yeah,
okay,
sure.
whatever.
That happens.
Whatever,
Yeah.
yeah. You're trying to warm up, I get it. You want to show that you're confident against a team like FUT. But FUT got some aimers, man, and we saw that in prime effect with Yedijay.
That Turkish aim hits different, man.
That was crazy.
Mazzino has struggled really to start things off. You know, we talked a lot about his utility and how effective he is on the breach, but it feels like every single time he's the one getting picked. He's the one getting punished.
It's really weird. It's uncharacteristic because usually he's not the one that's taking these first picks, you know, these opening fights.
And if he does, he wins them.
Yeah. Can't be doing that against the Turkish aim of FUT.
No.
And now we're going to see a change of pace, a heavy A default. There is a decent buy from LEV, so they will be able to fight fire with fire here.
Just goes here.
And someone who I've been praising quite a bit on this LEV team has Vincom, specifically on this map where he plays that Sentinel role, that Cypher. I feel like he does a really good job of playing off the trips, knowing when to not play off the trips and give sight. Yeah, he really hasn't had a chance to do that quite yet, though. But this could be a really good opportunity for them.
Yeah, for him to shine, for him to lean into his utility and try to create some advantages his way, his team's way. Meanwhile, the rocket triggered, fired off, no kills found. But FUT, again, roll over the defense. Mazzino finally on the board, but still much more to do. Spike not planted. They're gonna have to try to do a 3v3 retake here for LEV to get on the board finally.
Where is everyone hiding?
Cypher ult for Cypher ult here. Info gathered from both sides, but Mr. Fallen sitting here with that flash. This is all to delay.
Cracks looked like he was considering a flank around, a re-wrap, but no, instead he stays on site. He gets the best of comm, looking for more. But he continues to get tagged, he continues to get peppered. Mr. Fallen still has to hold the line for him. He's got the fall line, that should cause a swing, and that's exactly what it does. Another round the way of FUT.
That's not ready.
This team of FUT is so good at post plants, Doug. They're insane on them. I think the statistic is something ridiculous, one of the highest of this tournament. But this is that 6-round mark that we've seen so many times before.
Yeah,
this is where it tends to slip away. Maybe they just have more confidence. They're not going against an unconventional, unfamiliar style of a Chinese team. Maybe this can be the moment where they take the lead and run away with it.
No real ults. I mean, Cracks is more than halfway to his, but Mr. Fallen nowhere near. CNET nowhere near. Another opener the way of FUT.
This is the FUT we all know. They contact in.
My goodness.
And then they explode like this.
That was so decisive.
Drop the spike.
CNET just soaring through the site, smothering the opposition.
You can't play anywhere on that site.
No, not at all. But then what are you gonna do? You're just gonna play off and try to retake with pistols? I mean, it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah, when you don't have the guns in your favor, I mean, sometimes you gotta just go for broke. And I don't imagine that Ospas will win this 1v5 or 1v4, I should say. And I do have the actual stat. Before this match, FUT, this whole tournament long, they've been 32 for 37 on post plants. That's an 86% conversion rate.
That's stupid, man.
And then you think about that and you're like, how have the games even been close?
Yeah.
How are they not even in the playoffs?
Yeah, they shouldn't be here.
Right?
If they keep winning like that, I mean, they just have no business being down here.
Maybe it was nerves before, maybe it was something else, but they're not slowing down right now.
No. Up 7-0 against the number 3 seed from America, is a team that was built to compete for championships. This was not a team with expectations of being sent home in groups on the international stage. I mean, you've got some heavy hitters here. You've got 2 world champs. You've got Comm and Aspas on your team. You got King, who was the brightest spot on Leviathan last year.
Yeah, my brother.
Here. Tex comes through Ascension. He's the real deal. He continues to improve. He continues to impress. This is a team that shouldn't be in this position.
And it felt like they really turned a leaf and that they were like unstoppable towards the latter end of the season and in that playoff to qualify for this LAN.
Yeah, it seemed like they'd figured something out, but it's almost like they left whatever they learned back home.
Look at this contact style. Usually stuff like this can work against you, but that's Mazzino falling again. That's what we've been saying.
And now all that utility that we've been talking about is ineffective.
Oh.
Wait a second.
This is dirty.
He's waiting for the other. Heard 2 sets of footsteps. Only he's able to get one.
A 5v3.
Again.
They just need a death ball here. I imagine they might even invest another Thrash here. Just secure the round.
It's the rich getting richer, man.
Yeah.
They have so many things they can lean into. They have so many advantages.
Great fault line.
And the tag into the cam was really nice into the smoke. Com's able to get 2, but has to run away. Traded though. A 2v2 now. The spike down. Aspas has his rocket. Right on cue, triggered. Looking for a target. He's got to find it. He tries to get him up. Captain snuffs out the wick.
What was that? The captain taking things into his own hands. Aspas, it's so rare to see this guy sitting at 1-8. Right there. But now you know why. That was a showstopper right there. He just gets his head taken clean off. And Com did such a good job of bringing this round back.
It was off of the utility that you were talking about a couple of rounds ago and how good he is with it. That's unbelievable. Yeah, guys, we had the same reaction,
exactly.
bro.
Everybody did. Everybody did. And you can tell the crowd is completely silent here.
And that's the second timeout called.
You have to, though. You have to somehow stop the bleeding.
What a start, man. And honestly, it felt like Yetujay's positioning there at the middle of the round where he heard Aspas and he gets the best of Com. That really feels like if you could take a micro shot of how this half has gone, that was it.
Yeah.
Right there. Where FUT are just, I mean, they're 2-3 steps ahead of what's going on here.
Jeez. This has been a ridiculous start for FUT. LEV need to stop the bleeding here. They absolutely have to. And the thing is if they do, if they can do that, they've seen other teams bring it all the way back.
Yeah.
And maybe that can build them confidence. But I mean, if you let it get too far out of hand and give FUT too much of a buffer, could be disaster. The only one positive on Leviathan right now is Tex, the player from Ascension.
Meanwhile, something you said earlier, I mean, you're absolutely right about, man. When was the last time you saw Aspas 1-8?
I have no clue.
I don't
think I've ever.
But FUT has just played this to perfection.
The slow, silent walk and approach has been working really well against Leviathan. Maybe they're just not warmed up, not dialed in on their crosshairs quite yet. Oh my gosh. He takes himself out with that showstopper, but he gets one for ones.
The problem is nobody cares about whether or not you were warmed up on that day.
Yeah.
Nobody remembers that. Thrash invested, cracks clearing space. Captain should be able to fill behind it, or he's just going to hold on to mid and continue to cause problems.
And Krax is able to pick that Thrash up again for the post plant.
Captain left on the other side of this trip. Meanwhile, the roll of Thunder out as they try to flood him behind the site. They've drawn out the ult. They're going to flip back mid. They're going to flip back A. Captain gets caught.
What?
Tried tucking under the trip. Honestly, I respect it.
He's literally in front of the trip the whole freaking time.
And now
he gets caught in it.
He can keep at least 2 players here. He can listen for the rotation. Com has to go huge here, Doug.
He's on his own.
Great opener.
How much more can he get? 13 seconds left. They're comfortable slowing things down. They realize time is on their side. Now the ult's invested. Keep an eye on Captain. He finally falls with 5 seconds left. Thrash on the way. Com not able to hold the line. Spike down just barely. And Tex falls.
Oh.
9-0 the way of FUT. That was their best chance. And that one's gone out of hand too.
How does LEV
I mean, when you
manages to
think
lose
that you've taken so
game?
many left turns, surely it's going to go right sometime. But it's just not happening. A 9-0 lead. And a great fault line, a great setup for that market split. And then baiting
Fucking
out
CNET
the
suicide. Attack captain like
back.
walks in a fucking tip.
But still,
Like
the trading is not there for LEV. It's that discipline that I was speaking of earlier. It's just not there.
It doesn't seem like there's anything there for LEV right now.
Tex, the only shining star, gets taken out. The trades once more going in favor of FUT. And another free bomb plant, man. This is such a showing right now.
Krax will get a little bit closer to having his ult online. Did he dink him? He dinked him on that fadeaway tap. But Aspas finally coming online, getting 2 big kills. 3v2, the way of the defense, but 6 HP among 2 of the members.
5 HP, 1 HP.
They're going to have to frag their way through
Okay,
Leviathan if
that's
they
the
want
1
to win this
HP
round.
guy.
The thing is, they've done it at every single turn, and now an attempt to do it again. Aspas clearing the cam, looking for the fight. Yetu waiting on the other side of the box. The fall line
Where
will
the
connect.
fuck
The
did
swing
King
will come through,
go?
and Aspas will fall once more.
I just don't understand. King ulted all the way to B site.
Yeah, I don't know.
He left Aspas on an island. And Mr. Fallen.
30 seconds left.
I mean, I thought it was Mazzino who had great breach utility. But it's actually Mr. Fallen that's been the one with the great breach utility
What the
so far.
fuck is LEV doing?
I don't know
man?
if King thought the hit was going back B and they had rotated out. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Was it a misclick or something? That's
You cancel that out.
That's a huge blunder, right? And they knew they had bomb as well, so where are you going?
Enemy remaining.
This is so uncharacteristic of King and the rest of the squad of Leviathan. I mean, Tex looks like he's the only one that came here to play for map 1. Aggression down mid again. Aspas did this the last round, but look at the utility to stop him. And then this!
Ada Captain holds the line. 2 down in the face of the aggression. A tragic start for LEV.
Amateur.
They're still able to find a little bit of value playing around Com's cages. Ada Captain TPing away. He's going to be able to get deep into spawn. He's going to be able to try to control the rotations as best as he can. The smoke's coming through. Aspas should be able to get ahead of it, though. And with a minute left on the round, they have time to flip this back if they want to.
Shadows traveling.
And he's able to do this because they're sitting at such a big buffer. Why not take a risk? I mean, somebody could have been there.
Oh, 1000%.
And then he's just going to keep going. That's 3.
Even if they are there, he might not care.
Right there.
Another dominant round from FUT. 11-0. LEV did not show up on Sunset. They haven't.
I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to jinx it.
It's just unbelievable how good FUT look right now.
It's 11-0. All of the words. Unbelievable. Ridiculous.
And they don't have, I mean, there's no other way to slow the game down. There's no other way to ice this thing.
No. At this point for LEV, I mean, I'm sure they even know that this is going to be the toughest ask. It wasn't clean, yeah, it wasn't clean, but he got one. Oh,
just one, the thrash in his face. Ada Captain gets a second. Numbers the way of the attack, the paranoia out. Mazzino's the first there. And he's flashed. Cracks. Trying to challenge. He takes a little bit of damage for it. Mazzino now looking to get active, looking to push forward. 2 taken down. Yetu will fall as well. CNET in a 1v2. Surely they hear this. Unless the sound of the nade covered his footsteps.
There is a cam in B main and a trip B main, though.
He's not going to have to reckon with any of it, depending on how he plays.
That is true, but it could give LEV the info required to just figure out systematically where CNET is playing.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, this cam will be the cue as well.
Oh, he's repositioning. You would think he's tucked back main, but he's playing tight, he's playing close. Seeing it in 1v2 to keep the game perfect. Cannot. Aspas will get Leviathan there first.
And they needed to make a mark. They needed to make a dent. Who other than Aspas to do it for them? But it's been a rough one. You can't help but feel like this one just might be too much of a lead to come back from.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, I would have to agree. This was just such a dominant performance. Almost 12 rounds. If it doesn't go, if the 1v1 doesn't go the way of Aspas, you're looking at a 12-0 lead. We're gonna throw it to an Omen player moments and take a listen to Yetu-J, who's currently sitting at 16-2 right now for FUT.
Hello guys, I am Yetu-J from FUT Sports. Yeah, it was so hard. We wasn't expect that much harder, but we win, that's all. When we lose first match, my coach said like, just play your game. That happens, like we can lose, we can win. Just try to be team, support each other. My mentality is like, we can lose every match. We can maybe eliminate it today. But if we lose with good gameplay, like if we lose because they are better, that means like that's a lesson for us. We're gonna be just upgrade ourselves more.
Swings back in and connects onto Luke. Krax has gotten 3! How in the world does he get away with that?
I'm so happy to play again Leviathan. I think it's good and it will just upgrade us. I love Aspas so much. I really like him gameplay and I'm just waiting for him to come my traps and die. We're gonna win next match. That's all.
Well, it's been the FUT show this entire half, this entire map so far, and there are plenty of people who are excited about that. 11-1, the way of the number 3 seed from EMEA. LEV look lost. They look like a shell of the team that qualified for this tournament.
FUT look way more comfortable now going up against a more conventional style of play. And it's night and day. But I still did not expect this.
No, I didn't either. Honestly, the way we saw FUT look the last time they were on the stage.
On this map, they got obliterated.
Yep.
Like, not even close. But I guess that could work to their favor, and maybe LEV thought that, you know, it would be an easy one.
It's been anything but, if that was the case.
And I say this quite a bit, but at this point for LEV, any round, I mean, it counts. It matters. It gives you momentum going into the next map, which is Lotus. And LEV aren't really good. They've lost the last 3 Lotuses they've played.
Cam spotting 1, maybe 2. But cleared. LEV have taken a little bit of space mid, but if they decide to go back B, they're gonna have to reckon with this triple stack.
CNED in a lead, he's just so confident playing like this. I mean, you really have to push him off. You have to use body's utility. He will sit here and disrespect you until he gets punished.
That's where he gets scary, man.
Yep.
Captain has a paranoia invested. Did not tag Aspas, but there is a little bit of help. The fall line did. They're all dead, man. There's nowhere for them to go unless Aspas can fight back. He's still alive. He's still there. 22 HP, looking for the spam. Aspas with 3. The snap is pretty, but they still have to win the round. I don't think he spotted yet. Yetu-J.
Oh. 2 players sitting at 1 apiece.
30 seconds
Colin
left.
has to find a window here. Or try to hold the site itself.
Yeah, but Mr. Fallen did hear that.
Right
there. And he spots him.
He's the healthy one too.
He dodged that fault line.
Really nice fault line. That's still gonna buy some space, so it's gonna allow safe passage across him for them to get through.
Into the breach seat, potentially. Doesn't use it.
Patience on the swing from Yetu-J. Calm falls, and again, that's the healthy one. Aspas will fall. Mazzino, the last piece, crumbles as well. The slaughter continues.
The battle of the breaches, and Mr. Fallen has coming out on top this entire map.
There's not a silver lining here, man.
Mazzino's supposed to be the one that has the greatest utility on this map. He's so known for it. In North America, at least. But Mr. Fallen, he's proven something different here today.
Today did such a good job playing around that breach utility that you were referring to.
Yeah.
Gaius is all smiles, man. I mean, at this point, you're thinking about Lotus.
Yeah.
At this point, yeah.
A Lotus that you haven't won.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's not a good thought.
In forever, yeah.
Right, so LEV obviously have to force.
Yeah.
They got a couple of stingers, a guardian for Aspas.
I mean, when in doubt, stinger it out. You know.
Is that how the saying goes?
I mean, it has to go that way this time, right? Surely. I mean, listen, if you're just getting diffed in like the actual aim duels, maybe the run gun would be the deciding factor in winning a round.
Get a little RNG for you.
Hopefully.
Play the game in your favor. Yikes.
Oh my gosh, cracks!
It's a blender. It's disaster.
Gun here.
Last time we saw that from him, it was with the Sheriff yesterday. Today, it's with the Bulldog.
But the outcome is the same.
Full control, my friend. That's how the saying goes, right?
I think so. So Tech's left a 1v3 to prolong this map a little bit more. Committing to the spike plant.
30 seconds left.
Using util. No challenge.
And he gets hit by the fault line. I mean, this guy, this breach play from Mr. Fallen needs to be studied.
I don't know that he's missed.
Oh my gosh, another one.
I don't know that he's missed a single bit of utility, but it might not matter. He gets his one kill, but that was rough for LEV.
And you know what it was? The most decisive map of this tournament so far.
I mean,
that's exactly what that was.
It just doesn't get any easier than that. Unbelievable. 13-1. We're headed to Lotus. We'll see you guys on the other side.
Nice alarm! Let's go!
I made it to my happy place, got the sun in my eyes and a smile on my face, yeah. I made it to my happy place, it ain't rained in a while, woke up early today. I feel good, happy faces, I'm so happy that I made it to my happy place.
Yo, P-Money, Handy, Skanker, don't know. Oh, them again, P-Money and Hamdi, them again. P-Money and Hamdi, them again. Seen them before, one, see them again. Took man's crowd, can't see them again. Get out the front one, free them again. Real bad boy, man, a G to the. Real bad boy, man, a G to the end. Oh, them again, P-Money and Hamdi, them again. P-Money and Hamdi, them again. Seen them before, one, see them again. Took man's crowd, can't see them again. Get out the front one, free them again. Real bad boy, man, a G to the G to the. Real bad boy, man, a G to the end. Oh, inferior. I said them, man, are inferior. Pull up at show like, yo, here we are. Black wig with black interior. Can't front like you don't know who we are. Every week, man, do show regular. Gal in the rave, tryna see where we are. Backstage thing, man, know where we are. Similar, not quite P, them man similar. Spot hates are like, yo, there they are. Educated, don't need seminar. Imina, real lyrics, not no P, no manner. Hour long set, ostrich stamina. Big paycheck, then it's back to the car. Oh, them again. P-Money and Hamdi, them again. P-Money and Hamdi, them again. Seen them before, one, see them again. Took man's crowd, can't see them again. Get out the front one, free them again. Real bad boy, man, a G to the. Real bad boy, man, a G to the end. to the end. Bow, enter, shut down race from where I enter. 10 guest list, gonna need extra. Big entrance, bigger than wrestler. Gal in the front going on extra. Some of them calm, some of them eggs up. Mosh pit crew holding the center. Big long beard, big black temper. Bullet sender, man don't wanna see bullet sender. This kind of image they can't render. Deaf don't care about any gender. Big number, Simeon expensive jumper. This money make man feel younger. My squad rough like big pumper. Oh, them again. P Money and Hamdi, them again. P Money and Hamdi, them again. Seen them before, one see them again. Took man's crowd, can't see them again. Gal at the front, one free them again. Real bad boy, man a G to the. Real bad boy, man a G to the end. Oh, them again. P Money and Hamdi, them again. P Money and Hamdi, them again. Seen them before, one see them again. Took man's crowd, can't see them again. Gal at the front, one free them again. Real bad boy, man a G to the G to the. Real bad boy, man a G to the end.
An almost flawless start from FUT here in the elimination match. I am now joined by their coach Gaius and also Scarlett to do some translation. Now, the last time, Gaius, I spoke to you on the stage, you said, doesn't matter which team you guys face, it feels like you get to a point where you get stuck and you don't really know what to do. But after seeing that map, you found the solution surely, and if so, what was the solution?
Guys, tebrikler. Neredeyse mükemmel mücadeleydi. Bir önceki röportajda takım fark etmeksizin, rakip fark etmeksizin bir noktada sıkışıp kalıyormuşuz gibi hissediyoruz demiştin. Bu maç farklıydı. Yani bir çözüm bulmuş gibisiniz. Neydi? Çözümünüz nedir?
Çözüm sadece Leviathan Kuru maçındaki analizdi. Çünkü Kuru Leviathan'ı çok iyi analiz etmişti ve güzel oynamıştı ama sonuca erememişti. Biz de onlar gibi oynayıp bir atarlık kurşunumuz vardı. O da işe yaradı. Açıkçası bugün çözüm Kuru'dan geldi. Kendi oyunumuz değildi açıkçası.
To be honest, the solution came from Crew. In the Crew Leviathan match, it felt as though Crew really analyzed them super well. So we analyzed that match and our solution derived from them. So this is not our gameplay. It is mostly derived from them.
All right, well, shout out to Crew. Thank you very much, Scarlett. Thank you, guys.
Look at that. Crew just absolutely inspiring people
I mean,
from afar.
It showed, though,
Yeah.
the game plan there was incredible from FUT. I mean, they're already a team who loves these really slow contact plays into late pops, but that's what made the game plan for Crew as well. So actually really cool for Coach Gaius to let us into the prep a little bit there, and a fantastic map one for them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, absolute flattening that we just saw from FUT on Leviathan. Did not expect that at all. And part of it, I mean, was just these immaculate plays that they were making. Everything was clicking for them, Kakuka, but just the post plants were disgusting.
Time after time, like the utility from the initiators was so good, and round 5 is a very good example of how curated this rounds were, how the utility is being used to let literally no space for Leviathan to even think of what to do.
Yeah, this round was so cool, right? They're setting up for the late split with the Cypher, then it's kind of this next layer with the Gecko ult, then it's a next layer with the Breach flashes pushing in, and then they're just falling back into main and playing the post plant. I think whenever FUT is playing post plants on really any of their maps, they show a lot of really good understandings of the different stages of the post plant. When to play forward, when to fall back, when to rely on the utility. It's really well drilled stuff from them.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
Yeah, it's beautiful to see, but to me, like, two players that we have to talk about are Mr. Fallen. We just saw him there.
His util was insane that match.
Like, every single time that I watch one of those attack rounds and I just see Cracks getting ready to use the utility, but then he goes and gets an opener. Like, it made no sense. Then he also has to super clean utility, plants the spike, supports the teams, gets the kill. What else do you need from him? Is he making breakfast for them as well? Because I don't understand. And then the next layer is that, oh, you think you have a nice shot? No worries. Mr. Fallen has a stun ready for you.
And
Doesn't matter where you are.
I want to be invited because Medemin's delicious.
Yeah. This is the first year where he's like unlocked all the agents. Yeah. Besides just playing KO.
Yeah.
I feel like we only ever saw this guy playing KO, and they always built all their game plans around it. But he's picked up so much more in the get-go this year, and I actually feel like his util usage on that agent is stellar as well, especially the way that FUT was kind of balancing the timings with that 10-second cooldown on Dizzy to go for a lot of these re-hit rounds. It's really well-constructed stuff from the whole team. But also, you mentioned Mr. Fallen, but the calling there was good, and also just his individual performance. I mean, you can't say enough good stuff about that map for FUT.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Yeah, it was a 13-1. I mean, it's just absolute insanity there. But let's actually go ahead and hear from the coach of Leviathan as we get ready for map number 2.
I'm now standing by with Coach Gokid from Leviathan. Now, the first map felt like a very uncharacteristic performance from you guys. So what do you think went wrong, and how do you fix that going on to the next map?
I think we were playing really bad advantages. I think we had really good reads where they were going, and we were still like not connecting on how we want to play. So we were just checking how we want to play the situations coming forward, how we normally play them, and we need to really step it up if we want to take map 2.
Oh, it's only that could do it. It's you guys. Thank you very much for joining me, and best of luck.
And step it up, they definitely need to do, because at this point, like the mental, you have, for the sake of the mental rather, you got to push that game to the side, because that just is, as I said, very uncharacteristic of them. But now we make our way over toward Lotus, and I don't know, I feel like all the momentum is riding for FUT.
Hear me out. Quick call to G2. How did you do it? Because it was a Lotus again, even though they started with a 3-9 half, they managed to bring it back.
Valen, hook it up.
How did you do it?
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna have to try and learn. Maybe they'll get the phones out, maybe something else. But that was an incredibly disappointing map 1 from Leviathan. It seemed like everything wasn't working. You have to give credit to FUT, but there was a lot of mistakes from Lev. I think their defense started falling apart. The individuals weren't on point. But this is a world championship caliber team. There are experienced players on this squad. They're still gonna have to dig deep though, because they have had a tough recent record on Lotus. I believe 3 in a row lost, going into a FUT that has also struggled on this map.
Yeah, exactly. For this, the head-to-head that I'm looking at is mostly the Sentinels, especially with FUT starting on the defense. I'm looking at Yetajay. We remember what happened on that round 3, that 3v1 that he wins on the previous map, and probably starts to snowball for FUT. If that is to happen again, it's a very, very scary prospect, especially with the Leviathan's result the other day against Genji.
FUT broke ground at Champions last year by making their first ever playoffs at an international event. They have a chance to do it again and make it a playoffs without 2 of the world champions attending this event. If Lev want to stay alive, they have to dig deep on Lotus.
Oh, indeed they do. Let's find out, though, if Leviathan can do this. Can they force that map 3? Let's send it back over to your casters. It's Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, I think Mimi put it very, very nicely. The potential, the potential for history here for FUT, to be able to qualify into the playoff stage once more, to be able to qualify against a team that, again, was built for championships, that has arguably the best player in the world on it, that has a world champion alongside him. It would just be ridiculous.
Yeah, FUT have the chance. I mean, and they're in a prime position to honestly send Leviathan packing and Aspas packing, and that's so crazy to say out loud. And this is their map pick. And with the way that the last map went, I mean, CNET is already so confident on the Jet on this map. When you're playing against a confident Jet, it's going to be so tough.
I guess the one benefit about getting beat as bad as you did on the previous map is you just kind of forget it.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
you have to.
Yeah.
But look.
Oh, no.
And that's against Aspas. Making a statement right now with CNET. I'm the real champ.
Those memories are coming back real quick.
Yeah. He might not be the people's champ here, but he was a champ at some point, right?
Just a massive start. Aspas again forced to just sit there and watch. And Leviathan try to find a desperately needed pistol. This contact approach towards A.
There's just going to be so much delay here with Ada Captain and Cracks.
Yeah, he's got the fault line ready right now. As soon as there's contact from Ada Captain, you imagine the fault line will come out.
And it's going to be off a contact as well.
30 seconds left.
This is a little nice, though. I like what they're doing here. They tap on the door, they insert Mizzino, or at least try to insert Mizzino, but then they turn their attention B.
Planted.
I would have loved to see Mizzino just stay in that tree area. But I mean, there's no way he could know.
No.
Now he gets the info.
One spotted.
Look at this approach on the retake from FUT. It's so patient.
Wait, Texas swinging back around. Lands the shots on Adicapton. I thought he was dead. Com finds another. Lev with an advantage, and this is where Lev's coach was worried. They didn't play their advantage as well. Is it gonna happen again? Oh, it certainly looks like it. Com keeping things interesting, keeping it competitive. He's the last one alive.
No problem.
And FUT get the pistol.
It's heartbreaking. Lev brought it back. They have the post plant, but they can't hold. And it's not like FUT are like the best retake team. They have one of the lowest retake stats in this tournament. I mean, yesterday, yeah, they probably won most of the retakes that they have from yesterday alone. I guess that prepped them for this moment.
One enemy remaining.
Another advantage.
No problem.
Lost, another opportunity squandered. And again, as much as you need to try to forget the last map, FUT are going to do everything they possibly can to remind them of it every single round. Lev choosing to rotate back A. Lean heavy into it. You've got a turret that's watching the middle of the map. With Cena not far off.
Such an interesting Viper wall choice from FUT.
Yeah, it really is.
It basically cuts off the ability to split B as well. You have to check both sides of the wall if you decide to turn back around after being stuffed by the Viper and the Cypher on the actual A site.
And that's so miserable to do, because if you're trying to hit a split B, you're trying to do it quickly. You don't really have time to slow down and check all your sides. It's a really nice wall.
Fault line to stall.
Adicapton trying to play on the site.
Ooh.
Dropping Tex. It just looks so effortless, man.
Even a one-way.
Yeah, Jay's playing around him. Adicapton with 3 on the round. A flawless round for FUT as they get their second. And now is when Lev need to start piecing something together. They've got to win this round. You cannot afford another snowball, not after what happened in the previous map.
But Doug, I'm so impressed already. I know we're only 2 rounds in, but all the protocols on that A site,
they look good, man.
Yeah, falling back after we get the first kill, popping the one-way into tree, and then fighting the same angle together, and then you have all the rest of the breach utility to stall the lane push. I mean, this is some really high-level play right now. These setups are insane. A more traditional Viper wall this time around.
The dash back from CNET as he keeps his life. FUT looking to slam the door on this once more. Mr. Fallen and CNET both with Outlaws. You hear that one rattling off as the other one rotates away. And I don't know that they know that there are 2.
The intuition of CNET right now is on point. When Jet players are in this zone, when they're in the flow state, they're going to be everywhere you're hitting.
Well, now they know there are 2. If there was doubt before, they know it now.
He was just at A with them. If he goes back to A, I don't know what I'm gonna freak out.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. Mr. Fallen was continuing to shoot while CNED was rotating back C to suggest that the Outlaw was staying here. King looking to find a little bit of space and cannot. They've invested a Haunt, they've invested a Suck and a Paranoia A, and are now splitting B. And guess what? The Outlaw's here. Both of them, no less. CNED not finding a target. Krax is over the top with the breach util at the ready.
Spike planted.
But they've given up enough room so that Lev can get the spike down. No ults to speak of here.
Cover going out.
Another slow approach on the retake, and here comes the utility bomb. This is why they run the breach comp. He still has full util. The Omen flash comes out. The breach C.
But they haven't really gained any of the space.
They're trying to bait out utility from Lev, but
it didn't feel like they had the weaponry to do this.
Yeah.
Cena and Mr. Fallen have to go in so aggressively on their own, and again, all they had was Outlaws. Very well played by Lev. For them to be able to get enough space to get the spike down, that felt like the biggest thing they had to solve of them all, and they do so successfully.
But I feel like it was kind of on accident. I feel like FUT were giving so much respect. They tried to use their rechargeables, or not rechargeables, but use a little bit of utility early on to try to bait out the utility of Lev, whatever else they had left on the actual post plant, and then go back in. But Lev weren't even playing for that layer. So a little bit of a disconnect there. maybe now in the future you're going to see Flood maybe fast Flood in with the utility that we saw. Because had they done that, I mean, maybe. There were so many people hit by that utility. Maybe that would have worked out for them.
Cover going out.
Lev, full intention towards A.
Early top of the door as well.
They've even set a trip in Worm because of how often Lev like to hit the split B.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like they're interested in that this time around. They've scaled all the way up into stairs. Cracks have to be careful. 2 found there.
Spike down. Defenders.
I don't know how he just did that. Zeno.
He's pushing forward now. The second found for Cracks.
The thing is they still can't transition to B. And now they're going to be uploaded. They're revealed.
I mean, even if they try to split that way, you're right. They're going to get caught by the trip on the other side, and Cena's waiting.
And they're so worried about the flank as well. Oh, do they clear this? Do they clear this? They're not going to! And the trigger discipline from CNET, he cleans them both up!
He's so patient. He's just so patient. And he's smiling about it too, man. He knows he just got away with it.
Yeah, he's definitely looking around with a profound sense of pride right now. And add a captain. Oh my gosh. That's so tough. A collat. When you drop like that, the rest of the players that are alive in the round, I mean, their heart drops. They can't believe it either. And it just feels so impossible to bring it back.
When you think you have an advantage and you feel it slip out of your hands just so effortlessly.
So America's second seed, G2.
That didn't catch.
So unique.
Beat
Dog
like
all the way over.
Heretics.
Oh, they're ready for this!
EMEA is second seed.
Oh my gosh!
And now, like,
smothered them with
EMEA is
utility.
third seed. He's destroying fucking
FUT came ready to play today.
Third seed.
Ooh!
Interesting.
Tex, or King, excuse me, able to get one.
Nice shot from the IGL. He has to do more though. And Mr. Fallen's just waiting and ready for him here. Actually, 3 players are slowly creeping up on him.
Tom committing to the plant. King considering committing to the swing.
Oh, but they're gonna flash peek him, dog.
Turns onto the first. That's nicely done. What other util you got? The fault line.
Oh,
Holy!
King.
Coming to life.
Face your fear.
Activating with CNET on the other side. Of course, it's CNET if this one gets out of hand too. Com just has a stinger, but he lands the shots from a distance. The MasterCard Thrifty to get Lev their second.
And all of a sudden,
a clutch player.
A big sigh of relief
He was the
for
clutch
Lev.
player for IG, so.
IGL of King stepping up huge there, outplaying the breach utility. And the scaling there just wasn't there. 4 foot. I mean, an isolated 1v1 there. And then this one aggressive step. Oh, that kill on Cracks was sick. SMH in the crowd.
My concern is that's what it took for them to get another round.
Yeah.
Honestly, FUT are perfectly okay with that.
My camera is this.
I mean, if it takes that level of heroics to get a round together, happy to give that away. But Aspas pushing the pace, getting the best of Captain with his ult.
Look at CNET on the minimap right now. He's already all the way behind.
On the quick flank.
He
The
gets
bind
spotted.
not great. CNET up top.
Spike planted.
Now tap at the door. Mr. Fawn has to be careful here. Oh, no. He's found so much space.
This would be ridiculous.
Can Cracks get more? Just the Sheriff. Stinger in the hands of Mr. Fallen. He's playing his cards perfectly. So patient. Can't steady. The crosshair, though. Damage dealt. And now utility dumped. Meanwhile, fight ensues on the other side of the site. Keeping it competitive, or at least trying to, or FUT, but Lev punch back.
Okay, it's a Nico. Happens.
And they punch back off of a showstopper from Aspas getting that entry. CNET had one of the fastest flanks I think I've seen on this map in a long time, but it didn't matter because all 5 players of Lev were already on the site, have that bomb down.
Oh, so nicely done by Aspas.
Yeah.
And then obviously Tex on the swing cleaning up too.
Tex has been so impressive this tournament.
They're still calm, man.
Fight harder. There.
into the next we go. An early pit invested mid and a fault line to dissuade any aggressive push A main. An op in the hands of Cena too, holding down C by himself.
This is a setup that FUT run quite a bit. CNED will maintain this C line until you throw everything you got at him. And even then, he'll pop the dash and re-swing to continue on getting info.
Yeah, we'll see if he's challenged. Seems like he might.
I mean, the thing is right now for LEV, if you let the clock run down too low, I mean, that Prowler, I get what they're trying to do. They're trying to make it seem like they're leaning towards C, but the fact that CNED is so disrespectful with the Jet here, I mean, it gives them info that they're leaning towards A.
Yeah, there's no reason to believe it.
Yeah, and they're going to cycle one way is at this door. If the trips get broken, the fault line's going to come all the way across. The clock is running down low right now, Doug, and the utility is going to be in favor of cracks of FUT. It's not going to be an easy hit at all, and that Omen Flash is way too early, it feels like.
Oh, Aspas gets yoinked right back, but still ends the shots onto Mr. Fallen. I don't know how he hit that.
I have no clue how he just got that kill.
And Yetu pushing forward, but he was decayed. Couldn't really find an advantage, couldn't really find any space. LEV, a big advantage, a big numbers advantage, and it's just gotten a little bit smaller, but they still have it to their disposal. 3 members of LEV facing right into where Krax is. As soon as he turns, one goes down. And now CNED will fill in behind it.
You heard the jump spot.
Doesn't land the shot. He does have the upper F though. Able to reposition. Mazzino chasing him down. Ada Captain has to give this up. They don't have the money for him to go for this.
And while we have this time, because Ada Captain's definitely going to save this gun, we have to see a replay of that entry. Because from our point of view, from heaven, I mean, this guy was playing as Jet as Race. I mean, he was slingshotting all the way around. He hit that trip.
Yeah, I don't know how he hit that.
And he still got the entry. I would love to see that from Mr. Fallen's POV.
I imagine we will.
That must have been the most ridiculous sight. No way!
What?
There's no way!
Here it is from his POV.
Oh my goodness!
Unbelievable.
I mean, I guess the only thing Mr. Fallen can do there is maybe hit the aim lab before this game, but...
Or just not shoot? I mean,
that's so crazy.
Start running the Phantom? I don't know. I mean, that's just brutal.
That was crazy. That might be one of the craziest entries I've seen a player have in this game of Valorant. And that's coming from, you know, me, who had some of the craziest things ever, too. The most unconventional things.
Timeout called here for FUT. The smile that was previously on Gaius' face, and for good reason, has gotten a little bit more mild.
That's 3 in a row now for LEV. So finally building some momentum into this map. And I mean,
it's a good timeout for FUT. Like the momentum,
finally online.
Put your guys back in
It
line.
all started off the back of their IGL.
Lotus is a very like decided map.
This game is in a state of
especially
with
snowballing.
Seems like it's just swing rounds back and forth.
Players.
What can FUT do in this timeout to stop the snowball?
So if they can get like 2, maybe 3 rounds, it's already a good defense.
You take a look at the buy for FUT. It's a little light, it's a little shoddy a judge for Mr. Fallen. And he's already playing it up by the barrier. Same Viper wall from a couple of rounds ago.
And I like this Viper wall. I think they could default this most of the rounds against the way that LEV are playing this map.
Yeah.
And it would get a lot of value.
I absolutely agree. But this 1-3-1 pendulum swings back towards A, towards King, who's taking a little bit of space already. FUT are kind of happy to give up on some of this, though. They're gonna have to test the waters with this Viper wall.
Oh, he lets the Roomba go past him.
If it's gonna be a split, doesn't seem like it's going to be though. No, Aspas satcheling forward. The dog not far behind him. Ada Captain currently
they know now.
Trying to play his position. They haven't cleared him.
He's pinched. They know he's here, Doug.
They've got to know that there's
Viper
nothing
Molly.
to clear him. Finally, Calm gets the best of him.
That's a
Another
risky
tap in the
play.
door as the thing continues to rotate and spin round and round. Now finally, settling silence across the site. CNED looking for anything he can, and it's Mizzino just around the wall. Aspas, the shot's not quite on the mark. Fortunately for him, a judge on the other side while CNED gets the best of Mizzino.
And an upgrade with that.
Krax has his ult, but that might be the cue for it to stop. It's a 3v3 here, just one rifle in the hands of CNED. Time is short. It doesn't look like any target will be given. King not able to control the spray there. Finally lands onto Krax. All three, the way of Lev, as they get up to 5.
And good patience from Lev there. Not jumping the gun on Tree. Mizzino consistently tapping that door. I mean, Calm did take a 1 there, and that could have gone the other way, but I imagine it would be traded right afterwards. Right, yeah, that door is in the middle of opening up as well. And for the side of FUT, I mean, they went into that retake with the notion of trying to get all the guns out. That's why they didn't push. They didn't push anything. I mean, they were really holding really passive, waiting for Tex to potentially lurk B.
That's how you survive.
I mean, Yedajay was literally sitting on B that entire time that retake happened, until the very last second.
Op is online for CNED.
And there's that Viper wall again. They identified that that's a great wall to use with how Lev are playing. I'm impressed.
Lev has still been able to find their successes, though.
Yeah.
And they have two pretty big ults in Texas and Comms to play with.
Right now, FUT are actually playing for the A control into the B split.
Oh, a little bit of noise being made. They try to keep it inside the fault line, and CNED lands a shot.
Attacker spawn.
That was vintage. The jump peek?
That's going to force Lev back and try to reconsider how they want to approach this. The panel has been broken. The op is still here. The shot has been landed.
I think he's
Mizzino
sold
is down.
too.
Oh, he's back.
Looking for another. Dash at the ready. And the challenge will come. Has to give the space up, but there's no additional follow-up behind it. Of course, it's Aspas to push the pace, but Yetujay takes care of him on the other side. Meanwhile, CNED connects on the third. And FUT get their 4th.
CNED is unreal right now. This is what I was saying that's scary for Lev going into this map. He can play so disrespectful on the jet, and you don't practice against this all the time. This might be one of the only teams, apart from what, PRX, that plays jet on this map? So you're not used to being jump peek front B in the mid round like this. Oh my gosh!
That's so tough too, man. Calm didn't even, I mean, he didn't get tagged by the fault line. He had a shot there, but that's just so tough to shoot back to, man.
When an operator is on point like that, you have to insta him.
He's gonna get challenged again.
Look,
the eye has been cleared. Oh, but he decides to spam into the smoke. Doesn't connect on the shot.
Yeah,
they have to take a step back. Yetujay with the dog in his face. And now Aspas satcheling forward, cannot control the spray. Aspas has found safe passage, gets the best of Yetujay. CNED looking to punch right back. Punish with the op. Mr. Fallen close by. Krax waiting to see if he can control the late lurk. That's not coming. And now with the better understanding of that, his ult, I imagine, will come up surely, certainly.
That push is
But
very
after
good
this,
for Lev.
I don't think they invested. A 2v5?
No.
What?
Cut?
Krax got 3. Oh, but Mizzino has to get 4 to
shit.
win the round.
That was chaotic. But Mizzino, the one that actually set up this entire round for Lev, the one who helped Aspas get that entry, he closed it out for them in a weird fashion. But that Omen teleport, CNED was drawn all the way back towards CT spawn, thinking that it was there, but actually it was on site the entire time. If CNED doesn't go back and clear spawn there, surely Aspas is traded there. And then he closes it out like this. I mean,
what a ridiculous close to the round.
Yeah.
Kills came in bunches. Back into the next we go. 4 ults on the side of the defense. The gun's not great, though. 2 rifles to speak of.
Bring them down.
And the blades for CNED, of course.
oh, he dodged every trip. Nice rollout.
Calm not nearly as fortunate, but it doesn't look like he'll get punished. Tex either.
Here.
So they deal with all the traps that have been set at their feet.
Oh, they're committing?
And they get a paranoia at the exact same time, but where's the follow-up? How do you fill in on this space? You don't really have the guns to do this, but you do have knives. Only 1 life taken so far. Classic now connects.
No.
A little bit more as the dash comes through, trying to pick up a weapon and
Knife out.
Krax
What?
with 1.
Oh.
Tex 49 HP. Cracks on the reposition. He's healthy. Now taking a step back. Tex has to take this fight. Oh, he's reloading.
The reload,
and
man.
Tex punishes at just the right time.
And that's a play Tex makes all the time on top of that. I've seen him do that exact play maybe 2, 3 other times. He knows that he's gonna catch a player out in transition there when he drops the KJL. A lot of players expect the Killjoys to just sit back and let that soak in and then maybe play the bomb from that point. But he likes to take the fight to you, even if he's low HP. I think he's done that in this tournament, actually.
A stoic response. And a 3-round lead for Lev. Op still in the hands of CNED. And a full lean C from Lev. Everyone's here. King has his pit. Oh, Footer ahead of this too. They've already rotated over. The pathing, the rollout from Aspas again is good. It's clean.
Oh my gosh.
Yetuje had no idea.
What a clear though.
The nade is really nice too. They had nowhere to go. They had the spit, they had the molly, they had the nade, and they had Aspas to deal with. Finally falling over the top is CNED. A 1v1, he's got the op in hand, has to try to grab a rifle. Patience. Finally hearing the weapon exchanged.
I mean, I told you, like, 7-5 is a good. Oh, he's gonna take the arm and leave.
He's gonna get his ult.
My ultimate is ready.
And now the map is wide open. Does he cancel it? No, he sticks it. Fully committing to A. Fully committing to getting the spike down. Remember, 18 HP, not a ton there. While CNED has already rotated back. He's got one smoke and an updraft to play around. Mazzino also has a smoke, but he has no idea where CNED is coming from, and he's so quiet, so patient, but he's not looking the right way! Snaps onto Mazzino anyway!
7-5, yeah.
CNED gets FUT to 5.
I mean, it's looking like a FUT
Mazzino
map.
had a really good chance into this round to close
If
that
they win
out,
that pistol,
but the
it's
run and gun of
like-
CNED was just too strong, and that HP was the deciding factor. If
A8.
he has even a little bit, an inch more of HP, he surely gets that kill.
7-8.
I want to see the last one again because it looked like he had swung out wide enough to spot.
He spotted him for
CNED,
sure.
but yeah.
He 100% spotted him.
Oh, here it is. Oh, he was looking the other way when he turned the corner.
That timing.
Oh, that's tragic. But it gets FUT to 5. It gets us to a competitive half. We're going to throw it down to the desk to break that down. It was a good one.
7-5 is the scoreline here as Leviathan currently hold on to the lead. But man, oh man, I mean, this has been, you know, just not what I thought would have happened in this series overall. It does feel like Leviathan, even in the moments where they're doing all right, FUT's still right there with them.
Yeah, FUT honestly put together a fantastic defense here. Winning that last clutch and bringing it to 5-7 is absolutely critical for them. I think some great retakes throughout. CNED back in form. This is a FUT that's looking dangerous.
Yeah, of course. It's looking very, very dangerous for them. Also, the way that Lev was reading onto what to do specifically on the sides, like how to chase into Atta Captain when he's playing on A. They have solutions for a lot of things, but will it be enough?
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and take a look, though, at our HyperX Reflex moment of the day. It is going to go to King for this little ditty right here. That was actually quite nice, the way that he was able to... That was fast. Blink and you missed it.
By the way, 2 versus 5 at the beginning of this round, which was like an eco, half eco for the side of Leviathan. 3 players were killed onto C, but with a beautiful micro coming in from the side of FUT. But the fact that King is able to even this out, you know, gives them most of the rounds that they get.
Lev had a lot of issues on their attacking side on the last map. I think the biggest one was looking somewhat uncoordinated in late rounds, right? Like some of their post plants were falling apart. We saw really good retakes from FUT in the little bit of gameplay that we did get to see in that map number 1. Lev really has to lock in here if they want to close this one out. If FUT can win this pistol with a favorable attack side, momentum at their heels, and their players in peak form, they're on the precipice of getting a 2-0 and making their second appearance at an international playoffs.
Leviathan could very well be going home the next time we see you on screen. They're going to have to answer back. And for FUT, they are in form. But like Mimi said, only a few rounds are right back in it. Doug, Baby Bay, over to you.
Thank you so much, guys. This pistol's a big one. I think if Lev were able to put this thing away, create a little bit of separation, and then maybe settle things down so the moments don't have to be as chaotic, Trey, maybe they have a shot at this, but it all starts with this pistol. FUT on the attacking side. Mazzino's already gotten all the way up to half wall with the light armor and a classic. He's not given a challenge. He's not given a fight.
Great stun.
They're just so good with it, man. Doesn't really matter who it is. At a captain, so first of all, remember, they've struggled in capitalizing on these advantages. Tex strikes at just the right time. The spike is now sitting on the ground, right at Tex's feet. They're gonna have to push their way through that if they want to scoop it back up. And I don't know how, I mean, forget about getting through Tex. Everyone is there.
Yeah, that bomb is in such a bad spot for FUT right now. And it may be too early to say this, but it's looking like FUT might finally lose a pistol round in this series. It would take some of the most magnificent heroics we've seen to bring this one back.
The international stage tends to bring those out.
And this first contact, oh my gosh, the fault line. But Calm,
30 seconds left.
This 1v1 though is everything.
Cena's not gonna, I mean, yeah, Calm doesn't get tagged, but he's weak. The second fight comes through, the paranoia does everything. What a flash from Mazzino.
And a much better round for LEV. Yeah, it's just pistols, but they were disciplined. They fought together. They didn't give the ones, apart from that last little fight there with Calm and Cena. That is what was lacking, I mean, in this entire game. Look, the triple fight. The molly to isolate everybody that's stuck in the main. And then pinching the smoke together. Great work, great pistol round from Leviathan. And they're starting to distance themselves and kind of take this away.
Aspas is playing up close here with Outlaw. But FUT have managed to take a little bit of space without making any noise. The problem is those smokes won't be around forever. Oh. He just spotted 2 shoulders. Another smoke. You imagine the spam comes through. They're patient with it. Nicely done, but the gun difference on the other side is overwhelming. Aspas over the top.
Down A. One enemy remaining.
It's clean, and that's exactly what you need if you're LEV. Cracks surrounded and dealt with as the defense gets their 9.
Beautiful. And all of a sudden, last map is a distant memory for LEV. Aspas is online. That's something you like to see.
King is playing well, and that's pretty much a constant no matter what, but
I mean, when LEV win their games, the scoreboard usually looks like this. It's the trifecta of King, Aspas, and Mazzino that pull the majority of the weight with the kills. And then it's the support and the stability of Calm and Tex that bring him through the finish line.
Man, there's not really a ton of fight behind this.
Yeah, but a lot of info gathered. And this was really cool from Yedeje. He has that cage lineup to try to block the Fade Eye.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't work. I wonder if Calm changed up his lineup.
It doesn't take much.
Yeah, and this is going to be a complete trap play here.
That crossfire is crazy, but they know. Oh, they know. He should have spotted it. The spam comes through. Mr. Fallen falls. And now Cena trying to dash back. Paranoia in his face, and Tex not far off. Has nowhere to go.
The gap is B, but LEV are aware. That's why you see Aspas holding all the way back in spawn. Holding the Heaven aggression. Look at the approach from Leviathan this time around on the retakes. They're so much more together and so much more aware.
Man, given the buy that LEV had going into this round, I didn't think that a bonus was likely. I didn't think it was possible.
No way from Cracks here. No way from Cracks here, dog.
But Tex is on the trade. A 3v2 now, the way of LEV. Spike has been ticking for a little while here. How much more of a nuisance can Ada Captain be? Dropping down and dropping Mazzino with him. Calm will fall too. And of course, it's Aspas to try to pull off the 1v2. No targets found. The round the way of FUT.
LEV had such a great early round, and it looked like they were setting the retake up really well. But I think they just waited a little bit too long.
And also, Cracks' utility was picture perfect.
All that delay. And then he swings with it as well. And And when you're playing, I mean, you're not used to playing against a Breach on this map, especially with a double controller.
Right.
So yeah, maybe against, you know, a more conventional comp like a Fade or a Sky, you can abuse that broken door area. But if you're running against a Breach, I mean, that fault line gets everything.
Oh yeah, the fall line gets everything, the aftershock gets everything, the flash lights up the whole damn place.
They set up the round perfectly, but the bonus does not go their way.
And signs of life for FUT.
Yeah.
Who I imagine want to avoid bind. Not because it's necessarily a strength or weakness of either side, but because things get really silly when you get to map 3 in elimination matches.
Yeah.
All of his Killjoy utility from LEV posted up C.
And a rotation from Calm as well. And this is really good for Leviathan right now. Yeah. Because Calm will be able to use his utility and cycle it here to get info if players are still here. That's why you see him already going for the eye over the top. I mean, we're looking at Mazzino right now, but on the minimap, other things are happening. And that's why you see the spam from FUT.
Calm still hasn't thrown that eye. Hanging on to it.
Might be just saving it for the hit. Mr. Fallen almost drops down there.
Oh, Mazzino's so far up. He has to get the space back up, though, man. He's got to be careful, but instead he decides he wants to fight a little bit more, drops the paranoia
30 seconds left
to get himself out of there.
Nice. This Aspas gets cleared here. This is a spot that not many teams clear in the mid round.
They know.
Oh, there it is.
Didn't know.
Good trade, though,
I mean,
Doug.
it's 1 for 1.
Tex on the swing, Yetu-J on the kill. Now 10 seconds left. The spike has to go down. It has to go down soon. But Mazzino's doing his damnedest to stop it. What a hold from LEV. Can he get the spike? Can he get the plant?
No way.
1v2, 10 seconds left. He takes the fight.
No time.
The King just has to stay alive. LEV gets to 10.
And that'll be no bomb down, no gun saved.
Okay, maybe there is a hope
huge round from
for...
LEV.
Maybe there is hope for
And what was a
LEV.
great trade from Ada Captain was shortly after countered when the actual sight hit came through. What a great hold for Leviathan on that A site.
Mazzino went nuts.
Yeah, he's been playing great this map. And it's so funny that this is the narrative because Mazzino usually struggles on Lotus. And he usually plays amazing on Sunset. But he just knows, he's like, I gotta step it up, man. That last map, that's not me.
One rifle in the hands of the attack. And of course, it's in the hands of CNED.
Yeah. Mazzino sitting here with a judge could be really deadly, Doug.
He was electric on Sunset, but I mean, honestly, all of footwear. It's easy to look electric when you're winning 13-1, but CNED a little bit more quiet this time around. You mentioned Mazzino's judge.
Yeah,
playing on the other side of the door.
It's gonna be so hard to break through this door, this tree area.
Yeah, not with this kind of weaponry, not, I mean.
And even on this B hit, you have 2 players tucked front B right now. So even if Aspas goes down here, King should get a fast trade and he just timing swings it.
Or he just kills them both, yeah. Forget about the trade.
Why not?
With the way LEV has looked this map.
What a story.
I am really excited about Bind. Assuming this continues the way it's looked, Bind should be an outrageously good map. LEV get to 11, you mentioned it. From beginning to end, the judge was the story. A flawless round for the defense.
And now going into this next round for FUT, you have to be worried about these close corners. Is there gonna be an Omen there with a judge?
All right.
And Mazzino might not even keep it into this round. I mean, he could upgrade, get a rifle if he wanted to, but just that fact alone, cooking in your brain, it makes you play differently.
Yeah, the timing here from Aspas was beautiful.
Yeah, he's warmed up, Doug.
Captain think he is, bro.
So much of Leviathan's success has been about the pressure and how they maintain it.
Yeah.
How they handle it. That was at least the story in North America, but it looks like they definitely brought it here with them too.
I mean, pressure has really kind of surrounded this team from the beginning. We've talked about it a couple of times. This roster was built to compete for hardware. And under those expectations, they struggled at the beginning, finally seemed to have found some footing, and then hop on a plane to go to the other side of the world.
Yeah.
And it seems like on a much more condensed situation, they have to solve a bit of the same. They look a little rough, and they're having to figure it out, and they're having to figure it out on the fly.
And they have high expectations even here. I mean, this is a home crowd advantage. The fans here love Aspas. You don't want to let them down. It may not be your region, but when you're not going up against a Chinese team, it is.
It looks like Mazzino will keep that judge. LEV just a couple of rounds away from taking us to bind. Keep an eye on Cracks, though. He has that Rolling Thunder to play around. If they decide to go into this C-hit, into all of Texas utility, it could get messy. Because the judge is here.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter if you get hit with a breach shot when you have a judge. It's still a one pump if you're close range. I like this play from LEV. They're reading into it.
But do they commit? Considering it, waiting for the right moment to strike. You see the smoke going up towards Worm to suggest that split.
I mean, CNET is gonna have to deal with KJ Mollies, a judge. Even if players here on C are stunned from that breach utility, this entire setup is to counter CNET.
Second smoke refreshed. No easy access to site. Oh, they found the judge. I can't imagine they're gonna want to go this way now.
Wait, this 1v1 on the opposite side of the map with Yetajay and King.
He spotted the barrel, he spotted Yetajay, he's dead. FUT have kind of been thrown into a bit of a dizzy.
Oh my gosh,
Calm is filling in on the space behind
30
them.
seconds left.
As FUT try to rotate back A, there's no trip, there's nobody watching it. These could be some of the easiest kills of Calm's life. They just saw the Rolling Thunder. Cracks will fall. The swing out not connecting. As Aspas pops his ult, has the satchel, goes forward, doesn't get a chance to fire it off, but 10 seconds left. The spike is nowhere near the site, and now it's sitting on the ground. There's no way for them to get in. CNET will have to frag his way out, and he cannot. LEV get to map point.
From start to finish, Doug, this has been such a good map for LEV. And they haven't won this the last 3 times they played it. They got destroyed by Genji. I think it was 13-5. And you already know that FUT, I mean, their coach said, yeah, we used the game plan of Crew to beat LEV on the last map. And I can't help but imagine they maybe tried to do something similarly on this one.
Or they should have if they didn't.
Yeah. I think LEV made some really good changes, though, from the last time they played this map to now. And it's showing.
Knives not connecting. CNET has to go up top. Still has a couple to play around. While Yetajay gets the best of Aspas. It's messy and it's chaotic, but the defense seems to be holding the line. Now tap at the door as they try to find safe passage and get away. Ada Captain with spike in hand is going to have to try to stay alive and try to find his way out, and he cannot. But Yetajay potentially saving the day.
And he knows where Calm is as well. That Prowler hit him. If I'm Yetajay right now, I know I got hit by a Prowler front B. I'm going back to A after I get this bomb. Calm could definitely be in sight before me. Poor guy, he just wants an upgrade. He can't get it.
Went from a Phantom to a Bulldog to a Guardian.
Yeah.
Now 45 seconds.
And a lot of time.
And the silence for Calm must be deafening. 3 sites. No real idea on where he could possibly be.
Once this door opens up, Calm will have to knife out.
30 seconds left.
Try to beat the timing. No one on the minimap telling him that it opened? Ah, there it is. A little bit of a delay, but he's going to have to run into a full Cypher setup. 2 trips, Doug. 2.
Accelerating now. You see both trips invested.
Oh, my gosh.
Yetajay playing on the other side of him. Tucked in tree. Calm with the round in his hand. Has an eye to play with. Remember, Yetajay's a little bit weak, too. He's taken some damage. But his positioning here is everything. The eye cleared. He knows where he is. The cam spotted him. And that's one that's been found. He has to tuck. Buys a little bit of time, pulls it out. Now Yetajay just playing around the corner. He's not going to swing. He's not going to give him the challenge. Finally comes out, and Yetajay gets the kill anyway. The 4K to get FUT their 7th.
Yetajay just had, what, a 1v4. He keeps them alive. FUT are still in this map. And the economy is starting to fumble for Lev. Nice shots.
He favors that Guardian, and I understand why. I fully understand why. Into the next round we go. 4 ults on the side of the defense. We're looking to deal a death blow to FUT. Already aggressive space taken away from Aspas. The pit invested on the other side, forcing, funneling FUT B.
And on the other end of this, Com has that fatal. So the flood will be so strong.
And they've invested the lockdown into this as well.
I mean, FUT can't go anywhere right now.
Nothing is safe. The weak spot now would be A, because it's just Mizzino who's taking space half wall. You can't really try to venture into the pit. It's dangerous enough as it is, but then you have Killjoy utility inside of it.
Gosh.
Aspas on the reposition, joining with Mizzino.
They know they're gonna come back A. They know it's gonna be a reclear, but do they know how many? That's the question.
They've got to be careful on this. Oh, the cam, he's been spotted. The cam is cleared, they're looking for the fight, and Mizzino falls.
At the same time, door is tap front B. Lev still just need to hold strong here, though.
30 seconds left.
FUT are doing their best to conceal what they're trying to do.
Oh, footsteps heard. Tex made noise, acting like he jumped into heaven. He sneaks back into the front B smoke. What is that?
Calm not able to land the shots. It seemed like it was going to be some of the easiest kills, but those are often the hardest. Barring an ace from King, we're playing another round.
And not only that, but that was every single ult that they had used and invested into this round, with the outcome not going their way.
You're absolutely right.
FUT have a chance now to potentially come back into this map.
I mean, they're carrying all of their rifles into the next.
Oh my gosh.
Add a captain as his pit.
They stole this round away. Yedeje, that Cypher camera, that one piece of chargeable utility, that's what opens it up for them? Are you kidding?
The spike goes off as FUT get onto their 8th.
They're nothing but flies.
Lever, I mean, on the doorstep of taking us to bind, but you're right, with the investment of all of those ults, that should have been what put him away.
Yeah.
That was the game plan, that was the approach. Gosh, that one hurts.
I think the problem was that they stacked the Fade ult with Tex's Killjoy ult. They counteract each other. They don't work well. They're not synonymous at all.
Cage trigger.
So no real time to dwell on it. The only ult they have is Mizzino's. How do they approach this? All of the Killjoy utility set up C.
Proactivity from Lev. To something we haven't seen
Cage
yet
triggered.
on their defensive side so far. They really haven't had to. But this is a lot of info now gathered for Leviathan. They know nobody's even jiggling A lobby right now. Yeah, somebody could be tucked on the left.
And they just spotted, Com just spotted a little bit B as well. And the alarm bot just went off C, so they have a really good idea of what's going on here.
Yep.
But the truth is they did the previous round as well. The paranoia out, Cena dashing forward, standing the shots on a Texan, looking for the second, has to take a step back.
I know
as Aspas falls too. Maybe Mizzino can settle things, he gets his one, but the spike is rotated back C. Mr. Fallen keeping it up. And Atta Captain keeping it forward. Spike in hand. He's got the pitch, surely he invested here off the plan, right? If he gets the time, if he gets the space.
There
now
it is.
Dropped, he's gotta be careful because Com's not far off. The spam not connecting, but Mizzino with some high ground.
Is he gonna jump on the box? He is!
He is. Looking for any target he can find. If he drops down behind him, there's no way for them to expect for him to be there. Com with the eye, that might be the cue for him to go. There it is, as soon as the eye goes up, Mizzino goes down. Trying to get behind him, he's been caught, he's been spotted, and Com will fall too. Atta Captain with 3 and FUT with 9.
It was such a good idea on the retake for
The
Lev.
momentum for Lev is gone, like.
But not quite hitting the mark. When Mizzino drops down there and he doesn't see Atta Captain right away, Atta Captain understands that and he hears it, and that's just all she wrote. He turns around and he's able to clean that kill up for free. Another great round for FUT. The macro game right here, they baited out all the Killjoy utility. That allows Cena to get in scot-free, take a 1v1, and not be chipped down low in case the body shots matter. It didn't in this case.
Right.
It did come down to a 2v2 though, so LEV, I mean, they fought hard for that round.
I mean, but the last couple of rounds have gone down to the wire. They've been close, but all of them have been going the way of FUT. And so now LEV call a timeout, their first of the map. They still have one more in case things get really messy. But the truth is, I mean, they're messy now.
Yeah, they are.
FUT have put together the last 3 rounds to keep this thing close. It seemed like they were done. I mean, it seemed like we were going to bind.
I thought it was over. Much how the first map went for them, for FUT. I thought it was going to be the same case here for LEV. On each respected team's map pick as well. It will be a light armor buy across the board for Leviathan in this round.
And an outlaw on the side of Yetu-J.
They might, I was going to say, they might catch FUT off guard here with this buy.
I mean, they have the money to fully invest to rifles. I think you're right.
I mean, King sitting at 2.9, you have players on 3.3. A lot of teams in this case would do a little bit of a light buy, yeah, but not invest fully. This is a winning play here, a winning buy potentially for Leviathan.
Shadows traveling.
Prowler first clearing out mid, or at least attempting to. Gets tagged up.
Yeah, FUT knows something's amiss here around this C area of the map. That's why they want nothing to do with it. But LEV have done a really good job of manipulating FUT to go A.
Back into the teeth of Texas setup. Just like the last round. Second dog used to clear the trip, the deep trip that Yetu-J had put up. Remember, no ults. This is all guns here.
And it's all contact. Tex versus CNED.
All of this utility. It's a mess. The first one cleared. CNED now going, dashing forward, trying to find a target. Space has been gained, but no kills have been found. King flushed out straight into CNED's crosshairs, and it's Adcaptain who gets the kill. Second is a Clipper and Try. The classic comes out. The kill comes through for Tex. Numbers still the way of FUT. But they haven't really established control, and they're kind of stuck on the site here. There's nowhere for them to go. So it's on Yetu-J to control the flank, to control stairs, and he lands the shots on Mazzino. Now they can turn their attention forward. 13 seconds left. They've got to hold them back as best as they can, and it's all on to Calm. He will fall. FUT get another.
It was a back and forth round, but FUT come out on top. The utility on the site from Cracks was too good. It got Cena this entry right here. Oh, Adcaptain gets it. But either way, the trades onto the site go their way. And Yetu-J here with that outlaw, all he had to do, his one job, was to hold stairs that entire time as the hit came through. And that came down to the wire. That was 10 seconds left before they even got the bomb out of tree there. If they do that again against like an actual full buy with utility, that could be disaster. Just like this push was almost disaster. The pinch.
FUT want to get through this as cleanly as they can and as quickly as they can, to be honest. Remember, LEV still have one more timeout.
Yeah. And yeah, they're definitely going to use it after this round. Honestly, the coach probably pre-fired it, just like CNED pre-fired that smoke and got a kill off of the aggression from LEV.
Cracks because of that spike play, now 1 point away from the Rolling Thunder.
Man, and they're going to hunt too. For sure you're going to hunt here.
Oh, you've got the money? Yeah, why not?
You're going to see Mr. Fallen try to get that Omen ult online, because why not? I mean, Omen ult isn't the most, you know, oppressive ult on a map like this, but it could put doubt in the minds of LEV. Or maybe, I mean, maybe you can sync them together.
Cracks is the big one. I've got all eyes on him. He's got to get that ult online here if he can. I'm really surprised they're not hunting.
Why are they not hunting? The economy is flourishing for you. It's only 1 round left. You can buy.
Hey, they don't want to feed a couple of ult turps over? I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. Either way, FUT will get to 11. Tex dying there to the spike.
Yeah. That is a fair point, though. If they had ran into the wrong spot and Aspas suddenly gets that showstopper online, I mean, that could be a big deal going into the last round of the half. They did a good job right here weathering the storm and not getting pincered. That was that pre-fire I was talking about, the fadeaway.
They're not going to call a timeout?
No timeout. They're just going straight into things here. And it will be an op online for Yedege.
Last round of regulation. Either we're going to bind or we're going to overtime.
With all that utility from Leviathan being used on this default A, the aggression here, that will secure that breach ultimate. Where do they decide to go? And if you look at this, it's just LEV. They're just going to play the util game. They're probably not going to flood in. They're playing to not get hit by a breach ult on site.
I don't blame them.
Beautiful Prowler.
They invested the Rolling Thunder C.
And no one got
onto
hit.
the side, now dashing forward. They've gained the space, but you're right. They haven't dropped anyone along the way. Leviathan with the numbers advantage. This is where things have been messy. Can they close it out? Can they take us to bind? Aspas one away from his ult. Playing in the smoke, biding his time. Mr. Fallen fakes a TP. He ulted as if though he was going really far away, but he stays on the site.
So
devious. And now there's paranoia, now there's doubt in the minds of LEV. Slowing things down for just a moment. Still hasn't been spotted. Spam through on the smoke, not connecting. CNET from up top, getting us to 4. Mazzino so dangerously close to playing on the other side of the smoke. Now they go up top, and all of them fall. CNET with 3, but King on the counter.
Oh,
LEV
he was in the animation.
LEV are taking us to bind.
What a map, what a comeback into this series.
Damn.
2 seconds left on the defuse.
Okay. And bind is more played in like NA than in EU.
That was sick.
The first series of the day goes 3 maps and OT to decide.
It's more of an America's
map. We'll see you guys after the break.
So there is still low hope for LEV.
I'll be your food and air. Let's make it crazy night. 'Cause I'm always ready for love with a storm in the whole room. But I prefer to love under the moon. So hold me tight and don't let me down. It's all emotions, but I'm ready for love. I'm always ready for love. I'm always ready for love.
welcome back, everyone. We are going to a map 3. It's a long day. It's a long day, but it's a good day. And, you know, honestly, I'm glad to see Leviathan, you know, like, they had to dig deep in that situation after getting trounced in map 1 and then finding themselves the victor of map 2. This is certainly going to be hey, it's a BO1 now, right?
Yeah.
Full send.
I mean, a sloppy second map there, I
For
think,
sure.
at times. Really letting things slip. FUT 1 round away from taking to overtime and having a chance to close this out in 2. But overall, it was a solid game for LEV. I think they started off with some much better attacking side stuff there. I think some really good calling, players stepping up, Aspas, Mazzino, both having big performances, and eventually kind of finding it in themselves to close it out.
I also feel like there are some rounds that they win that they're not entitled to. Like today having some crazy
that
plays.
One before.
Yeah, the one before. I mean, definitely, but the fact that it doesn't get into Lev's head is also very important.
Yeah, and FUT also on their attack side, I think, making some mistakes. I mean, this round, they're like not clearing a close corner, do get that trade, but then it just gets overcomplicated, right? Like 15 seconds on the clock. They're super late pushing into this A site and getting full stalled out by the anchors of Leviathan. I mean, the defensive side is what brought LEV the majority of their rounds in this half, making things happen with, I think, some really good proactive defensive rotates. I credit a lot of that to Calm. I think his Yuta was on point throughout that defensive side, and also, of course, to the players like King, who stepped up and had an incredible map.
Yeah, especially individually, right? But I'm thinking about the division in the rounds that we saw coming in from FUT, right? Like, for example, this is not the one time that they run at a time. We saw them, they want to work the map, they want to create that pressure and force those rotations, but it's so late into the round. Yeah. And at the beginning of it, LEV was not buying into it. Yeah. We were even hearing Baby saying they're not pushing. Why? They don't need to. Like, the utility is so good. And FUT were lacking the ability to freeze the round after they spotted the kill your utility time after time when they were going on to C. It's not like they just invented the site. Like, you should know how to move and how to enter.
Just dropped.
How to enter into it, but I like how at the end of that half, LEV was just taking the space onto A and kind of forcing them into going C.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. There was a lot of great moments there where it felt as if Leviathan were hurting, you know, FUT into where they wanted them to go. But, you know, credit to FUT, though, for really bringing it back the way that they did and making Leviathan sweat at the tail end of that game, because I tell you, I was convinced we were going to OT.
Yeah, I mean, map 1 was a stump, but I think to bring things so close, this second map was really defined by the head-to-head that we were really hyping up at the beginning of this match between CNED and Aspas. Both these guys, I think, had much better performances in this map for FUT to start things going. CNED had a ton of impact. Some of these off rounds he was finding on defense were absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, and also the timings that he was working with. On the other side, Aspas, I think that he was an amazing entry. He was not struggling with all these things that were mentioned, and also because he has the extra mobility of he being the one playing the race. Yeah, this made no sense. It happened.
My man stopped midair. Just, it's ridiculous. But yeah, and then CNED was pulling off some heroics too. There were a lot of moments that, honestly, you look at these two guys go and you realize, like, yeah, I mean, that's it. That's the beauty of the game, right? To see two players like that, right, on each side of the field, take ownership of the game and really find those opportunities to thrive. And that is the reason why you always got to focus on them going into this. And honestly, they're also going to be pivotal going into Bind as well, which is going to be map 3.
Is this going to be it again? Aspas is going to win, but Cena is going to have the better performance yet again. It's going to be funny. But yeah, now going on to Bind, possibly both of them playing on the race on a more even play front. I think that this has to be the biggest highlight of the day, this last map between them two.
Couldn't agree more. Well, let's see what Leviathan's Calm had to say about his journey this year in our Omen player moment.
I am Calm, and I play for Leviathan. I would say relief that we were able to show like a good side of us. I think for me, it was like a change in my mentality of like when we lost to Gen G, and honestly, I felt like pretty down after. I would say this year, it's been a little bit harder for me. It's definitely been a different experience. I think it's just been a shock for myself from last year where I was playing at like the absolute top of my game to this year where it feels like I haven't shown like fully what I am.
He has his ult though. How are they going to be able to deal with this?
Ready to go, Pain Shell lob onto the corner. No util going to be cleared by that one, but Showstopper in. Looking for the catch, but it's going to be Calm taking down now that. Tech does not really matter too much as Tex, however, holds the line!
I just kind of like switched my mentality of like not taking it as such like a high pressure like international land. At the end of the day, like I am very self-critical. You know, I'm just super happy to like even be here and like be able to compete at the highest level at an international event in Shanghai as well. So I think like at the end of the day, like I just have to be appreciative of the now, and whatever happens, happens.
Whatever happens, happens, and that is going to take us to map 3. It's Bind. And, you know, Calm, he is the type of person, you know, wears the emotions on his sleeve. He holds himself to an incredibly high standard. But, you know, he's also the kind of guy, too, that clutches up when the team needs it as well.
The clutches are big, but he's also the vibes guy for the team.
Sure.
He brings the energy. You see him on the stage when they win, putting his hands in the air. He'll be dancing for his teammates. I've talked to him about it, and his biggest thing is just wanting to make sure his teammates have fun and bring him up. He was that guy for EG, and he's proving to be that guy for LEV as well. Very likely critical for them to bring things back after that brutal 13-1 loss to now find us on a map 3.
Well, you also have to remember, too, where he came from, right? He was in Evil Geniuses, where that team, you had 5 players incredibly bought into their system. You had a coach that also helped to kind of keep that personality up as well. Whereas in this one, this is a very high stakes, high pressure team that you're in. It's almost a, you know, it is a super team that they had formed here of different players from across different regions in the Americas overall region. So there is the higher standard, if you will, that I'm sure Leviathan and all these guys in the organization, all the players hold themselves to find themselves in those, you know, big moments just like this.
You said going back. I thought you were about to start talking about a crew.
Oh man, I don't know.
Strawley.
I don't know if I could pull that out of my
They're dangerous on
brain.
Icebox, or so people have been saying.
I don't know if my memory banks had enough knowledge.
He was good on that. He's always been good. Calm is such a talent, and it's so awesome to get to see him performing on this international stage. But let's talk a little bit more about Bind. Bea, I want to hear your thoughts on this map for FUT, because I don't know how sold I am on the Omen. No one really plays it in Americas, and I feel like you lose a lot of the like stall utility and setups you can get with that Brim.
I get what you mean, and I understand it. Hear me out, Mimi. But the thing is that with FUT, it doesn't matter, right? They have the fundamentals and the way that they want to play the game. Like the main idea is the same. They just like to change the compositions around. The other day, we saw them playing it as a pack, all together, just going on the attack and sending it maybe way too much against DRG. That should not be the case for today. They have to be very much prepared, because Leviathan is going to come with a very, very strict plan. And regarding the Omen, Ada Captain was not having the moment with the TPs. My man was missing a couple of very important ones, but hey, now the pressure is on all of them.
But when it's hitting, it actually gives you some cool ideas to have like a second dive agent on your hits or in your retakes. But this is it, map number 3, do or die, elimination on the line. A world champion is going home either way.
Yep, this is it, folks. A great way to close off the Swiss stage. Just go ahead, send it back to your casters. It's Baby Bay and a guy who's definitely earned his paycheck today, Doug.
Thank you so much. This is what it all comes down to. This is where it ends. The pursuit of hardware for one of these two teams ends at the end of this map. And it would be a devastating story for one side or the other, but this series has been exceptional.
And you can't help but feel like LEV has the advantage in this map. They haven't played it in this tournament at all. And the last team they played was G2, who looked crazy on it in this tournament. And FUT, I mean, they looked nothing even similar to good on this map the last time they played against DRG.
On the attack, standard Viper wall, up A short. Yeah, Dujay. Oh, that knife is gonna attack too.
Yeah, and that's the cue to speed up short and take all of this control and maybe even flip.
And he can just play his cards, right? He can just play patiently there, wait, and then decide on when he wants to strike. There was a flash that went around the corner, tried catching someone. Meanwhile, Mazzino through the TP, gets a little bit of damage. Crack's going hunting his king, tries to hunt him down as well. 3 members of the defense all huddled into showers. And it's getting a little slippery.
Flash is coming up too, 4 seconds.
Calm on the flank, he's gonna dog his way up to try to get up into pipes. Meanwhile, Cena trying to hold them back. Great nade! Nade at his feet, he's flushed into the swing and he's dead.
1 enemy remaining.
A great pistol from Lev. Mr. Fallen in a 1v3. A sliver of health. Takes one with him, but will fall. The pistol, the way of Lev.
This pistol round for LEV was all prep. They understand what the reaction of FUT is going to be when that dagger lands. They understand that the Omen Flash is going to come through. And Yedeje is gonna try to get the timing on the flank. That's why they were positioned in shower, waiting for that moment. Outside of Octagon, waiting for that, the flash comes through. Yedeje gets taken down. And that was such a wonderful nade. With some extra shots. Oh, what a shot on Cracks right there. And then Lil Bro cleans up the round. A decisive pistol round for Leviathan. And a great start to map 3 for them.
After the abysmal start to the series, I mean.
Seriously.
But it's about how you finish. Lev up 1 here. A quiet start, snappy from Aspas. As he's looking to farm, not able to settle shots on the 3rd and on the 4th, but he did his job. He dealt his damage. They've lost contain there as Yedeje has gotten behind them. Nothing but a ghost, though.
Yeah.
They're gonna rotate right around each other as Calm pushes back towards pipes. Very similar to what we saw in the previous round. If he's able to upgrade a weapon, this could be trouble. Not able to land the shots on the Bazino, though. And Lev get their 2nd.
Nothing too crazy here for Leviathan. Aspas, he is feeling confident though. He was sitting short alone, taking aim duels. That's the Aspas you want to see, especially if you're his teammates right now. You want to see him get fired up. You want to see him already sitting at the top. You can fuel off of that. And he's gonna do it again.
4 and 2 currently, light armor, but 2 away from his ult. He's gonna have Tex with him this time.
And this is out of the game plan of DRG, trying to pick off Cracks here. Then he does it with a Guardian on top of it to wallbang him as he's falling back from that angle. Cracks could have been taken down there for sure.
Additional pen there, almost cost him his life. FUT deciding to slow the round down, spread things out as thinly as they can. Expecting aggression, expecting pace from the defense. But now Lev have fully rotated back B. They've seen something that makes them think it's all here.
The difference with Leviathan and DRG is Leviathan love to get proactive and re-clear space that Skies like to take.
Yeah, I think part of the problem too, on top of that, is the guns don't necessarily lean towards just being able to fight with your rifles, right? If you have Spectres, if you have Stingers, you want to fight in groups.
Yep.
You want power in numbers.
Casino's gonna hold this U-Haul, and that's a lot of good space to control now. It can open up the flood.
They filled in right behind him. Com's able to get the first. Remember here, they want to fight in bunches. They want to fight together, given the weapons that they have.
30 seconds left.
A lot on the eyes of Cracks here as he has to try to hold them back as they try to come out through showers. Tex on 1. The trade is there, but Cracks is smoked off. Only given a little bit of space to try to keep them back and try to punish. Lev on the reaggress. King up in heaven with a Spectre. I mean, how do you deal damage from there? Mazino not able to find space in the smoke. Now Seeker's invested. The attack side in control. Given the numbers, given the spike. And Lev with no real way to fight back into this one. Does not seem like a bonus will be converted.
1 enemy remaining.
Definitely won't be. But Aspas, he's 2 off of the showstopper. Any kill would be good. I mean, he goes down here to Cracks, but he's 1 kill off of that ultimate. And that was a very successful bonus round for Lev. They got so many guns out, armor out from every player. Good start.
Take a look at it again. I mean, all of that, the reason that Lev found the success that they did was because they were proactive in playing around the map.
Yeah.
Much like you mentioned, very different from how DRG like to approach things. They're proactive, they get aggressive, they try to refill space. That's what got them to that stack A.
And a big part of that is Calm. He uses that Sky towards the B site and just cycles his utility constantly, feeding his team the information if there's a player lurking outside of there or not. And then even if it doesn't connect, sometimes he'll push down by himself.
The dog spots Aspas. A traded flash. And he gets out.
But they still maintain all of this control. Now they opt to back off a little bit, but here's where you might see another flash. Oh, the dog from Calm. So he got another set of info towards this B-long area. But now he's gonna sit on nothing at all.
As he invests his second flash towards Sand. A little bit of presence confirmed.
everything right now for the side of FUT is showing that it's going to be a B hit. But that smoke into U-Haul, it might put doubt in the minds of LEV.
I mean, if it is, they're not moving off of it. Not really rotating. Calm is kind of cheated back towards A, but
Get out of my way.
there's not enough to suggest that it's a full hit. As Mr. Fallen tries to get inserted, he gets capped, he gets caught.
And now they know for sure it's going to be an A speed up. FUT have nowhere else to go at this moment. They could rip that TP, potentially.
Mazzino still has a smoke, also has a Phantom, and he's putting it to work. Only able to get one though. 13 seconds left. The spike still has not been planted. Tex with ult online and King, excuse me, on the flank.
One enemy remaining.
7 seconds on to Adcaptain now. Feeling the walls closing in, feeling the pressure, and it's too much. LEV get their third.
And this is the bread and butter gameplay of LEV's defensive side. Like so many other teams in the North American region, they play it in the backside area. Sometimes they'll control U-Haul, and they'll just delay the bomb time and time again.
Leave us.
And it leaves you with two choices. You either just wait it all out and hope that you win the aim duels eventually, or you try to force a fight back site, but they're playing for that layer.
Right.
LEV wants you to try to take that fight. Already 2 ultimates online for the side of LEV. 2 ultimates that are great on the retake. They would probably like to not invest them into this anti-eco and save them for the next gun round and potentially start a snowball off of that. But if they have to, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Again, silence on the site.
Yeah.
Silence on the map.
Calm is just gonna keep cycling this utility. B long. Oh, Hospos wanted to get crazy there.
Yeah, he did. Fortunately for him, Mazzino's there to strike.
Yeah.
Hospos wanted some of those kills, but as soon as he showed up into it, they were all gone.
And Mazzino's such a sick anchor on this A site. He's had so many highlight plays this year alone on the Brimstone.
Enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Whether he's playing in showers and having to fall back, playing around that triple area, or he's in U-Haul anchoring.
I wonder if they let Mazzino hunt a little bit here. 1 point away from the ult.
Yeah, look at him. He's getting ahead of that one way.
Just a little bit. He's got some help over the top.
30
Day
seconds
with
left.
no real options, and King should be hearing those footsteps.
Yeah, he's just got to run it down.
Pings on the mini-map. Oh, they knew where he was headed.
Yeah, even if this goes on to Calm, it's fine because he's also 2 off of his ultimate.
They're trying to give it to him. But a flawless round for LEV as Calm gets closer to his ult. So you're right now, because of how that played out, both Calm and Mazzino within striking distance of their ults.
Yeah. All of a sudden, we have a potential snowball on our hands, and this is that short A fight from Mazzino and U-Haul. He's gained confidence since that first map. I mean, everybody from LEV has.
Oh, 1000%.
They better try something else.
3 rounds separating these 2 squads with 1 second left before the round starts. Into the action we go. A pit for Yetuje. And those are the same 2 ults we were talking about. Aspas and Tex still have theirs with Calm and Mazzino close by. There's the first. The trigger's there. He's going to survive. The TP carries him alive.
Ooh. An awkward engagement in short A with Yetuje and Mazzino. King will get daggered off of this hookah control, but he re-aggroes it. And all of a sudden, Calm is positioned towards his A side of the map, getting info there. Doesn't quite find the timing on Yetuje, and that opens up the gap. But they might run into a 1-2 punch here for the likes of Aspas and King. There's the insta-dink.
On the box. Oh, he puts up the pit and it gets put right back down. Now King trying to fill in behind it. Gives it up. Understanding his pressure octagon, he was right. Mr. Fallen out around as King tries to stay down under the window, tries to get a kill with the classic. Not able to connect on it, and Adcaptain forced to fight. Grabs the spike. Sure, he's headed A, but the TP makes it to where it's not as big of an advantage as you would think.
And that initial tap there to bait out if somebody's close, that might come back to bite him in the butt, but
here's one.
LEV, yeah, they're so wise now to just play together. They're investing the Seekers. They know how important this round is, Doug.
Well, they also have the luxury of having so many and having such a, having so many so early. But Adacaptain dropping the first and will fall. King with 3, now he's one away from having his pit.
Yeah, and he's gonna get it right here.
I imagine they'll give it to him.
Thank you.
After the fist bumps come through, of course.
Yeah.
Those are important.
And Doug, it was the 1-2 punch from King and Aspas. Yeah, Aspas gets the initial dink, but then he follows it up with a nade, and then King swings with the nade. So if anybody is there, they're gonna get taken out.
Yeah, they're dead.
And even so, you're not expecting somebody to peek behind that nade either. Oh man, I've seen that one before. That guy's got the moves in and out of game. And those moves caused FUT to call a timeout. It's slipping away from them. They're a team that thrives off of strong starts to maps. But the problem that they have is when they don't get the bomb down, when they're not able to get onto the site itself, their win rate lowers drastically. If they're actually able to get the bomb down, I mean, we know their conversion rate. It's really, really high.
Yeah, it's a different game.
But LEV are playing for that. They're disrupting, trying to get kills or even chip damage before it happens. And then even towards A, they're delaying the bomb plant. And that was only a showstopper used. Oh, and a sky ult. Pardon me. But still, you have the Viper's Pit, Reach Ultimate, and a Thrash online. And these are all really good ults.
And an outlaw for Aspas.
Yeah, and if he can get an early pick here onto Yedege, we saw Luke doing quite a bit the last time FUT played this map. I mean, you might not even have to invest any ults into this.
Yeah.
And you have him for another gun round.
He's got a rifle at his feet, too. If they end up pushing him back showers, he's got both weapons. He can take early contact, and then if he doesn't like what he sees, switches over to the rifle and rotates away.
Proactivity is the name of the game of LEV.
The paranoia causing some problems. Tech's not able to settle the shots, but Mazzino can.
Spike down B.
And a pit invested on the other side. Playing anti now. And there it is. Through the TP they go. It's 3 on the round for the controller. Yetuje surrounded. Lands 1 shot, but 4 for Mazzino. An ace on the cards, cannot convert. But it's gotten it down to a 1v1. This is messier than it should be. Cena tries to stay alive, and Calm wins the round. What in the world was that?
I mean, it was ridiculous. It wasn't pretty, that's for sure. Maybe a little disgusting, but it went the way of LEV and Calm, and look at the reaction from the owner.
That was ugly.
Hey, man, a win is a win.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
I want to see his point of view. I just want to see it in first person. Where were the bullets going? I mean, Cena was even able to reload, and I mean, you got a sheriff shot out if that was on that target. That would have been one for the books.
Right. Into the next we go. Cracks and Cena at both of the ults. Mazzino and Tex on the other side of the stage joining him. Adacaptain got really far up.
Yeah, but look at it, it's just gonna be pure info for Calm. Like, he knows no one's here now. This is how LEV play this map.
All invested from Cracks. The flash through. Aspas tries to turn it. That will drop it. They've got the Order Strike as well, but Cena tried getting behind it, and he's met with Aspas on the other side. Through all of that, the spike has made its way through TP. It's headed back B, and Calm is there. Adacaptain finally making his way through. But Calm playing his cards patiently, not choosing to commit, not choosing to full send. Gonna wait for Tex to join. He's got his ult. He's got that thrash.
Yeah.
A little bit of elbow present from Yetuje though. And he can be a massive difference maker. Is there a flash out for Mr. Fallen? No, they're not playing on the other side of the smoke, and Yetuje is gonna get the timing. Oh, he's gonna get the timing. Mr. Fallen joins them as FUT get their second.
And when this team gets the spike planted, it's inevitable. they just win the round. They formulate such good plans in the post plant. And they mix it up. Sometimes they're playing the bomb. This time, they slip the net. Finding the timing, spamming through the smokes.
Wow.
Yeah, and with all that, Yedeje is there to secure the round regardless.
And so we go again. Mr. Fallen, the hero in the previous round, gets his 2 kills. Because of that, has the Seekers online.
Another slow approach. Another slow default. This time,
I've got your trail.
YOLO sending the Omen.
Watch them run.
Oh, that was a set play from the last match.
It was. Yep. And
The prep.
And both times, he's died in the TP heaven. Both times he's been punished trying to make that work.
This is the problem when you play matches back to back. Sometimes you just don't have the playbook. And FUT have switched comps so many times on this map. I mean, how much could they really have? A great flash over the top.
And Tex is the one that gets bested because of it. The defense still strong though. King will join a little bit late. Mazino still playing up in heaven. Again, patience. Cena dropping a couple of warning shots. Popping off a couple, but not fully committing. Meanwhile, Mr. Fallen really far up. All a distraction, all eye candy. Yedeje on the swing, Calm will fall. Mazino on the trade, 3 on the round. Lev holding strong. They're gonna have to flush him out of U-Haul if they want to get this. A 2v2 now. A tap on the spike. Mazino trying to at least hold it to half. He's actually gonna try to hold it the whole way. Finally taken off. Time is short. Mr. Fallen falls. Mazino with 4 on the round. CNED has to swing, lands the shots. Not able to land the second, but will he get the defuse? It got to half. King cannot get it there. The Red Bull clutch for FUT.
Once more, this time in a 3v4. They just outplay them. And Mazino, he was doing everything he could there. He got 4. I don't blame King for trying to stick it there, letting Mazino get the ace. Just didn't go their way. Such clean shots. Just couldn't close out the round this time.
He did everything he could.
It honestly wouldn't have mattered anyway, even if he was full HP. It was a headshot that sealed the deal from CNED. Now we have a timeout from Leviathan.
First one they invest in this map. Still up 3 rounds.
You gotta think they're just saying, we just can't let these guys get the bomb down. That's their only success in rounds. But there's a fine line. Because FUT, they tap the bomb, they'll bait out the utility, and while that's happening, you have Cracks setting up a KO flash from the top.
Yedeje on the flank somewhere, who knows where he is,
It's this constant game of like cat and mouse. You have to predict what the enemy is gonna do.
And LEV have done well to have a 3-round lead. Still a couple of rounds left in this half. Mazino 1 away from his ult. Aspas as well. Yedeje kind of close on his.
Launching smoke.
There's that knife lineup. Shower's not tagging anyone.
And with that, LEV have to be wary that maybe somebody could be lurked up there. Yedeje has been playing outside of that shower so many times.
Well, I think there's doubt on both sides too, because what's stopping LEV from filling in on the space, you know?
Yeah.
So many things to consider. Aspas spotting a shoulder. Spam coming through. Cracks patient on the swing. I thought he was going to try to ping pong that. Oh, it's Tex who strikes.
Tried to save Aspas there. Didn't know that he was out of danger, but it ends up converting because of it. Now the reposition. You might see a re-clear in the shower, giving Leviathan the info that this will ultimately be a lean towards B.
And Calm on the other side of that took so much damage. King will fall.
It's that Omen flash. You're not used to it on the map like this.
No, and then a nade forcing you in the other way.
And all of a sudden, we're going to have another spike be planted. And this is what FUT want. This is where they
30
thrive.
seconds left.
Time and time again.
Keep an eye on Calm here. He is weak, but he is in a position to make a play. Mazzino, as I mentioned,
Here. Healing over here.
just a little bit off that ult. And what a godsend that would be.
I don't have any
Spam
flashes.
not connecting, you see him.
I mean, they have the Gecko
Tuck.
stuff, but...
Yes2J trying to play safely, and it's going to be
Money,
flushed out.
flash, down.
Aspas has gotten 2. Mr. Fallen trying to spam
Ooh,
through.
that was
There's
close.
Casino on the swing. There it is. Now has his Molly. Add a captain, a 1v2. One will fall.
Oh, captain.
Add a captain with 4. The Red Bull clutch for FUT.
What an insane play from the Omen. It started with a flash.
It's gonna be like
He may have not gotten that,
a tighter
but he
map
kills
than
4
like,
afterwards.
what I thought it was gonna be.
What a monster. Coming up huge for his team.
That's so clean, man. Unreal.
And the life has been sucked out of LEV. The momentum has been sucked out of LEV. It feels like they're playing on the back foot now.
Here.
11th round of the half. 2 ults on the side of the defense. An outlaw in the hands of Yetu-J, and sure enough, right on cue it strikes. Claiming another attempted swing there with the stinger. They're investing Assault too. They tried catching him, but they're going to play Ring Around the Rosie. They're rotating around one another. Is Mr. Fallen just going to get into hookah?
Oh my gosh. The macro so far in these
They're gonna-
last 4 rounds
They're
has
going
been
to
so good.
They're going to TP, but they don't have front control. If they fully send to this, it could be messy. Aspas will fall. They don't hear these rotations. They don't know that he's coming. Mr. Fallen,
Stone down.
the silent killer.
And he knows.
Yeah, must have heard a second set of footsteps. You're right. Really good idea where Tex maybe
One enemy remaining.
they're dealt with. Calm has to save.
What a beautiful setup to the round. What a comeback to the half. It looked like LEV were gonna run away with this. They were full steam ahead. They were hitting shots. They were winning the macro game. They were proactive in the right moments. But after that timeout and those post-plant wins, and the 1v3 from Ada Captain, I mean, that opens up the opportunity to finesse and out-macro a
Last
team.
round in the half.
Play that chess game. I mean, Mr. Fallen there, yeah, you're absolutely right. Hey, if he wanted to get that kill, had that hookah smoke not came out, he could have called his team back. In this case, there was no need to off of that kill from Aspas.
Help a girl out, would you?
So much pressure applied on all extremities of the map.
Yeah. And then he turns into a lurk, and he hears everything. Secures the round win for his team.
Last round of the half. This first one has been a gift. It's been so close.
Jeez.
It's been so competitive. Oh, Aspas spotting so many. Gotta be careful. He has that ult online. You know he's gonna want to use it here. He's gonna have to TP out. And guess what? Yetu-J's waiting on the other side. There's gotta be help coming in from showers.
Oh my gosh.
He is tucked, and he hears that. There's no way he gets out alive. Punished. Aspas not able to use the ult. Now the pit invested.
Here.
No choice but to go. Ada Captain connects onto Calm. Can King fill in on the space? Seeing it goes up top. King tried getting up close and personal, but will fall. And now Tex is left in a 1v5. Flashed up, nobody can see a thing. He got a couple to make it interesting.
6-6.
But we're tied at 6.
All off of the dagger. It gave confidence to Yetu-J that he could slip into that smoke and find that timing. That was beautiful, and that causes the re-aggression from LEV. They know they need to even the number game out. But FUT were a step ahead, they were holding for it.
Unbelievable. Tied up all the way. One half to decide it all. The first series was a banger, and it certainly looks like this one will be as well. The analyst has to break things down and set the stage for the closing half of the Swiss stage.
You genuinely couldn't ask for a better way for this freaking series to end. Seriously, 6-6 going into the half, last spot for the playoffs. You love to see it.
Yeah, and it's been an incredible game here. It started off with, honestly, some dominance throughout from the side of Leviathan. I think playing super clean Valorant on their defensive side. They were looking really good at shutting down these executes early with great stall utility. But then we saw this complete 180 from FUT, and they've really brought us to an even half now.
Yeah, but if you take a look at round 6, there were some mistakes that FUT were making back in Lotus, and then it happened again on Bind. They wanted one to run the clock and then to be very surprising. We see now how Lev is taking a bit of control over Showers, and the moment the Jetty uses his ultimate, they know that he's alone. The execute starts on the other side of the map, but Lev is also ready for that because of the lack of utility that FUT have been using. Still, after all of this, guys asks for a timeout and explains them, hey, we need to get the spike down. What Baby was saying was right. You know, after the spike is down, everything's going to come easier. Yes, there was some crazy individual moments, but I think that changing the pace was what FUT needed.
Yeah, and I think you really have to credit the attacking side calling for FUT to really bring this one back, right? I think the mid-rounding throughout, finding the gap in Leviathan's defense was constantly on point here.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, honestly, like, there's just been so much, honestly, so much that you could take away from this game. But I think what really matters here is that we're sitting at 6-6. This is about who wants it more, who is going to move on to the playoffs. Let's find out and send it back over to Doug and Baby Bay.
These two teams will clash for one last half with one spot up for grabs.
What a pleasure this has been. And we're not done quite yet.
LEV on the attacking side will test their mettle. See what they're made of. Both teams with so many hopes and so many aspirations for so many different reasons. Again, FUT looking to enter the playoff stage on international soil for the second time ever.
A team that has been said to be the best EMEA team, even though they're third seed.
There's no denying the talent that they have. There's no denying the raw mechanics that they tote. And they find themselves in a slugfest here with another team full of expectations and full of promise. FUT have sent two on a flank. King, no idea that he's about to be dealt with assassination style, and Krax is holding the line the other way. LEV have no room to breathe. There's no space. There they go. They all fall. Mazzino, a 1v5. Two found. Spike grabbed. Death dropped.
Krax. Who else?
I feel something over there.
This guy with the ghost. They go in tandem.
Like us, but...
That opening kill on the Aspas. Look at this. Oh my gosh, you didn't even mean to get him. Sometimes things just go your way. Either way, the follow-up. Beautiful. And now you're building towards a KO ult suddenly. He's going to be so healthy with his economy going into this. A Bulldog full armor.
Mazzino was pretty active on that round as well. Equally as close to having his ult online. But he does not have the Bulldog. He does not have the full armor.
LEV, they're opting to go for this hookah pop, but they're going to run in to CNED. He backed down from that fight.
Oh, that nade's going to hurt so bad, and there's a spit at their feet as well. Not allowed to find any space out of hookah. And then the dog crunching. They've been stuffed.
Yeah, with nowhere to go. They have to be worried about their flank as well. It kind of forces them to have to press the issue. But they're just gonna run into a stomping grounds. Krax is here. These KO flashes, the KO molly potentially even.
And that's not to mention all the guns they have.
Yep. Oh,
a little messy there.
Not too pretty.
But settles. The crossfires that they had set up were everything they needed.
That was
so
two?
They've kept a Guardian, two Bulldogs, and then the Stinger. Into the third round, into the ever pivotal third round.
I mean, it's a good buy. Two Guardians, two Bulldogs. The Stinger on this map actually has a lot of value. A lot of, yeah, exactly.
Tight corners, yeah.
Exactly.
Make it so impressive. You are right.
Especially with the light armor that 3 of the players of Leviathan have. I mean,
Spike down.
I guess
B.
you don't need
I have the spike.
anything else. You just need a dry swing from Captain.
That's so clean. There's a knife coming over the top, so you have to pick, am I going to turn around and clear the knife, or am I going to challenge the guy swinging me hookah?
It's tiny things like that that win you bonus rounds, and that can snowball the lead that you have already.
And the advantage, valuable one, as they get a second. Aspas forced to sit and wait as the shots rattle off. Now Roomba in his face. FUT with a massive numbers advantage. And it's only getting worse. Dre, there are only 2 left alive.
It's disaster right now for Lev.
They've been squelched. They've been suffocated. They've been stymied. King's able to get his one.
He's done it before.
A 1v3 on the other side. A Bulldog, a Guardian, a Stinger. But surrounded.
30 seconds left.
This is a 1, but he's not able to get out. Maybe gets a kill and then can rotate A, but Mr. Fallen cuts him off, and FUT get to 9.
And it's not just the shots of Captain that was impressive in this round. It's the follow-up utility. Even after he connects on the second kill, there's a dog that comes through to find out if there's even more follow-up. I mean that kill from CNET. Just can't teach that one.
Nope.
Feels bad to die that way.
Here.
Lev feeling the pressure, buying Stinger's light armor into this round. If they can steal this one away, they might be able to make a comeback in this half.
That's such a big if, though.
Yeah.
That's such a big if.
Such a disadvantage in the game with utility and the guns that are on field right now. And this Omen flash, I mean, it could destroy this lane. Oh, he doesn't even need it yet, but he'll have it to follow up.
There's that Omen flash. The spam through, seeing if anyone else jumped up onto the box, if anyone was foolish or daring enough to try to fill in on the space. Try to creep ever closer. Prax must have spotted something there as the dog tries to make its way all the way around. Zeno is filled into U-Haul, but Atacap are getting challenged and overwhelmed back sight. And the Stingers are causing problems. Zeno's gotten a weapon, and it's a 1v1. F2J's still starting to rotate over, as a Guardian in hand. Mazzino on the plant, and now ult online. This should be unlosable. Mazzino should be able to take a really big step back and then play around his ult if he needs to.
And Yereje's patience in this retake might work against him, because you're totally right. Mazzino has the Molly, the Brim ult. He might not even have to show his body in this 1v1.
I didn't even see in the Molly. He has a smoke to play with as well. Real far up, though. There's the tap. There's the ult. And instead of playing for the lineup on the postman, he's playing really close up. He's playing on the other side of the orb. Oh my gosh! Whoa. There's not going to be enough time, though. Mazzino takes the fight. But the Mastercard Thrifty, the Wave Lev.
Oh my gosh. We got to take a breath after that one.
I cannot believe he played that way.
I know. He read into it.
But it works, I guess.
The Stinger buy. I spoke about it for the side of FUT, but it works in Lev's favor this time. That backside fight. The long-range guns don't matter. And Mazzino, he's having such a map right now. He's keeping his team in the game.
Almost at 20 kills.
Dude, what a monster performance on Brimstone.
King went away from his pit and op in the hands of CNED. The challenge inevitable. No one there to clear the room before him.
I love how CNED plays in dangerous waters with that operator.
So risky. But honestly, that's what gets him the windows that a lot of other duelists don't capitalize on.
Yeah.
So all of LEV are currently posted up A. Every single one of them huddled into short and trying to find safe passage into U-Haul. Now a turn of the tides. As Wingman goes down, the spike sitting on the ground.
Blinded.
Yetujay still playing on the other side of the map. If they try to go into the TP, they're gonna walk right into him. A 1-for-1. Still persistent in their approach. Spam not connecting, a knife in the hands of KO. Slowly settling down as another kill of utility. This time the wave of Mazzino.
30 seconds left.
I don't know how he got that one. Must have been off a spam and a little bit of chip damage from the molly.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Yetujay, who'd been waiting on the other side of the TP this entire time, finally decides he's getting impatient, decides to get a little active. And the timing window was closed. There's no way that they hit TP and end up B now. So insistent on trying to hit this site. And it might cost them everything. A 3v3, Yetujay on the flank. Strikes onto Calm. Mazzino's left alone. He's out of map, but can he do it again? Spots onto one, cannot connect. FUT get to 10.
And Lev played that so well, consistently tapping the bomb, waiting, but the clock ran down too low. And Ada Captain with that fadeaway kill. That was the opening for this retake. It can be so hard to get the bomb down on the A site. Look at that. That's what it was, the fadeaway on the King.
It's ridiculous.
Both these controllers just having such good games, mechanical prowess on point.
Second time out of Leviathan invested here. FUT still with one to play with. But a 3-round lead the way of the defense. And again, if you are just joining us, everything is on the line.
Yeah.
Elimination. Staring down the barrel of one of these two teams, and currently, that barrel's pointed at Lev.
And I mean, this whole series, I mean, they've been locking horns. It's been back and forth. It's been this battle. But right now, FUT have the lead. They've distanced themselves a little bit, and that's off of the pistol round win and the bonus conversion.
I mean, they won 8 rounds in a row going back to the previous half.
Yeah.
It's just such a massive swing, such a massive streak.
The only round Lev have won this half has been that crazy stinger buy. Can they do it again?
Here.
I have a feeling this time around FUT will be more prepared, more ready and willing to maybe even invest
There's
in
aggression
ultimate.
here. There's aggression here. A flash on one side, the paranoia on the other, and the ult invested, but nobody is home. They can quickly join though if they want to TP. The dog will spot them all.
But Doug, the hesitation from Lev, they missed their window of opportunity.
And now Yetujay's here with the op, not gonna land the shots. Cracks though, with his ult. Invested. Should in theory buy a little time, but Lev fully commit. Digging their heels into the site. Get the spike down. And now beckon the challenge from FUT. Aspas on the hold, the stinger is there, it will connect. And they've got the pit. Now finding cover in its confines. And come for 2. Calm with the frenzy at that distance. Somehow manages to get his one, but they got the Seekers. And that should be a perfect counter to the pit. All of the investment there. King, a 1v2, lands it down to 1. Mr. Fallen there, he's got a challenge. Tries to land the knife. The defuse comes through.
Damn.
FUT get to 11.
All signs led to Lev winning that round, Doug. But FUT steal it away. They just seem to win these weird scenarios on the retake. Mr. Fallen getting the Seekers online in the middle of that round. It opened up the window of opportunity. And Mr. Fallen, he just wasn't low enough for that knife to do enough damage to him. And King, he has to go for that. He has no other choice.
I didn't see if how many bullets he had in his classic, or you know what else he had. But to go for the knife,
it's just so hard because Mr. Fallen was sticking it the entire time up to that point.
Yeah, no time to dwell on it though.
Yeah.
Into the 19th round we go. 3 ults on the side of Lev. A desperate need to cauterize the bleeding.
I've got your trail.
Capitalize on the ults they have. Seekers, the first used. A couple of them already cleared. You hear the second now. How much more can they find? They've thrown everything into this. This could be the finishing touches on this. I mean, if they don't convert, it's possibly lights out.
It definitely is lights out, Doug. If they do not convert right here.
They've managed to get the spike down. CNET ever electric with the op in hand. Looking to put together another masterpiece. This paranoia from Adacaptain will not feel good.
Want more? Here's more.
That's gonna hit all of them. Everyone except Mazzino. He's able to strike though. They're stunned up. Adacaptain on the swing will fall. LEV get their 8th.
What?
LEV get their 8th. And for good thing too, they invested everything they had there.
Talk to each other out there.
They had to win that round. That was a must win.
Is that 3 ults? The Thrash, the Rocket, and the Seekers?
Yep. And I mean, they had to invest all that because the round previous they didn't, and they lost it.
Meanwhile, there was a molly missed up there. I don't know if you guys just saw that on the replay, but the brim molly landed on top of the roof by elbow.
Finally, an eco round for FUT.
These are the messy ones, though. These are the ones that never quite feel secure.
Yeah. You look at the mini-map, you see 4 players of FUT doing this B-long approach. Waiting for anybody to walk up.
Blinded.
Flash will get info that there might be somebody outside of hookah, and King might get caught in transition here.
One found, but he's pushed from pillar to post.
Oh no, Doug.
They're filling in behind it though. They want to take these fights. They understand they have the weapons advantage, and this is the messy. This is where things get out of hand. The Dizzy up top. Mr. Fallen not tagged yet.
Oh my gosh.
Adacaptain still playing on the other side of the map. And CNET can fill in behind this.
They might think he went to hookah though, not towards spawn. So he might find this window of opportunity.
To get at least one.
Oh
He's
my
so
gosh.
snappy with potentially another though. Comp falls. Oh, CNET with 3! It's all gone out of hand. A round that seems secure. Slips. Aspas will have to be a hero. Tries to find space, finds one, but that's it. Devastation.
A thrifty. That was the same play that FUT made in the last series they played. And LEV, I mean, King was semi-aware, but the difference was the changing of the pace. They waited this time. It wasn't an off barrier, rush down belong.
Spike planted.
And CNET,
Enemy remaining.
he had something to say.
The pace change was massive, yes, and hitting shots like that also helps. Potential last round of the Swiss stage before us. Yetu with the pit.
Blind.
Dagger there did connect onto Aspas and Tex outside of hookah.
Ooh. Wasn't able to fully finish that, so he doesn't have his ult. That orb is still up. Orb is still in play.
Doug,
he's gonna try again, isn't he?
LEV are so tense right now.
Again, for good reason. That barrel's staring them in the face. And there it is, orbital strike, Mr. Fallen with nowhere to go. Tries to find safe passage, but he's cooked. Aspas on the swing, Yetu holds the line. 2 found. A 3v3 as Wingman should succeed, and does. Cracks falls, a 2v2 now, CNET with up, or excuse me, with ult online, not able to connect. We're playing another.
And who other than Mazzino to get 3 to close out the round?
Little man, pump us up. Let's hear it.
He's sitting at 27 kills. He's doing everything he can.
And he got bullied map 1. He was a big part of the conversation. Where was his utility? Where was his impact?
He's got his heart on his sleeve right now. He wants it so bad.
Let's go. Come on.
But we saw what happened last time. FUT had a scrappy buy and Sheriffs. CNET does have a Vandal.
Scout destroyed.
Com gets the info of that though.
I mean, I know they've done it once, but something like this is much easier contemplated than completed.
They're playing to win. FUT are playing to win. They want to go for these fights. And there was no speed up short A off of that. So he's here for this.
CNET is here, and he's going to spot everything. Cracks will join in on it. Only a knife. No molly to zone them off. CNET going in aggressive. Roomba cleared. Again, Tech should be able to get the spike down. It is traded a 1-for-1, but this time it seems like the messiness will be avoided. LEV should be able to get to their 10th.
One enemy
They're
remaining.
both so close now. Just today. He falls. LEV get to 10.
This is so intense right now. It's so close. I mean, you can never really count FUT out, even when they're down numbers. They just do crazy things. And this will be a timeout for FUT. They get to talk about how they want to use their ultimates going into this round, how they want to set up the round. Maybe use that Viper's Pit to funnel Leviathan into an area where they have a trap set up. And if all that fails, if you need to give a sight, you have the Seekers. You have KO ultimate online. And for Leviathan, you have to find a way to bait those ults out or be so explosive that you catch them in transition.
You cannot leave anything in the playbook here.
This is it.
And LEV has been staring at this is it for the last couple of rounds. And they're intent on playing a couple more, never giving in. Can they do it again? Tex has his ult. But FUT, as you were mentioning, with so many tools at their disposal.
Followed by the timeout too. What do they have in store here? I'm seeing a ping back triple from the side of FUT and 2 pings on the B side of the map.
Dude, our observers are so good.
Yeah.
The pit was just invested B, but Yetuj threw his orb all the way across the map to land A.
And that's all to delay the bomb plant. I mean, if LEV go towards A in the mid round, you have to deal with a KO ult. You're not gonna have any smokes, any Viper wall to be online. Unless King plays outside of the range of that.
Aspas. The rest of LEV poking and prodding around this pit.
Oh my gosh, and it's just so scary. Spamming a Vandal, and on the other end, there's a Phantom. You have Tracers, they don't.
I have this spike.
And you don't want to be the guy that died and lost the game to a spam from a Phantom.
LEV decide to slow things down, not showing very much. The dog just went through TP. Nothing spotted.
Oh, yeah.
Mazzino just used his molly. They just used a thrash. They're calling a pump fake? They're calling a fake in a round like this? Can they convert? Will they bite? They've already filled into U-Haul. And you've got Mazzino who's going to be flanking background showers, and they have no idea. With a flash in his face, King holds the line. Not backing down. Everything on Mazzino here. He could win this round on his own. With guns out, CNET spotted and dropped. The comms not coming through. Captain punished as well. Yetuj falls.
Damn.
What a call!
Another
What a
OT?
call from King.
And a 30 bomb for Mazzino to continue his reign over Bind. That flank and the patience. He slowly crept forward so we could guarantee the second.
I thought Captain was going to turn. I thought there was enough time for him to maybe get caught, but for him to find value on 2 is ridiculous.
And that was all the ults from FUT.
And it's a lighter buy. I mean, they've got a judge and they got a couple of bulldogs.
Oh my gosh, Doug, but it's a judge in hookah.
Oh no.
This is prime time, and they're concealing it.
I've seen disaster from this very position before.
Not like this.
They don't try it. They don't test it.
Whew.
Grabbing the spike and deciding to go elsewhere. Leviathan leaning into this bend, but don't break.
Poison orb emitting. Toxins
It
coming
all
poisons off.
comes down to this, Doug.
They're deciding to go a little bit forward now. The dog to pave the way. Aspas satcheling and taking the space. They haven't secured showers. They've got to be careful here. This is not safe space. Cracks can reflank around them too. They're playing for back sight.
What a call!
The spike is gonna go down there. Aspas gets the best of Jet2J right next to him. This is really difficult to hold here. They've got Aspas who's single-handedly trying to keep pipes back. King staring at heaven. Cracks on the swing, Calm is dead. Now Aspas with the doll, trying to land the shot, and CNET punishes him with the judge! Tex and King have to hold them back as best as they can, and they can't! It's all on to Tex now! A 1v3! Spike has been planted, CNET is weak, he's got one! Swings on it a second, but not able to land the third! And FUT will survive!
Down to the wire!
Damn.
From start to finish! But it's Cracks! He closes it out!
Okay. I mean,
FUT qualifying for the playoff stage on
that was very
international
close.
soil.
The
One
two like
more
best of three today
time.
were very close.
And heartbreak for LEV.
Oh my goodness.
An early exit.
Coming out, I had Heretics, Genji, FUT,
One
and
that was
LEV,
not expected.
and I guess G2 comes out instead of LEV.
I'm at a
I
loss
was
for
expecting
words right
G2
now.
to come out instead of
I mean, the
FUT,
emotion, you see it.
but yeah, very close games. So I had 3 wrong
What a
predictions.
series. What a day.
I had FUT winning against FPX, and they
Mazzino's
lost.
heroics
I had
not
like
enough.
Heretics winning over G2,
As LEV
and
take the
Heretics
bow for
lost.
the
And I
last
had
time.
LEV winning over FUT, and they've just lost.
A fight coming up just a little short. And just when it seemed like they were going to be able to get the best of FUT, just when it seemed like OT was on the cards, the door is slammed shut.
The retakes, the fundamentals, they really carried through in this series. The pistol rounds, all of it. It all paints the picture of why FUT have come out victorious today.
I don't know how far they'll go in this tournament, but I can tell you this, with 100% certainty, this team grew today. This team got better today. You don't go through something like that and walk away from it unscathed and unchanged. You just don't, man.
I don't know, man.
Just from the first map, I mean, being up 6-0, breaking their own curse. They were their own problem. Able to close out that map. You're so right, they've grown. What a turnaround.
They got pushed in ways that we've previously seen that team crumble under. But they weather it well in the face of outrageously heroic effort from Mazzino, from Calm, from Aspas. I mean, LEV showed up. LEV showed up last map, but it just wasn't enough. We get to see a couple of these special moments one more time as FUT survive, filling in the very last spot in the playoff stage. A break well-deserved, well-earned, and nothing but joy for the Turkish squad. Now we have the privilege of not just the Verizon post-match interview, but the draw show on the other side of it. Yinsu, take it away.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是维嘉。让我们再一次恭喜 FUT Esports 赢下了本场比赛的胜利。我们也是请到了 Mr. Falling 来接受我们的采访。 Welcome to the post-match interview, and now I'm joined by Mr. Falling from FUT Esports with us. Would you like to say hi to our audience first?
I don't know if that was. Hello, guys. Thanks for the players.
So the first one is 作为我们第一个可能说全土班的代表，土耳其之光这回重新进入了上海大师赛，进入到了上海大师赛的季后赛，进入到了8强。对于他们来说意味着什么呢？ So as the only representative of Turkey, what does it mean to you that making yourselves to the playoffs in this Masters?
We did the last year on the just make the playoffs on last year, like the Turkish represent every time on Champions too. I think it was big important for us because on Madrid we just slipped off and kickoff and we couldn't show up our team play. But I think on this Shanghai right now, I think we are I don't know, doing some good teamwork right now, and I'm just happy for that. I hope we can maybe make champions for here. I don't know. Maybe say about that.
他说，其实对于他们来说，在去年的冠军赛，他们当时是可以进去，但是可能说虽然没有那么好的成绩，但是在今年的比赛，无论是起点赛还是说之前马德里大师赛他也没能进去嘛，所以对于他们来说是有一些遗憾在的。但是在这回的上海大师赛，他们相信他们可以打出更好的团队配合，打出更好的效果。而且对于这一次比赛来说，他也在想他们到底会不会通过这一次比赛进入到冠军赛，这可能对于他们来说还是个未揭晓的答案。但是我们也会相信他们之后的表现的。那第二个问题是，其实今天我觉得他们在第一张地图日落之城这张地图上的表现，真的让我们非常非常的震惊。因为在对方的主选图上是一个非常强势的比分，最后结束了战局。也想知道他们是如何做到这么强势的去结束战局，尤其是在对方的选图上，他们认为在哪方面做的比对方好一些呢？ So to be honest, we all very shocked by your performance on Shanghai today. So how did you manage to be so dominant on the map they picked, and which part do you think you do better than them?
It's just only one thing. We just try to anti-strat them, and it worked on the first map. But on the second map, we just slip it, and we know we just give the map for them. They didn't take it because they didn't do anything on defense side. We just couldn't do it very well on the second map, but it worked on my third map. Just that's all. We just anti-strat them. That's all.
他说，其实第一张地图没有太多的东西，更多的是一个个人能力的发挥。然后来到第二张地图的话，会有更多的布置，但是他觉得可能对方今天在防守方确实做的没有特别的好，所以也导致他们今天有一个更好的表现。然后来到第3张地图，一切也进行得非常顺利，都非常好，是一个很好的结果。那最后一个问题，因为我们马上也要进行上海大师赛的我们的抽签仪式，也是非常重要的季后赛的抽签仪式。虽然说他们没有选择的权利，但也想问一下他最想在季后赛和哪支队伍交手呢？ We're going to have the draw show right after this interview. So which team are you hoping to go against in the playoffs?
I'm just hoping to face against EDG right now. Yeah, because I think we have to take revenge on Chinese teams, you know. I'm just hoping if they should pick them. I'm just betting EDG.
Hope to see that. 他说他其实非常非常想在季后赛可以和 EDG 交手，因为他们很想实现对于中国赛区的一个复仇，因为之前曾经被 CN 赛区的队伍击败过嘛，然后所以也很想在季后赛和他们交手。我们确实也非常期待他们的交手，他们的表现。那我们的赛后采访到这里就先结束了，我们马上抽签仪式就会进行，让我们稍等一下，然后我们回来看我们的抽签仪式。And that's all for interview. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
Let's wait for a minute for the draw show. Thank you.
And FUT managed to pick up the win in a grueling map 3, but of course, that means we have to say goodbye to Leviathan, a team that was so impressive at the start of this, even though they ran into that brick wall of Gen G. We also have to say goodbye to FPX as well, who lit up the stage every single time they were there. I mean, parting is such sweet sorrow.
I love the fact that even this close in the competition, right at the beginning with the switch, everything has been so close up. We're so excited to see what FPX and Leviathan are going to do back in their region, and hopefully have them back for the next event.
Yeah, a round away for Leviathan to take that to overtime, but a much-deserved win here for FUT to have a chance in the playoffs. These teams now earning that continue to qualify through a 2-day off break to try and rest and prepare for this draw.
All right, well, let's go ahead and find out how this draw show is going to play out and send it to the stage.
After an incredible Swiss stage, we finally have our top 8 here at Masters Shanghai. But what matchups are we going to get as we head to playoffs? We're going to find out right here at the draw show. As you guys might have noticed, there's quite a few people on stage with me and Victoria right now. They are the representatives from the regional winners, and they will be choosing their opponents here. Let me introduce them to you. We're starting off here with Josh, the manager of FPX. Kojo will be choosing on behalf of Fnatic. He is also their manager. Over here on my left is Aqua, the manager of EDG, and Luna, who's going to be here to help with some translation. And last but not least, the head coach of 100 Thieves, Zik, as well. And Victoria is going to get things started and explain some of the rules to you guys now.
Yeah, I'm so excited to finally bring this style of draw to the VCT. So really excited to kick this off. It is different, we haven't done it before, so I'm gonna walk through it. In this bowl, there is an orb with each of the first teams from each region. I'm going to draw them one at a time, and as I draw them, they will walk over and they will choose the logo of their opponent and walk back with it. As far as the order of how I will be placing them, they're numbered 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the order of the matches and how we will go. And schedule TBD, it'll come out pretty soon, but I think other than that, that's about it.
All right, let's get things started, Victoria. Of course, the teams that they have choices between are G2, Genji, Heretics, and FUT. The first team we're going to pull out here will be the team that will have first choice between these 4 teams, and it will be FPX. Josh, please step forward right now and take your pick. Who will you be choosing as your opponent at playoffs?
Genji? No.
FUT. You have to go with FUT, no?
Oh, he has chosen G2 as his first opponent. Josh, I have to ask you, you were hovering there a little bit. Why did you guys choose G2?
Well, we think all of the teams are very competitive, but Coach Alex told me to pick the team that we think will make the crowd most excited to watch, you know? So I think it's going to be G2.
Okay, well, by the sound of what you just did there, they were pretty excited about that. So we will have...
They wanted Genji, but...
we will have FPX versus G2. Now, the same, I think, is going to go here when Victoria pulls out the next team.
Dude, if we have EDG Genji, that's a banger.
Heretics, and FUT. And that team
especially
will
with like
be
the drama
100
and shit.
Thieves. Zik, please step forward and take your pick.
Oh, they're gonna go for Heretics.
Okay, they want you to pick Genji.
Nah, FUT. Yeah, it's the first
And
seed.
it looks like Zik has chosen
It's a
FUT. I'm going to
seed.
put the same question to you here. Again, the crowd seemed to really want you guys to pick Genji, but why have you gone with FUT?
I mean, honestly, we're really comfortable in how the Vito will look against them, and I think it's also going to look nice to avenge our American brothers. So we're looking for a good match against FUT.
Oh, that's going to be a good game as well. We have 2 more teams left, and that will be EDG and Fnatic. Before we make this draw, I would like to invite you guys to please step forward here and just wait a moment until we have both of the draws out. The last 2 teams left will be Genji and Heretics. And the third pick from here will be EDG. Okay, and this means, before you pick, this means the last but not least is Fnatic. So, Aqua, please make your choice.
Fnatic Genji.
And it looks like they have chosen Team Heretics. Why did you make this choice?
因为他在他们比赛结束之后，我听他们说，因为交手了2支中国队，想和另外一支中国队交手一下。那我觉得中国是个带礼仪之邦，要满足一下他。
Actually, after their matchup, they just decided they have already fought with 2 teams from CN, and they also want to. The only team now, EDG from CN, they also want to fight with us.
Dude,
too.
if
So
Heretics
maybe
beat like
we are
the 3
country
Chinese
of
team.
Fly-Ray. Maybe let them fight with us.
Oh, I love that, I love that. And this means that although you didn't get a choice, Kojo Fnatic will be facing Genji. Is this the team that you would have picked if you did have a choice?
Oh yeah, of course. This was our #1 choice all along, yes.
But of course, as you guys also heard from Victoria when she was explaining, this is how the rest of the bracket would play out as well. So FPX, G2, EDG, and Heretics will be on the top side of the bracket, and the bottom will have 100 Thieves, FUT, Fnatic, and Gen G. And with that in mind, I just want to quickly throw to you guys. Josh, I'll start with you. How are you feeling about these 4 teams? It's not just you and G2, EDG, and Heretics as well on your side of the bracket.
I think this is the more exciting side of the bracket, to be honest.
Why?
The teams are strong.
Yeah, they are
and
closer in.
I think the playstyles are quite
strength.
similar. I think we're gonna have like an explosive bracket here.
Oh, W Gaming side of the bracket. And what about you, Zig? Looking at this, you're gonna have to also have the chance to potentially face Fnatic and Gen G as well.
I'm just looking forward to the 100 Thieves FPX upper finals.
Okay. What did you make of that, Aqua? What's your take?
应该是 FPX。对，然后我也很希望就是说，因为我们跟他们缘分特别的好，然后希望可以再和他们再次交手。
Okay.
I think I might want to play fist against with FPX because we kind of like special fate between us, so we really like to meet them in the following matchups.
I gave you a bit of time to think about that comment just now, so Colin, I hope you have something spicy to say as a response to that.
I mean, the last few times you played us, it hasn't gone very well, so I don't expect that to change anytime soon.
Oh, I mean, it's starting. I feel like the trash talk is here. I absolutely love this bracket. The matchup has been great. And yeah, Victoria, I feel like it's going to be competitive no matter what.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Masters Shanghai has been phenomenal so far, and we welcome 4 amazing teams to the tournament.
I don't know why they get the managers or coach and stuff.
Thank you as well for all the representatives from each of the teams for
you could
joining
have like
us.
the
That
team
will
captain
be the bracket, as Victoria said. The schedule will be
or
coming.
like the star player or
unofficial schedule will
some
be
shit
coming
like that.
soon. But that's it from the Swiss
should
stage,
like
guys. We have playoffs left to
for the
play.
viewers
Thank you
and
to all of
for
you
the
for
hype,
watching,
it
and I
would
can't
be
wait
way
to find
better.
out what's
Like,
going to happen at the
to have
next
a
stage.
boost you on stage.
This is the future.
You know?
And there you have it.
Oh,
Although, shout out to
Bustio,
Yinsu, the
Buster.
pro instigator on that team. Really trying to get people to talk.
Nobody says thank you to Yinsu. Thank you, Yinsu.
Man, what do you guys make of that? Looks good.
Some exciting games there already. I'm just excited for some of these possible later matchups that you already heard the teams talking about, having a possibility of that EDG PRX rematch with them on the same side of the bracket. 100 Thieves already wanting to play against PRX as well. Introducing
And
these 4
looking
new
past
teams.
Fnatic as well.
Yeah, that is crazy.
And Gen G,
That is crazy. Fnatic Gen G, though, it was the last choice, but that match is going to be a
It's going to be a banger. Like, so many people have been, waiting for this Fnatic this year, how everything is going. Now they're back into international stage and they get this as their first match. I'm just going to say I am extremely happy because this is the first time since Champs 2022 that we have 3 EMEA teams in the playoffs. So, I'm happy whatever happens, but I'm really, really excited to see that EDG Heretics as well.
Oh, yeah, that one is going to be phenomenal.
Certified banger.
Yeah, for
Wood. Honestly,
Wood. Oh, my.
who would have told us we would be here today?
Valen's going to have to deal with W Gaming.
Yeah, that's a crazy one. I mean, G2 getting first picked, if they can upset there, they have the chance to do the funniest thing ever. Beat the tournament favorite who picked them in the first round. That would be so cool. I think that the draw show really adds a little bit of spice for the teams who got chosen.
For sure. Another one that I'm excited for, Bustio versus the Balrog on the other side of the stage. That is going to be fantastic. Really, there are some phenomenal matchups. But, I mean, guys, that's it for the Swiss stage. What a journey.
It's a banger. It's been a banger. Like, I'm not going to forget today's Icebox in a while.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, there was a possibility that we'd probably still be playing bind if FUT didn't ended right then and there.
2 kills away.
Yeah. Jeez Louise. It would have been a long day, folks. But I think, you know what? It's safe to say that this has been awesome from the Swiss stage to the draw show.
Yeah, and one of the
to
games
this draw show as well.
went
we thank you all
like
so much for joining
13-1.
us for this. But the good news is there's so much more to come. But there is going to be some days off up ahead here.
Thankfully.
Because we're humans and, we need days off. The players need days off. Our incredible crew needs a day off.
Yeah.
So
2 days off, in fact.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm going to Disneyland. I can't wait. In any case, so guys, we want to thank you so much for joining us throughout the entirety of the Swiss stages. And we look forward for you guys to join us on Thursday?
Yeah.
Want to make sure?
Thursday,
Thursday.
yes, because we're
Thursday.
skipping a Wednesday.
Whatever
The
day
30th.
it is, baby. In any case, though, folks, what a journey it has been. And the fun doesn't stop there. Thank you so much for watching. We'll catch you soon. Peace.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
We'll have the games determined later.
This is the most pivotal day of Masters Shanghai. If you win here, you move on to the playoffs, and if you lose, it is it. You are done.
Oh my god, Autumn, you absolute monster! Oh, the reservations all being disregarded now.
Thanks for all the follows.
As Wood is just eco-farming his way to 4. Potentially 5.
I'm gonna go just watch the
there's
little
nowhere for him to go.
recap.
He's stuck. He's caught.
And I'm gonna
He's
end
lit
it
up.
for today.
And he's dead. Curious. Now spotting another as Wood's got 3 more. What a dominant
Probably see you
win for
tomorrow for
Heretics.
some
Just
like
came out the gate swinging and never stopped.
ranked or some
Wood is
shit.
perfect, and he's the one that's got to go down. He was a terror in the previous map, and it seems like life is taking over where Woot left off. A massive start for FPX. He's got 4. His timing is perfect. The first shot
See you
delivered.
tomorrow.
The second devastating.
Bye-bye.
Pushing the smoke, but they pass each other like 2 ships in the night. Patatek back on the swing. Boo falls. Patatek dies too. It's a disaster. Oh boy. That's a cue for him to go. Berlin trying to steady. Wow. Trying to stop. And he does. Berlin holds the line. FPX are taking us the distance. But the utility delay is so good. Rianza slipped the net, but he didn't check all the way in the corner, so he's dropped. Berlin on the swing, he falls. A 1v3, time is of the essence. Heretics full steam ahead. He's got to be careful here. Who can hold this? Who can hold this? He stops the defuse. Manages to TP and get away. He's got it. There's not enough time. Very nicely done by Lysor. Spotting a little bit more skin. A triple face. It's way too much. Rians cannot capitalize on it. The classic not connecting. The tap on the defuse. Lights on the swing. And FPX gets a series point. The defense has to be everything, but Boo stops it. He's gotten, he had gotten into the pit. He'd gotten into the smoke, but Benji Fisher was wise to it. Oh, but now he's giving his position away. Now he knows where he is. Meanwhile, Mood on the other side with 4. Lysor drops 1. Can he 1v3 to close this out? No! The ace for Woot! Insane! Even if it did, Benji Fish is still alive, and now it's back up online. They've been able to hold him back so far. Oh, and now the spike is sitting on the ground! Does he swing? Yes, he does! He's up in his face, and that's enough to stop the plant! An instant classic! Heretics survive!
And it's heartbreak in Shanghai for FPX. One of the most grueling, intense maps you will ever see. But elation for Heretics.
It's the final match of the Swiss stage. We have 2 world champions on opposite sides of the field looking to bring it to one another, because really, that's what it's all about. Win here and you move on.
J and Mr. Fallen with so much to do, and yeah, it's just gotten a little bit easier, and Calm has to pull this off on his own. He can also just be patient with it. He's got to take the fight! And he lands that shot, the Red Bull clutch for FUT. Oh, and the timing on the crunch is just beautiful. It's textbook, it's surgical.
Hopefully.
Play the game in your favor. Yikes.
Oh my gosh, cracks!
That was unbelievable. 13-1. We're headed to Lotus. We'll see you guys on the other side. It just looks so effortless, man.
Even a one-way.
Jay's playing around him, out of captain with 3 on the round. A flawless round for FUT. Damage dealt, and now utility dumped. Keeping it competitive, or at least trying to, or FUT, but LEV punch back. I don't think they invested. A 2v5?
Oh, what?
Kraken's gotten 3! Oh, but Mazzino has to get 4 to win the round! Mazzino's so dangerously close to playing on the other side of the smoke. Now they go up top, and all of them fall! CNED with 3, but King on the counter! LEV are taking us to bind! Well, they also have the luxury of having so many so early. But Ada Captain dropping the first, and will fall. King with 3, now he's 1 away from having his pit.
He's like doing, this guy was like breakdancing, bro.
Paranoia causing some problems. Tech's not able to settle the shots, but Mazzino can. And there it is. Through the TP they go, but 4 for Mazzino.
Easy, easy.
There's Mazzino on the swing, there it is. Now has his molly. Ada Captain a 1v2, 1 will fall! Ada Captain with 4! All all of the investment there. King, a 1v2, lands it down to 1. Mr. Fallen there, he's got a challenge. Tries to land the knife, the defuse comes through, and FUT will survive.
Down to the wire from start to finish.
FUT qualifying for the playoff stage on international soil one more time. And heartbreak for LEV.